Can you tell that this was thought about last minute? Okay, cool. So let me tell you guys where this came from. About 1,000 DMs a day are literally the same question over and over and over. What do you think people DM me, direct message me on Instagram for the older people? How do I get started? I need to get my first deal, right? And do you think that I've made maybe 1,000 YouTube videos about this? And people, what it is people can't watch a single video more than 7 minutes. You guys know the average duration of somebody watching on YouTube is 7 minutes. And so even if I make a 45-minute video, a 4-hour video, a 12-hour video, they cannot hang for 7 freaking minutes. And this isn't just my channel. This is everybody's channel. Alex Hermosi, Cody Sanchez cannot keep people's attention for over 7 minutes. The attention span, the older people are like, what are you talking about? I sit and read Reader's Digest for 7 hours a day. Yes, I do know what Reader's Digest is. The younger people are like, you're right, dude. I don't. And what is happening is the younger people, they just scroll through Instagram or TikTok 1,000 times. They don't even watch any long form. I had a guy on my X, Twitter, this morning. He sends me a message and he goes, hey, I see all your highlight reel of all the wins you're doing. It'd be really nice if you talked about the downfalls of creative finance. And I go, have you tried going on YouTube and typing in downfalls of creative finance? And he goes, oh, just did. There's over 500 videos. Okay, so people will comment, they'll DM, they'll take the time and the energy to DM or direct message you, but they won't take the time to actually go and watch the video. And so what I am just doing in my life at the age of 43, I'm finally realizing I'm just done with that question. I'm done with it. And so instead of me just quitting, I'm going to build a couple of months worth of resources so that when anybody asks me that question in my Instagram DMs, I go, watch this. And I know that we put so much time and energy into it that I feel perfectly fine that it will answer their question. And if they are meant to do this business, they will get past that little barrier, if that makes sense. And so on a SubTo family night last week, Inga, she lives up in Washington. She comes to me and she goes, I want to get my sons into the business as well. And I said, you know what we should do is next Friday, I'll go live for like 5 hours straight and I'll just answer only Inga questions. And then I thought, okay, what's the topic? The topic's going to be, how would I get my first deal in a week? Then I thought, oh my gosh, I have all these leaders here already this week. Mundo and Ingrid and Ella and Yana and all these incredible people, Eddie Marin. Why don't I just do an all-day live stream? Oh my gosh, we could make it a competition. That'd be fun. So we're going to do a competition today. And can you guys show me the live stream on the deck, please, Jonathan or Canyon? If it's on YouTube, I want to see the chat. I want to see the Zoom chat. I want to see all that stuff so I can interact with people on the live. And I want Eddie and everybody else to be able to do that as well. Are you guys still troubleshooting? Is anybody alive back there? Okay, cool. All right, cool. So we've got, I want to be able to see who's here. Wafa, good to see you. You're always making awesome positive comments in the side chat. Alexander, good to see you. Aubrey, Gregory, good to see you. Can the CC transcript be enabled, please? Closed caption. So some people, just so you know, are on their 9 to 5 right now, and they don't want their boss to know they're getting paid to watch this live stream. So please turn the transcription on, okay? Same thing on YouTube. How many people, can I get a word guilty in the side chat that you have been watching on your 9 to 5 job, getting paid to be here? Look at the side chat just blowing up with guilty, 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 guilty. So good. All right, now we have, I don't know, probably 60 or 70 people in the room. We've got another 80 or 90 people that will join us here in the room today as they trickle in. A lot of people are working or they're dropping their kids off at school. If you guys really want to participate today, it wouldn't just be here live. That's fun. It's good for you to be here live. You've already met 4 or 5 awesome leaders, right? It makes a difference when you're in the room, right? Like, it's not just makes a difference. It is all of it, right? Okay, so Kimber Wolf says, some love for Eddie. We all have a lot of love for Eddie. I want to introduce him here in a couple of minutes, but I want to give you guys a good rundown of what we're doing and what to expect for today, okay? Christina says, guilty here, traffic control. I'm on a road closure. Don't worry, I am safe. No problem, Christina. We're glad that you're getting some good content instead of watching Joe Rogan podcast or Who's Your Daddy. Is it Who's Your Daddy? Is that the podcast? Call her daddy. Okay. That's the female Joe Rogan, just for you guys that don't know. All right, so that is where this came from. It came from the idea of, hey, let's just talk about how to get your first deal in a week. And a lot of the questions that I will answer, I'll answer it and I put it in the SubTo vault or the Gator vault, or I'll put it in one of the vaults and I go and watch that. Please don't ask that question to me again, because it really blocks me from connecting with people. And what happens is somebody comes in and they raise their hand. We've got 700 students on a Zoom. And what kind of question do you think they ask? You guys have seen it recently? A bird dog question. How many times do you think I've done bird dog training? Hundreds. So what happens is they bring up a bird dog question when I'm like, okay, maybe there's a mindset question I'd prefer to answer. I want to connect with you, but it's hard for me to connect with you when the question is, where do I get started? And we've already answered that video 1,000 times. So I am right now telling everybody I'm done answering the question of how can I get a deal in a week or less? Because what we're going to do is Inga really spurred on a really fun thing. I think I'm going to do this 3 months in a row. I'll do this today. We'll do 10 speakers. Then we'll do it next month with 10 different speakers, and then we'll do it the next month with 10 different speakers. So you have 30 different options of people that are inside of our community that have done the thing that they're talking about. And more importantly, they've probably done 25 hours of training on it inside of the community. Eddie's done training. Ingrid, how many hours of training do you think you've done inside of this private community? 1,000 hours? And if I wanted to learn more about what Ingrid's done, couldn't I just type in Ingrid Hernandez in the vault and it would pop up a lot of Zooms that you've been a part of? Okay, cool. So if you guys like some of these speakers and you're in the private community, then go deep dive into what they've talked about. Mundo's done a lot of Zooms. And if people want more of some of these speakers, just let us know and we'll have Mundo come do 3 more Zooms, or Eddie do 3 more Zooms, or whatever it may be. They're saying the volume is low now. Volume went down. It's always the Android users that say that stuff. I don't know if you guys know this, but you do have a volume knob on the side of your phone. Okay, you might need to do that Nintendo thing where you blow on it. One way to fix that is just take your Android, throw it out the window as you're driving, go to the Apple store and just buy a good phone, okay? One Android joke a day keeps all the things away, all right? So mean, Pace, but so true. Sometimes true things hurt. All right, so again, to go through the rundown, we're going to go 30 minutes each speaker. They have 30 minutes to talk about how they would get a deal on a different strategy than anybody else. So nobody talking today is going to talk about the same strategy. Everybody's talking about the same thing. In fact, we have one of our members, his name is Spencer. He does 100 bird dog deals a month in only Maricopa County. Last year, he netted $3.4 million. Yep. He's coming in and talking today. He's been in SubTo for over 5 years, but you never hear from him because he's busy doing about 5 to 7 deals every single day. Do I need to talk about bird dogging ever again after Spencer comes up here? I probably will. It sucks, but whatever. So Spencer was like, oh, I'll talk about bird dogging, which is also known as co-wholesaling. And Jamil goes, dang it, that's kind of how I built my name. Jamil built an entire business. In fact, at one point, this whole office that you guys are all sitting in was full of 150 of Jamil's employees doing, I think, a little over 400 deals a month nationwide, just doing co-wholesaling, which is taking somebody else's deal and selling it for them and making a fee, okay? Eddie Marin does a lot of that too. He helps a lot of people sell their deals, and I think that's what Eddie might be talking about. I'm not quite sure. But everybody has decided we're going to talk about something else. Jamil goes, oh, Spencer took my topic. I will talk about something else. Jerry Norton is coming here today. He's one of the greatest wholesalers and fix and flippers in the world, and he'll be talking about something completely unrelated as well. I will wrap up the day. You cannot vote for me, but everybody has to vote for one of the 9 speakers. So you've got Ingrid Hernandez, you got Mundo Sanchez, you got Ella Gorin, you got Yana. And Yana, are you going to have Adam up here too? Oh, I think she's back preparing. You've got incredible speakers. So they've got 30 minutes to present. They have to touch on the same questions. What we're going to vote on is at the end of the day, everybody's going to be given a link. We're going to email it to everybody. And that link is going to have everybody's name, and you're going to be able to vote on which speaker was the best for you. Are we voting on the speaker or on the topic? Speaker. Okay. How did they present? Were they on time? Were they concise? Did they engage with the audience? Those types of questions will be asked when you guys are voting. Now, each one of these speakers will have a charity that they have chosen that me and my team will donate $10,000 to on behalf of that presenter, okay? So these presenters are competing for their charity. Ingrid, you have one on mind. What is yours? But in English. Okay, Christ peace. Okay, she says it very Hispanic-like. I cannot roll my R's like that. So we're doing this for charity. It's going to be a lot of fun. Nothing to sell, nothing to promote, just going to be here and have a lot of fun. Now, we will do this again next month, and I think the month after that. So if you guys are in the audience, please email support@subto.com if you guys want to be here in person to meet some of the speakers and some of the leaders, all right? This will be an all-day thing. Now, after every presenter, you will have 15 minutes for Q&A, okay? We have bonuses and rewards for some of the people that have the best questions. We have Apple gift cards. We have some Visa gift cards. We want to encourage some really good questions for these presenters because some of these guys, it's their first time on a stage presenting an actual topic. I'll give you a good example. Eddie Marin, who's coming up next, one of the greatest leaders our community has ever seen, amazing guy, has been in SubTo since 2020 or 2021? 2021, so 5 years, has done hundreds of deals, has partnered with hundreds of people, has employed dozens and dozens of people, and he is running a meetup all the time. So he's in front of people. It's normal for him to communicate what he's doing and how he's doing it, but it's not normal for him to be on a stage in front of hundreds of people on YouTube, 1,000 people on Zoom. This is new for him. And so I also want to put a little bit of pressure on these speakers for them to get used to being on the stage. Is it a little bit nerve-wracking, Mundo and Ingrid, or Ingrid, are you used to it?
You've gotten me used to it.
Okay, we've gotten Ingrid used to it. Mundo, what about you? Nerve-wracking. Eddie, is it nerve-wracking? Okay, good. So the point is, everybody's going to get value today, even the presenters. They're here to just practice being on stage and communicating with everybody here. So we have a live audience. We're going to take a couple of questions from the live audience, and we'll take a couple of questions from the Zoom after each presenter is done. How much time does the presenter have? 30 minutes. How much time do we have for Q&A? 15 minutes. Then we have a little bit of a transition. I'll get up. I'll kind of make jokes, usually Android jokes and some bird dog jokes. And then I'll come back up, and I'll introduce the next speaker. By the way, some of you guys that are in this live room, you don't know, but if I had more time, I would have more speakers in this room on this stage. I just don't have enough time. I would have Darren and Nancy Heckel get on stage. Michael, I'd have you get up on stage about the new RV park you just got under contract and the 2 LOIs you sent and the Boise appointment. I would want to hear those stories. I would also have Phil, who's one of the greatest construction managers and project managers on the planet. He took a multifamily, he's mic running today. This man took an asset in Tucson, Arizona, 161-unit deal, making $29,000 a month profit. It's now making well over $100,000 a month in net distributions monthly.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So think about that. You got the mic runner in this room. And my point of this is that you have some gangsters in this room. They just volunteered to help out this last minute thing. You got Santino, one of the great multifamily investors in the country. Hell, Ingrid, who's been one of my best friends for 5+ years, makes a big, massive compliment about Santino the other day in the chat. He's not speaking today. I didn't have enough space. I'll have him speak next month. But you guys are live in the room. Does that mean it keeps you from getting to know Santino or getting to know the Heckles or talking to Phil? No, this is the value of being in the room. So take the time, the people in the room. Also, we have a gentleman in the back. I won't say his name. He likes to be really quiet, but I'll point to him. See how he won't even move. He'll be like, hold on, if I'm a statue, nobody will look at me. I met him. He's been in the community for a while, but in Fresno, California, I hung out with him, and he says, but where do I get started? Now they've got like 4 RV parks under contract, just in a matter of months, okay? So you've got a lot of people in this awesome room. We got Precious, my gal. Precious, like, I haven't done anything. Precious, I'm going to tell you, even though you have a disability, you drive across the country to physical events to meet people in person because you know that's how you pick up your transaction coordination clients, and you make yourself available in the room. There's so many freaking cool people in here, okay? I don't have the time to shout out everybody, and there will be another 50 or 60 people in here as well. Do not waste this time just if you guys are in the room. Don't waste this time only listening to the speakers. Between the breaks, please take time to get to know all of these other people. Now, let's get to Eddie Marin. Eddie Marin joined SubTo in 2021. He was business partners with an awesome gentleman that we don't see as much anymore. I think he went into like insurance sales or something like that. But Eddie and this gentleman were just everywhere. They were helping so many people out, and I gave them the nickname Bash Brothers. And everybody knew these guys as the Bash Brothers. They were just freaking awesome, helping a lot of people. Eddie then went and built a business on his own. His other partner went the other direction. Eddie runs the meetup here in Arizona. Sometimes his meetup gets to 400 and 500 people. He runs that, he coordinates that, he teaches that, and he gives so much value. He then had his partner, Brooke. Shout out to Brooke if she's watching. Brooke moved from Brooklyn. Was it Brooklyn? Same thing. Long Island, he says. She moves from Long Island out to Phoenix, Arizona to help him in his disposition business. Who in here does not know what a disposition business is? Okay, disposition means somebody else has a deal under contract and they need somebody to sell it for them. Eddie and Brooke help people in our community help sell their deals nationwide. They find buyers for people and they take a fee in doing so. So Brooke came in, they partnered together, and they are helping so many people. In fact, I get people go, oh my gosh, I got this deal, and in like one day, Eddie and Brooke sold the deal for me. So that is the man that is stepping on stage. So let's start the timer. Ingrid, I'm going to have you start the timer. You're my volunteer. That's okay. Oh, Santino. We'll have Santino's going to be the timer. Okay, and what we're going to do is, because I took the first 20 minutes, Eddie only has 9 minutes to speak. I'm just kidding, Eddie. I'm just kidding. 30 minutes, okay? Let's give it up for Eddie Marin, everybody, our first contestant.
Get it done, brother. All right. How's everybody doing tonight? Or today? There we go. Awesome. Okay, cool, guys. So what I love about this topic is that I get this question about 103 times per hour. How do I get my first deal? And the reason why I get it asked a lot, because Pace did say that I am out there, that I have been part of this community since 2021, and every Friday at 5 p.m. I do host an event that we get consistently every single Friday between 60 to 80, and then once a month we'll get about close to 200 people, sometimes even bigger than that, right? And what I do teach is it all started off by teaching people how to do more deals in real estate. When I first started in 2021, my biggest thing was, hey, I want to do wholesaling. Actually, as a matter of fact, I didn't want to do wholesaling, but then I joined SubTo, and then I'm like, we need to do wholesaling, because I didn't know about the systems and processes and in the community and the resources that we have available to us, especially when you join a community just like we did in SubTo. But when I joined, there was 1,200 people. Now there's close to 20,000 in one of them, right? And so today we're going to talk about how to do your first deal if I was getting started, and I didn't have any resources. I'm brand spanking new, to get my first deal in 7 days. And so the biggest and easiest thing after being in this industry for such a long time is sell someone else's deal, right? And so in real estate, in business buying, and anything that has to do with acquisitions of any sort, let me see, there we go. All right, cool. If I only had a deal, or if I only had a week to get my first deal, I'd sell someone else's deals. So after doing, Pace said that I was known as Best Brothers in 2021 up until 2023. I had about 19 deals underneath my belt. That didn't include in the deals that I bought, the fix and flips, the wraparounds, anything of that nature. But since I rebranded in 2023 when Brooke started working for me, we've closed 209 deals since then. And I know we're talking with Spencer, and the funny thing is I've done a few deals with Spencer, and I have one in escrow with Spencer as we speak, right? So, and yeah, with Ingrid as well. So let's get started, because we do have 30 minutes, and I tend to talk a little bit, okay? All right, so obviously this is a shout out to Maddie Richards for getting her first deal recently, and rest in peace. But let's talk about it. So every wholesale deal has two jobs, okay? First thing is acquisitions. The second one is dispositions. It's finding the buyers. First, find the sellers, then you got to find the buyers. And a lot that happens when you first get started is, it took me 7 months to get my first deal when I first got started. 7 months, guys. Brooke started working for me originally in 2023. It took her 2 months to get her first deal. Then she partnered with me afterwards because she absolutely crushed it. She did such an amazing job. And then as soon as we hired a third person, they signed their first deal in less than 3 days. And then we closed in less than 21 days. So when I say, hey, let's get our first deal in 7 days, this is absolutely the best way, in my opinion, to actually secure it, okay? So we're going to keep on going here. Okay, so what has to be true in your head when you first get started on Monday, okay? So I'm going to use this analogy because I think your mind is everything when it comes to what you're able and capable to achieve. number one thing is I heard this one phrase that stuck with me since I was back in, when I first started my entrepreneurship days, is that imagine yourself in the middle of the ocean, you get dunked. You can't breathe. And the entire time you're just feeling like you're getting anxious and you're doing everything you possibly can. You start kicking, you start punching, you start scratching, you start doing whatever it is to get yourself up to breathe water. And then you finally do it. So talking about that you actually want it doesn't get you anywhere. It's feeling and truly believing and doing whatever it takes that you have no other options to get there. And that is the deciding factor whether you get a deal in 7 days or you don't. Whether you believe it's true or you say that it's true. Because everybody talks a big dream in a lot of this business and just in general in life. Everybody fakes it till they make it, right? Well, you have to get your mind right before you even get started, because if you don't truly believe that you can actually get it done in 7 days, then you're right. But if you truly believe that you can get it in 7 days, then you're also right, okay? So, number one thing, when you're barely getting started or you already have experience in many different areas, you have to understand something, especially when you're selling other people's deals. You don't need experience. You don't need to know it all. Money, you don't need to have money or resources, and you don't need anybody's permission to actually do it, okay? Now, there is some permission on the back end about doing deals and stuff of that nature, marketing deals. That's different. I'm talking about actually getting it to get you to actually do it, okay? What you do actually need is you need to have the ability to actually take action. Analysis paralysis is a big thing, and you have to have the ability to actually take action to fight through it, okay? You also have to be willing to open up your eyes and see what's already in front of you. You have everything you need, especially if you're in this room. If you're in the chat, especially on YouTube, I'm gonna talk about that as well here shortly. And you have to put yourself out there and network. Guys, a lot of the times we go out to the events, and kudos to those, because I told you I run the events every Friday. The number one thing I do when I'm at my events is I go to the outskirts. I don't talk to the people in the middle. I go fish for the people on the outside, and then I bring them in. Because it is hard, and I understand it can be difficult, especially if you're in a room with people that are doing deals or transacting, talking the word, talking the talk, and you don't know anything about it because your brand spanking new. But one thing you'll know about my events is that you will not be sitting in the corner, or else you're going to be speaking on stage with everybody, in front of everybody, okay? All right. Okay, so we're gonna get straight into it. The overall strategy is finding the people who already have the contracts and ask if you can bring buyers to their deals and for a split. Now, one thing, I am gonna give you a lot of tactical steps here as well, because that's exactly what I was asked of. But one of the things is that, actually, I'm gonna pause for a split second on that piece because I'm gonna get to it because there's a specific stage for it, okay? So, all right, so why is 7 days realistic in a buyer and on a buyer side aspect of it? Because acquisitions, guys, like I said, when I did 19 deals in 2 years, there was a lot that went behind it. There was a lot of investing. I tried trial and error. I spent a lot of money on direct to seller. I did a direct agent back in 2021, wasn't even a thing. Agents, I love you agents. You guys are absolutely awesome because you guys are my best friends now. But back in the day, you guys would wake up with one suck on and Cheeto dust in your belly button and say you already got an offer at 80,000 over asking. Right? That's just the truth. So creative finance was not a thing, but cash was. Now, today, creative finance is the thing. Why? Because every market has a specific condition, and so it's very important when you're barely getting started, guys, understand that there's a home court advantage, and you have to figure out what that advantage is. And solving problems is number one over everything. So you need to have the intention behind everything. Like our biggest core value in our business is character over compromise, which means that you don't break character because you're going to make money. You keep your integrity at all given time. All our partnerships are win-win, lose-lose, okay? And especially with our sellers, we consider our sellers our partners too, and agents. Because if you treat agents correctly, guess what? They're going to keep on bringing you deals and deals and deals and deals, which guess what? You get to find buyers for agents too because they become your partners, right? So the fastest deal I've ever locked up in acquisitions was 48 hours after going and making first contact. Okay? It's not common that happens, though. For those that actually do acquisitions, You have to go pull the list. You have to go decide who to call. You have to make sure you have to follow up. It takes seven touches before you actually get someone to take you serious half the time, right? And then you're still discovering. So in 7 days, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's not impossible. So why not skip the line? Why not go to the people that already did all of that? Go find the people that already have the deals. And all you have to do is connect them to the actual person that's going to perform on them, right? Your only job is to find the person that's going to buy it. You have, typically on a contract, you have about 10 days to hand it off to an end buyer. And then the fastest way we've closed the deal is 72 hours on a creative deal, which someone brought me their deal because their buyer backed out. And then we were able to connect the buyer immediately. And within 72 hours, when you have the right TC, the title company, and you get the right people on your team, you can get it done that quick as well in creative deals. That's very difficult. But on cash, our fastest close was 48 hours. And that was from finding the buyer and getting closed. So for those that are like, well, I need money today, because we all are impatient, like Pace said something earlier when he was talking earlier about everybody talks about the shorts and the reels, but no one's wanting to look and listen to the long form, right? It's the same thing with these transactions. Everybody hits me up like, I need to pay my rent tomorrow. I'm like, well, then you're in the wrong industry, my friend. You know, go do Uber, go do Lyft, go do something else, go flip a couch, I don't know. But a real estate transaction takes 21 days on average to close, especially in the off-market world, okay? So, and it took me 7 freaking months, guys, 7 months. That's not even talking about the first time I attempted wholesaling. It took me 11 months to actually quit then, and then I joined SubTo, and the next thing you know, I've never looked back, right? Okay, cool. So now let's get into tactical steps. Did anybody have any questions there? So actually, we're not doing Q&As right now, right? All right, cool. Did anyone have any questions right there about Dispo so far? All right, cool. Perfect. So let's go into the tactical steps, and then we're going to go through some of the live examples of what actually it looks like, okay? So Monday through Friday, number one thing is you got to understand, you got to prep yourself. Don't overcomplicate it. So the very first thing that you want to start doing is make sure you build your week's calendar. Go to your local community meetup.com page. See what natural event or actual events are happening with real estate investors. Like here in Arizona, we have my event on the Friday night at 5 p.m. You have AZ RIA once a month, I believe it was. And you got a bunch of other people that throw events as well. Get in those rooms. Schedule it. Create your calendar. Do the live Zoom calls. Like this Zoom call for this all-day event that we did, or that we're doing today, this is exactly what I'd be on. All the people on the side chat, amazing. You can't be here in person. Well, that's okay. You can still be in the chat. What's your excuse, right? So make sure you're setting your calendar up for all the live events that are happening. And then you're going to have the second thing you're going to do. Again, these are the only 2 things that I recommend you do. Don't overcomplicate it. The second thing is prepare for when you go and start making these connections and conversations with people. Where are you going to put their information? Because the second, I know Pace talks about the Android users. I think I wasn't going to do any more Android jokes, I promise. But it's true. How do you organize your data? As a matter of fact, even today, we have 20,000 people in our list right now, nationwide, that we're all creative and cash buyers. And out of all those deals, we're going back and we're revamping the way we collect our data. Because data is everything, especially if you're already doing the work, you might as well organize it too. So you know how to pinpoint and go back to it. So very important. So for me, if you don't have any money, if you don't have anything to invest, go to a Google Sheet. Just put up, and I'm going to give you exactly what tabs to open up, and then or have a CRM in place already. If you have the $100 a month or whatever it is, they typically, High Level has a 7-day free trial for the most part. But absolutely get a CRM eventually if you want to, if any business, even if you don't even have a business yet, get a CRM. They're cheap. They're literally super cheap, but it sets you up for the future, okay? All right, so 2 tabs on your Google Sheets if you have it. I'm going to go based off Google Sheets for now, okay? On Google Sheets, have a tab that says buyers and have another one that says JVs. Why? Well, buyers, you want to make sure that you can actually list every person that says, I'm interested in buying real estate. And again, the beauty behind this, guys, is that, yes, we do the majority with single family, but we just sold a 16-unit multifamily in Birmingham. Okay, so we are getting into the commercial, the multifamilies. Like we're here in this week, whole week was the RV park stuff, right? So we have a lot of buyers that are wanting RVs. Well, guess what? I can also be that person too to connect, right? And I'm still working that RV park in Texas, Pace. But Pace would be my end buyer on that, right? So again, remember, you can always be that. So make sure you always set yourself up. So here's a few tabs that I would put on there. So number one is your first name, your last name, your phone number, your email, where they're buying, which markets, what is their exit strategy. This is super important, guys. This is very important. Whether they're buying for co-living purposes, if they're buying houses to go sell on wraps, which is something that I do, or they do fix and flips, which is something that I do as well, okay? Or they're just buying long-term rentals, I have investors that are looking for their homestead home. Right? The amount of people that call me up from the communities, they're like, hey, I'm moving to Arizona because I want to be near all the sauce. And I'm like, what kind of sauce are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? So, but that's super important. Why? Because when a deal presents itself, and it might not be ordinary that it works for an investor, well, it might work for someone that's going to be moving here with their family. Right? So one thing is very important. Make sure you know what they're buying for, what they're looking for. The price range, what's their price cap? What's the most they'll pay for it? Like co-living buyers, like Jamil's going to talk about this as well, but it's $600,000 is their cap. They won't go above $600,000. Okay, very important. Cash or creative deals. Are they open to buying seller finance, subject twos, cash, hybrids, stacked Morbys? You know, all this stuff is very important. Also, very important is HOA. Will you buy in HOA communities? A lot of people will not buy in HOA communities. Even if the deal is amazing, they're going to say, well, it's got an HOA and I don't want that. And some people are going to say, oh, it's got an HOA. I don't care because I'm going to go live in it, right? And people that buy in for wraparound mortgages, a buyer that buys for wraps will buy in an HOA community because their point is to buy it to then resell it, okay? Bless you. And then also, what's your timeline? This is super important because you need to understand if someone says, yeah, I'm ready to buy it, but I'm not going to be ready for 2 years. Or right now, if I have 2 flips and I have my 4 wraps that I have, do you think I want to go buy more real estate right now? No. So I'm not going to be a buyer for you at this very moment because I have too many properties for me right now that I need to get rid of first, and then I'll go start buying again. So each buyer is very specific on what it is that what their capacity is, so that they don't over leverage themselves. And then once they sell again, they're going to be back on the market to buy more deals. So that's why building your buyers list is super important, because in this business, just letting you know that it does not matter. It does not matter how many contracts you get. It matters how many contracts close. And when you have someone, because I remember this, and I always make this joke. There was a guy that I knew, and he would always talk like with big, puffed up chest, saying, "Oh yeah, I get 10 contracts, 15 contracts, 20 contracts a month." And I'm like, "Oh, that's cute. How many of them close?" Because to actually close 15, 20 deals per month, it takes a lot, and you have to have a full operation to do that much business because you're making a good amount of money for that, right? So let's keep on going. Oh yeah, here's a little tip for you guys, for your buyers. If they're a hot buyer, you call them. If they're a warm buyer, you blast them. And if they're a cold buyer, you drip them. What does that mean? Well, if they're hot, you build the connection with them, and you always call them when there's a deal that matches what they're looking for. If they're warm and you don't have enough time, because again, some of us have the 9-to-5er still. Some of us don't have the time. So you send them a text message or an email that says, hey, I just got a deal in that matches what you're looking for. And then if they're cold, then you just do an automation like, hey, what's going on, right? But again, this is 7-day. That was just a tip for you guys that have a limited amount of time for the 9-to-5ers. All right, cool. So here's another tactical step, because I know this, we're supposed to talk about what to do like on a day-to-day basis. Like if I were to wake up, like what time do I do this? What time do I do this? So I didn't do from an hourly perspective. I just did a task checkpoint perspective. So when people start working for me, the very first training that I do is there's 2 kinds of marketing when you're looking at finding more buyers for your deals. Okay, number 1 is this. There's surface level and then there's deep level. So imagine yourself on a boat and you're the only person on that boat. Your job is to catch as many fish as possible. Well, what are you going to do? I'm going to go and throw about 15 lines out in the ocean, and I'm going to see if anybody hooks. And then I'm going to jump in with my spear gun to go spearfish, and then I'm going to jump in and I'm going to go find me some fish in the deep end, right? Which is more one-on-one approach. So whenever you're on this boat and you got a bunch of lines out and the buyer actually finally you see someone's hooking, you go and talk to them. But you wait. That's more of a reactive approach to finding buyers. Proactive is you're going out to find them. And this is exactly what we're going to talk about right now, which is work the group. So Facebook group, right now, you don't need fancy websites. You don't need fancy anything if you're getting started, especially if you're trying to get your first deal in a week. What you need is you need to be hyper active in the Facebook community groups. When I first got started, the very first thing that I worked myself up to this point where I'm at right now is I was in Facebook, living in Facebook. I literally lived, breathed, and talked to Facebook groups, the community groups, the free Facebook by Pace Morby group. Like that was the main group. There's other Facebook groups out there that have a lot of investor people, right? So go in the very beginning, go join a bunch of groups. Make sure that you're looking at groups that have investor database. Very, very important. And then throw out your cast a line, which is, hey, let me put up a post. Let me go see if anybody responds. And the second people start responding, start getting contact information, start getting on the phone with them, and start vetting them. So here's a few examples on what you can do. Take a picture of this, guys, on what kind of posts that you can make. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to share these slides with you at the end of the day as well, guys, okay? All right, this is what I call the online bandit signs. So online bandit signs are actually my favorite ones, in my opinion, because it gets people to be more tactical. A lot of people make a post that says, a lot of people say, hey, I got a deal in Phoenix, Arizona, who's interested? That's very vague, very vague. You're not gonna get the real buyers that actually are gonna respond to you. You have to get more specific. Hey, I have a co-living buyer that's looking for a 3-bed, 2-bath, and they have $43,000 to invest today. Who's got a deal for me? Be more specific, and then people will actually send it out to you. Otherwise, you blend in with the rest of the posts. Okay, so you have to be very specific on how you're posting. All right, let's keep it going. All right, this is probably the most important one. I'm gonna put important one. Okay. Networking and going to networking events. This is so important, guys. Important. No, I don't have I have a stutter sometimes. Okay, depends on how many monsters I have actually. But networking. Go to your local networking event. I'm going to give you a prime example. Gordon spoke yesterday. Were you guys here when you heard Gordon? So Gordon is a really close friend of mine. I talk to him a lot. He's one of our main acquisition partners. And when I mean acquisition partners, the very first thing that I tell people is that, look, if once you're past the 7 days, guys, if you want to go build your own dispo company, great, amazing. I'm there to support it 100%. Because here's the true pitch. If Gordon, when he first came to me and he goes, hey, I've never done a deal before, is this SubTo stuff even real? And I said, absolutely, is it real? He sent me a lead out in Dickinson, Texas. Don't buy in Dickinson, Texas. First and foremost, the name is weird. But you should have just, it's got a 2.25% interest rate. It's a great house though, right? So I thought. Ingrid was my sugar mama on it, actually, if you didn't know that. She was my lender. So long story short, the agent hangs up on me. I send her a text message, do a pull away. I ended up getting the deal under contract for him. He ended up getting his first deal. I ended up buying the deal, okay? Now, very first thing, since then I had this conversation basically saying, look, how about you go focus on a bunch of acquisition stuff and I do all the dispo. I handle the back end for you. And he goes, done, deal. Why? Because Pace said, well, I had a partner named Tyler, as we're also known as Batch Brothers. He was my acquisition guy and I was the disposition guy, which I was only capped out at the amount of work that he brought me. So imagine if I had Gordon and then had this guy named Mike, Kyle, Ingrid, all these different acquisition teams that need help finding buyers for their deals. And the next thing you know, I start replacing their dispo departments, right? So the second that happened, well, guess what? Gordon, the next 12 months, he did 12 deals in 12 months, his very first year in the business. Okay, and so in the first year, him and we produced about $180,000 worth of assignment fees in his very first year. So again, displaying deals for other people is very profitable because guess what? How much money do I spend in marketing every month? $0 freaking dollars. It's amazing. It's my favorite. So back to the story. Well, Gordon comes to my event and Gordon goes, hey, I didn't know about this until about like 3 months ago. He meets a guy named Patrick at my event. Then Gordon sends him a deal in Killeen, Texas for co-living, and he ends up finding a buyer at my event. And guess what? When you go to networking events, there's real buyers. And when there's real buyers, then you have people's information to go connect them with deals with, right? This time, Gordon bypassed me. Instead, he used my events. Dirty dog. But it's all right. We've done well with him. So go to your networking events. Very, very important. But don't just go. Actually connect with people. Talk with people. Get out of the outside. Get out of the outside circles there, on the outside of the circles. So vetting a buyer, because I only have 5 minutes left, guys, vetting a buyer is the most important thing because, as Pace talked about and has a lot of trainings on bird dogs, there's nothing more time-consuming than working for a fake buyer, a wannabe buyer. Okay? Everybody talks about wanting to be a buyer, and trust me, I don't blame you guys because I was fake it till you make it when I first became and started buying real estate myself, and I didn't know what I was buying and so forth, right? But I will tell you right now, if you're trying to get a deal in 7 days, you have to go through and understand how to vet a buyer to make sure they're real. Okay? Everybody talks about the dream of being a buyer, but here's some tips here for you guys on vetting buyers and so forth, okay? You're not going to be perfect when you're first getting started either. All right, so here's some red flags when you're vetting a buyer. This is super important, guys. If they're vague and hesitant, there's a good chance they don't know how they're buying. The second thing is they're trying to sell you on the fact that they are a buyer, okay? The third is they're over-communicating significantly. They're talking about their cat, their dog, and their Android. Sorry, guys. All right. Now, the next thing is this, is the biggest part, the most important part here is that once you start collecting your buyer backs and everything, it's very important when you go out and search for these deals on Facebook, because this is where you're going to go. You're going to go on Facebook, and you're going to go to creative listing as well. You're going to go to both of them. You're going to do the shop. You're going to go shop these deals or shop for these deals for them. Once you start connecting with people, it's very important that you reach out to these people to say, hey, if I bring a buyer to you, how do you guys work? Don't be intrusive and automatically come in and say, I'm going to split the JV with you, or I'm going to split the deal with you. Because I'll tell you right now, there's a faster way for me to tell you, no, just stack your fee. Ask me. And then there's a good chance that I'll say, okay, great. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's a guy that came to my events, and he was like, hey, how do I get deals? I want to get my first deal. And he goes, let me join your team. And I'm like, I'm not hiring right now. And I'm like, just go to my website, termsforsale.com, and then just grab one of those deals and connect it to your buyers and do that. I'll give you permission to go do it. So he takes it to one of his buyers. He finds a buyer in 3 days. He makes his first deal. His name's Ali. Okay? So when you actually get permission from people, understand that you should not market people's deals on social advertisement places like Facebook, MLS, or anything without having equitable interest on that contract. Does that make sense, guys? So, and then I'll also break that down here in a little bit. So these are the tools that our team currently uses. We use REI Built, which is a Go High Level white label. We use Facebook Creative Listing. We've used PropStream for a while, but we are switching over to DealSauce here soon as well. We use InvestorLift and we use Blink. If you're barely getting started, make sure to download Blink, Facebook, High Level or Google Sheets, and create an account in Creative Listing. Okay, those are the ones you only need. You don't need any more. All right, four people you can't do this without are your buyers, your JV partners, and your transactional coordinators, and your title companies, guys. Super important. So, things that you'll feel right on track. You start getting buyers actual deals to look at. All right, and the buyers are responding with feedback to you. Okay, your buyers list is growing, your JV list is growing. You're getting traction there. what it feels like when you need to kind of pivot and figure out if something's wrong with you. I'm just kidding. If something's wrong with what you're doing, guys, okay? Number one is that you keep getting hung up on buyers. You keep calling buyers without having something to offer them. Don't do that, okay? JV partners, they won't let you allow to market their deals. It's probably the approach you're having with them. Wednesday, you're still researching, you're still stuck, you still haven't made any phone calls. It's because you have analysis paralysis and you have to try to create your entire system. And one thing that I have to tell you, don't build your system before you have a proven record, okay? What to aim for is $10,000 on creative finance deals. Target for cash is $20K or above. My hard floor is $5K. I will not touch a deal under $5K, especially because it takes $5,000 to hire an attorney if anything were to happen in the future. Does that make sense? Okay. Why people quit? You quit too soon because you feel like you did something. In reality, you didn't do anything. So I have a good friend of mine. His name is Bruce, and he goes, "Hey, I want to get results like your team do. How do you do it?" And I'm like, "I'll give you full authorization to release, to sell my wraps for me. Go market them." And then he comes back and he goes, "Hey, I haven't got any results." And I'm like, "How many posts did you make?" "Oh, like 1 or 2. Just today." My team does 40 at a minimum per person, per assistant. So you're just not doing enough, okay? They get stuck doing a lot of the building the systems and so forth. And here's the thing that you need to do to get the skills first, okay? Number one is learn how to ask a stranger a question, then shut up. Don't talk about your Android. And the second thing is learn to read a comp, okay? These are built for people that don't have money. Dispo is a great place. Take a picture of that. Who it's not built for is for people trying to build a brand before they get deals done. And then that right there, guys, is everything I gave you for free. And it works. Trust me, I've done 209 deals of them myself in the last 2.5 years. And I'm telling you right now, I can almost guarantee you can get something sold in a week if you really believe it. And then that is my blink, guys. That's everything there. So
I have some notes. My takeaways. Yeah. I have my takeaways. Give it up for Eddie one more time, guys, please. Okay. So I take a lot of notes. Number one, Eddie's one of my good friends, and he's been a great leader to thousands of people in this community. So just all the love for him. I want to take up a couple of minutes before we go to Q&A. Best Q&A, we're going to do 3 questions, okay? You're going to pick 1 or 2 from the audience, 1 from the side chat on Zoom. You got side chat stuff on YouTube, okay? You got Zoom, this is our private community. You got 700 people there, and you got a couple hundred people on YouTube. Take your question from the Zoom. Okay. Sound good? Okay, so events. Talking about events, I went to an event. I paid $4,500 for the VIP ticket. I had already done 500 plus deals. I didn't go to the event to learn. I went to the event to do deals with the other VIPs. And so when you go to events, you meet the people with high intention. Eddie talked about that. That's why he puts events together. It's why he helps so many people. I sat next to Steve Trang. Who knows Steve Trang? Okay. And Jamil was on my left. Steve Trang, I go, "Hey, man, do you have any deals that I could take a look at?" He goes, "Yes." He sends me a deal in Phoenix, Arizona. I go to Jamil. I texted Jamil. I go, "Jamil, you want to buy this deal?" I make 18 grand by selling the guy on my right a deal to the guy on my left. And they were already friends. Eddie's probably done this multiple times too. This is a very incestuous business. He's probably sold deals from Ingrid and sold deals to Ingrid, right? You've done deals back and forth. It's like trading Pokemon cards. That's basically what he does. Adult Pokemon cards. It is freaking awesome. Okay. CRM for newbies. Best CRM for newbies is a yellow legal pad until you take action. He mentioned that as well. You don't need to spend a lot of money. Homestead buyer, CRM. Some of you guys don't know what that is. If you guys are in the community, go into the vault and type in the words that you don't understand today. They don't have time to go through and do like a dissertation on every vocabulary. Write it down, go to the vault, type in the word. It'll pull up a bunch of Zooms that explains each one of those terminologies. Okay, my gosh, he hit on the number one thing that I love about your part of the business. Buyers, 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 buyers. Most important thing, and you don't want to work with fake buyers, okay? So one of the things we'll talk about later today is how to find real buyers. That might be a good question for you guys to ask to Eddie. Best question today. Eddie gets to choose who asked the best out of the 3 questions. That person gets a $100 Visa gift card today, okay? We're going to celebrate that. You get to choose the best question. Oh my gosh, it matters how many contracts close, not how many you look at. I love that. Okay, he also says you need less fancy stuff And then he used an analogy of, I can't remember, what was the word you used? Casting your lines. Okay, so it made me think about when I was thinking about starting to fly fish. Guess what I did? I watched a lot of videos about fly fishing. Watching videos about fly fishing, is that fishing? Okay, cool. So you go from watching to then buying all the gear. Anybody have, we call it GAS, gear acquisition syndrome. Okay, so you buy all the gear, right? Anybody do this with hiking or working out or anything else? Like you go buy all the gear, you're thinking that's the thing, and it's really not the thing? Okay, so people will do that a lot of times too. Eddie hit hard on this of like, just because you are acting like you're doing the business, you're not actually doing the business. Then you start casting, okay? Who's seen A River Runs Through It with Brad Pitt? All the ladies raised their hands. The dudes are like, what? Okay, so when I first went out fly fishing, I felt really stupid. My coach, who I hired a coach, his name is Brent, he goes, I just don't want to see any of this river runs through it bullshit with you. I go, I don't know what that means. He goes, you probably think fly fishing is the fly stays in the air and you're making the fish believe that the fly is flying around in the air, right? I go, isn't that why it's called fly fishing? Like, he goes, no, you have to present. You are not casting to cast. You are casting to present a fly. I'm like, what does presenting mean? He goes, a fish cannot catch your fly unless the fly is on the water. I'm like, that's not what the movie showed me. And he's right. And so the first couple of times I went out fishing, I spent my time, he goes, if for every cast, every time you go backwards, I want to see your fly sitting on the water for a full minute. And that changed everything for me. And so there's a lot of activities that he might answer you in the Q&A of like, what are some of the activities I should be doing that is actually doing the business? He already mentioned it. Buyers, finding out you have real buyers, actually going to events. Those are activities that are like presenting your fly to actually get the deal. Or like making 40 posts versus one. Well, I made one post, nobody replied to it. Bro, oh my gosh. So, so much to unravel. We might just have to have you do a whole Zoom on selling wraps or something like that inside the community. You guys would like to see more Eddie Marin or what? Okay. Eddie, you killed it, bro. Super proud of you. I'm going to let you take some Q&A, okay?
Right, thank you.
In the Santino, best hair in the room for the day, has a question.
What's up, Eddie?
What's up, dude?
Nice job, bro. Hey, so this is specifically regarding disposition, right? Mm-hmm. You don't handle any acquisition.
So I still help a lot of people lock up their deals.
I'm talking about for your business.
I don't do any acquisitions. I don't do any out. I don't have marketing campaigns to do acquisitions now. I don't.
Good. So with the disposition side, do you ever have wholesalers coming to Eddie and be like, hey, I can't get rid of this property. Can you help me dispo this property?
Absolutely. All the time.
Yeah. And what do you charge for a disposition fee to help them?
So good question. So initially I am a 50-50 for the one-offs, right? But I have people that are constantly bringing me in all the deals. And their biggest question is like, well, that's too much. 50-50 is too much, which I get it, guys. Just letting you know, like 50-50 can be too much for those that have another partner or so forth, because then everybody just gets $10.
Yeah.
Right? And nobody wants that. But the truth is this, is that when I partnered with Tyler, when he was an acquisitions guy and I was the dispo, we were 50-50. So if you're acquisitions, like Gordon, he's strictly acquisitions, then why not say, hey, if I'm going to use, instead of having one partner like yourself, why not have a whole team at Dispo Buddy to sell my deal, right? So if one person's sick, if Eddie's sick, well, you got Brooke too. You know, you got Junibel, you got Ryan, right? You got all these people on my team that's also helping push your deal. So 50-50, but if you use us consistently to actually replace your Dispo department, well then once you close with us a certain amount of threshold, so 50,000 total in assignment fee, so 25 to you, 25 to me, we'll do a 30-70 split. So you take 70 and I take 30.
And is this primarily in the residential space, or do you also function in the commercial space?
So primarily, currently was residential, but now we're jumping into the commercial space. Commercial space, there's a little bit more legalities to marketing deals. So you can't just actively push it out on Facebook and all this stuff. So there's a little bit more, NDAs involved and all this stuff, because brokers get very protective over their deals.
Correct. And one last question is that
all three questions are getting eaten by Santino.
Sorry, no, this is all one question. You ever watch The White House when they're like, I have a question, and it's like multiple questions?
Genius.
Yeah, that's where I learned it from.
Genius.
Is those reporters. And just to follow up on that, press secretary, is when
I
you
plead the fifth.
great. Oh, great. And last thing is this, is that with your dispo team, when you're sitting there and getting these wholesalers that are approaching you or business to business, are you actively marketing to them, or they just know, like, Eddie's the man and, that's our guy?
So to repeat your question, are you asking me if I go out and send out messages to my JV partnership saying, hey, you got any more deals? Or what do you mean?
Yeah, like, hey, I'm Eddie, and if you need help dispoing your stuff in wholesale, we're here for you.
I'm a firm believer of when you treat people the right way and you make it a win-win with everybody, people will start talking. So the word of mouth is everything to us.
I bet you it's 80% word of mouth.
Yeah.
80%, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got other people, or like he'll be on a Zoom. People know Eddie. They go to his event, stuff like that. So a lot of times, I talk about him like, go to Dispo Buddy, go to whatever, right? So some people are doing his marketing. I guess at the end of the day, it's all word of mouth, probably.
100%. Yeah.
It's the first time I ever even heard that he does dispo. I just thought he was just the guy on Fridays.
Well, because you're focusing on big assets, so it's not really the lane that you're focusing on, right? You're on like big multifamily.
Yeah.
So more the single family portion of our community is talking about Eddie all the time.
Well, I want to start talking about Eddie.
Yeah, you should.
Let's close some commercial deals, bro.
I'm 100%
He
down with that.
just did that 12-unit deal in Birmingham, so he'd love to work with you.
Let's do it.
Santino's one of the best people in the community on multifamily.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Let's crush it.
All right, let's do it.
Okay,
bro.
well, let's do a couple more questions. All the way over there. Guido, wow, I didn't know you were hanging out with us today.
Thank you. Hey, Eddie. This question comes from someone who hasn't done a deal yet. SubTo and Gator. My name is Nick. I'm from Flagstaff, Arizona. The activities and the questions that you ask. So when we are getting started, we're trying to get a deal in a week, and you say to ask them questions and shut up. What questions do you ask and then shut up?
Okay, so good question. So the questions that I ask especially if I'm talking to like buyers specifically, or it depends if I'm on Facebook or if I'm over the phone or if I'm in person. If I'm in person, I simply just say, okay, what are you focused on right now? What is it? What's like Pace has this one famous line that, what do you have? What do you need? Right? Now, again, how Pace says Pace stuff isn't the way you're going to come off by saying that. I learned that very quickly, especially for those that say, oh, when you get abducted by aliens, when you use it the wrong way, you don't know how to use it the tone, right? One of the questions that I ask buyers specifically is like, well, what is it that you're focusing on? What is it that you're doing? Okay. I try to connect with them in a way that I'm speaking the language that they know. So what is it that you're working on? What is it that you're focused on? Are you buying right now? And typically, like at an event like mine, it's very easy because there's red tags, which mean you're a buyer. Yellow tags, that means you're a connector. Green mean that you have anything to do with capital. And then blue with administration, TCs, title companies, anything of that nature. So I already make it easier for you to connect with the buyer. So you already know they're a buyer. Hey, what kind of properties are you buying? What's your exit strategy? Are you doing co-living, wraparounds, fix and flips? What is it that you're focused on? And then from there, you just let them talk. And it isn't about you, it's about listening to what they're saying so that you can ask them another question based off of what they said. And that's how I vet my people too, by the way, is super important, is when I ask a question, I listen to what you say, and then if I see something that sounded like you just repeated something from YouTube, I'll dig a little deeper, right? I'll say, oh, okay. So, for example, I had a conversation recently with a guy from co-living. He goes, oh, yeah, super confident on the phone. This is over the phone, by the way. Super confident. Everything. I'm like, oh, nice. Okay, great. So, man, what part of the town do you typically buy in? Well, I have a few over here. And I'm like, okay, cool. So how many doors do you have? Well, I got like 13 right now. Okay, cool. Are these doors or are they properties? Oh, okay, but I don't interrogate them. I get them to the point where they kind of start choking, but I don't call them out for it. I just simply just say, oh, you're a warm buyer. You're not a VIP for me, because I immediately know that you don't have. And then eventually it got to him to say, well, this is going to be my first deal that I'm buying. But he created this entire presentation that made it sound super good that it almost got me, but eventually I caught on that he hasn't had any experience buying yet. And there's nothing wrong with that. But what happens is that as a dispo, and I have acquisition partners that are relying on me to sell something, if I assign something to you, I need to know that you're going to perform. And if not, then I have to have the right expectations that you're going to perform. Okay? So to answer your questions, I'll send you some more questions. Or to answer your question is, okay, what kind of properties are you buying? Number one. What are you doing? What's your exit? That's the most important thing. And how soon are you looking to buy it? Like I already listed the questions up there, and I'll repeat them to you as well. But it's really that simple, because that's what you're really going to get people to really, like a conversation shouldn't be longer than 5 minutes. For those that, when I say people throw up on you, those are the people that over communicate. A lot of times those aren't real buyers. Real buyers are on their project sites. The real buyers are at their, they're doing their job. They don't have time for them to sit there to say, hey, would you, bring ring, what's your buy box, right? I never call a buyer unless I have something to offer them.
Okay. Thank you, Eddie. And then follow up on that. So do you ask different questions on the phone?
Bunch of politicians up in here, dude.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Do you do different questions on the phone that you do in person?
Absolutely. In phone, you only have less than 5 minutes to get everything you need on your initial call, right? The way I look at every deal that I have, when I have a deal, I don't look at the deal to say, oh, I have to sell. That's primary, but I look at how many fish can I get people to bite on this fish or on this bait, right? Then I go and I connect. That's why when I have my buyer's box or my buyer's list, I have nearly 20,000 people on there, right? Now, how did I build that? Well, I built that from having a deal, and I had 10 people reach out about that deal, and then I jumped on the phone and vetted every single one of those 10 buyers. And now I just added 10 buyers to my list, so then I can go find more the opportunity. It's a compounding method, right? I don't just look at the deal. Yeah, I want to sell the deal because that is a priority, but it's not. I don't look at it as that's like the immediate kind of result. I look at the bigger picture. I'm building a business. In order for a dispo company to succeed, you need to have buyers that are actually going to perform. And just like I said, big buyers don't always have all the money in the world or have the team in the world or capacity. So you always want to keep on adding more to that. So to answer your question is yes, I have 5 minutes to make an impact to show this guy that I'm real and legit. And the only way for me to show you that I'm real and legit is what? To send you a deal that I have. Otherwise, what's more real and legit than that? Yeah, or money, right? But we're dispo here. So hopefully that.
Dispo buddy.
Dispo buddy. Yeah,
Thank
we're
you,
your
Eddie.
dispo buddy.
Let's do a Zoom question.
All right.
You see any in the side chat?
Let's see. Let's see. Vector.
How do you find retail buyers?
How do I find retail buyers? So that's like more for wrap questions. Guys, the answer is any which way possible. There is no right or wrong answer to this, but because here's the truth. I found a retail buyer on Craigslist. I found a retail buyer on Bandit Signs. I found a retail buyer through the MLS during a flat fee listing. I found a buyer through the Facebook Marketplace, a Facebook group, and referral. So there's hundreds of ways to find retail buyers. Hundreds. But what's the number one best way to find a retail buyer? Put it on the MLS. There's flat fee listings or work with I like to use agents now because it's way less work on my behalf instead of having to drive to the property, show the property, and so forth, right? And again, just out of those 209 deals, guys, that we've closed, I think I've only entered 2 of them just to record content. The rest, my team has never entered those houses before. Okay, so I'll create another training for finding wrap buyers, but wrap buyers are one of the things that it's a lot more hand-holding than it is for dispo. So for right now, for today's training, definitely, absolutely learn how to get in and out, which is off-market or wholesaling and investing kind of aspect of it. But wrap buyers, you're talking 4 to 6 months at a minimum to find buyers and secure a buyer.
Eddie, who wins the gift card?
Ooh.
Santino, Nick, or our side chat?
Ooh. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with Nick. I'm sorry, Santi.
Okay, all right, cool. Flagstaff in the house. All right, guys, let's give it up for Eddie freaking Marin at Dispo, buddy. Love you, brother. Proud of you.
Thank you
You're
so
the
much.
man. Guys, what we'll do is if you guys are in the community, there is a full 45-minute training on where to find wrap buyers in the vault. Also how to do Dispo, but we can bring Eddie back and do a live Zoom with Eddie and go, hey, Eddie, let's do a 7-hour marathon with Eddie Marin. Okay? He'll do it. He's crazy. All right, now here's something that's super important for you guys to understand. As we go through these strategies, this is going to actually confuse a lot of newer people because you're going to get FOMO on every single strategy. You will. Remember, we don't teach one thing. We teach creative finance. And so you can do creative finance with everything. And so you're going to run into people today that talk about how do I get involved in a business transaction, buying and selling a business transaction. We're going to talk to people today that are going to talk about getting an RV park under contract. We're going to talk, in fact, we got one right here in the front row that got an RV park under contract in like 7 days of trying and then basically moved into it like 40 days later, okay? So you've got a badass that's going to be on stage today, and we are going to go from strategy to strategy to strategy. At the end of the day, it does require kind of the same elements, and so I want you guys to write these things down throughout the day. It's like, what are the elements that they're doing on a daily basis? What are the activities they're doing on a daily basis? The number one thing that Eddie mentioned that I forgot in my notes, I am married to 2 people, okay? I'm Mormon, but I'm not that kind of polygamist. I am married to my beautiful wife, Laura Morby, and I'm also married to Google Calendar. I know where I'm going, what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, how it impacts my business. If it doesn't have 5 or 6 reasons, like for example, Eric Ballman, one of my good friends right here, travels around the country with me. If he needs to know something about what I'm up to, what does he do? Does he text me or does he just go on my calendar? Okay, so everybody knows what I'm up to all the time. My wife, my kids, my friends, the people I work with, every detail of my life is in my calendar. What hotels we're going to, what car rental thing we're doing, how much time we're allotting for drive time. Hey, we need a break, we needed this. Hey, we're gonna do this long 7-hour drive. Nothing is in question. Hey, I'm making 2 hours of calls. Hey, I'm calling a broker tonight at 6:15. Last night, Yana teed me up with Yana, how good was that call last night, by the way? I got it under contract today. Just kidding, I didn't. But we're doing that deal together. Okay? And Eddie, Marin, and I, here's what's cool, and I want to point something out. Disposition on larger assets of like, hey, let me go focus on RV parks. Eddie's been working on a seller on an RV park. There's just way more moving parts. He's been working on dispoing an RV park to me in Texas that he'll make, I can't remember, Eddie, what your assignment fee was. I think it's like $120,000. But there's a lot of elements, a lot of moving parts. What was it, Eddie? I forget. 150. I was trying to shortchange him. See how I was negotiating with him? He didn't know. So those have a lot of moving parts. Same thing with wrap, same thing with other things. So if you're new, you want to go, I don't want to focus on those things. I want to focus on what is the in and out, okay? And Eddie has a bunch of stuff that we'll follow up with in the private community. We'll have him do a Zoom on maybe a couple of the deals you've done. Eddie, you want to get you and Brooke to, like, maybe we could promote Dispo Buddy in the community, and we could do a Zoom where maybe you talk about 1 or 2 deals you guys sold, where it came from, what the steps were taken, who you sold it to, how you found them, and like go A to Z. Would that be helpful? Okay, and it would promote Dispo Buddy. You guys should also just bring deals to Dispo Buddy. Where can I find you online, Eddie? Is it just Instagram? JV with Eddie on Instagram, or is that your email? Okay, jvwitheddie.com if you guys want to reach out to him, okay? All right, so this next presenter, is this fun, by the way? This is freaking cool. All right. All right, so this next presenter is one of my favorite collaborators. She's become somebody I can rely on even more than, I don't even want to say his name, Jamil Damji. I could text Ingrid and go, hey, I need you to do something for me. Will you help me out? And she is so on it, and she does it so incredibly well. She added an element to me, Jamil, Jerry on stage, just a bunch of dudes. And in some ways, she also has some masculine energy. She might drop some inappropriate jokes on you today. Don't be surprised. Just, you know what? You guys got to remember one thing. You are not a thermometer. You are a thermostat, which means you can turn down your offended button a little bit. You don't have to react to things. You can actually choose not to be offended. If you don't say at least one offensive joke today, that would be okay. we're live streamed today. Ingrid Hernandez, both Hispanic and both Spanish speaking. So a lot of times when we have sellers, she's the person that's talking to Spanish speakers. She's sold a lot of my deals. She's been involved in deals with me. She's done hundreds of different types of deals. She's done flips. She's done wholesale. She's done SubTo. She's done hybrid. She's done lease options. One of the most creative deals I've ever seen was done by you 4 years ago. I remember standing in a parking lot. You called me. You go, I just want to tell you about this creative deal I did. It's so freaking cool. It was that lease option deal with that family.
Yeah. Morby method with lease option.
Crazy
and wrap.
deal. Crazy deal. And so this woman started in this community. I want to point something out that she might not have time to point out. She started in SubTo as a licensed real estate agent, and she was very methodical about not taking action immediately. She said, I wanted to absorb and pay attention to see what everybody else was up to. It was obvious to me that there were so many choices in this community that this wasn't just a one and done type of thing, that I'm out in 3 months. And so she took like 6 months to absorb information before she started implementing. Guess what? She not one time complained, I haven't done a deal. She did that intentionally. She understood her personality. That's what she wanted to go and do. And now I don't even know. She's done probably 300, 400, 500 deals since that time frame. And today she's going to be talking about the great transition. Okay, you've got all these retiring baby boomers selling their businesses. You guys hear people talking about this left, right, and center. And Ingrid Hernandez is going to grace us with 30 minutes on how she would do that type of deal in a week or less. Give it up for Ingrid Hernandez.
Muchísimas gracias. Vamos a hacer esto en español, ¿que no? ¿No? No en español. Ah,
We have
okay.
one.
I'm just kidding, because Pace was like, are you doing this in English or in Spanish? I was like, oh, if I had known, I would have made my presentation in Spanish, but I didn't know. Hopefully, shout out to Latinos Sin Límites, which is a group that myself, Dr. Noe, and Manny, all part of SubTo, we decided, let's give back to our Latino community and actually have it in their language so they feel seen, heard, and communicate. So we had a meetup last night. Anywho, hi guys. I actually would normally do presenting against agents, so direct to agent, because I'm a licensed agent. I know how to speak to agents. And then I saw that Jerry sandbagged his topic, because I know that guy does direct to seller, and he knows how hard it is to do direct to seller. So he's like, I'm just gonna go do direct to agent. So a little shout out to Jerry. I know that he could get a deal real quick if he's working with agents versus sellers, just an FYI. So this is the great handoff for all you football players, really, handoff. By the way, first girl to ever play at my high school. And then another fun fact that my husband hates that I ever call out is that he was also the quarterback. And so to your inappropriate jokes, he's the quarterback, I'm the receiver, and nothing's changed. So, okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Happy wife, happy life, okay? All right. So the great handoff. Right now, it's the best time to acquire a boomer-owned business. So I am starting to transition into this space, okay? So I am new just like you. So what am I doing? I'm taking the skills that I have learned doing single family, JVing with people. You take a lot of those skills in whatever industry you end up going to, so don't forget that. One of the best things that you can do, and I say this to everyone who comes through the No One Left Behind challenge, because everyone's like, oh my gosh, but I'm not an investor, and I'm telling people I'm an investor. And I was like, when you joined SubTo, did you not invest in you? Did you not put some cold, hard cash against that, right? So I say to you, if you join a mentorship or you join SubTo, you are an investor. You put some really hard-earned money against making sure you upskill yourself. And then once you have those skills, can anybody ask for a refund on that? No. That is the skills you get to take forward. So remember that. Give yourself grace and take that imposter syndrome out, because if you join SubTo, that is an investor's way of thinking. You are actually investing in yourself. So all of you in here, whether you've done a deal or not, guess what? You already did a deal. You did a deal with yourself. So we already beat the 7-day challenge. I'm just pointing that out, okay? All right, very good. All right, so the great handoff. So I'm newer to this, and just like Pace said, I have to feel comfortable and excited about something with some data. Where are my data nerds in the audience? If you're a data nerd in the Zoom or YouTube, I would love to see you just put in nerd, because I love me my nerds. My nerds have helped me my whole career. I have a background in corporate leadership, and all we did was data management. Some of my favorite people are data scientists who are just on the spectrum, but my God, they get their shit done on time. Sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss, I don't think. And I love them. I love people I can count on. And I don't know about you guys, but I can really count on my nerds. Like, they're just amazing. So anyway, so just calling that out. And so I feel I'm a nerd too, and I need the data. I need the excitement. How many of you are tired of maybe some of your algorithm where everything is doom and gloom? And you're like, wait, how am I supposed to do my real estate? And how am I actually supposed to make money in the next 5-10 years? This freaking AI is interrupting my everyday life, right? Right? Anybody? Me? I've felt that way. I have felt, especially somebody coming from the fix and flip background, because I've fixed and flip. I've done all kinds of deals like Pace mentioned. And I have been like, what am I supposed to do? I am struggling fixing and flipping in Arizona. How am I supposed to do this? So the way that I pivoted, I actually have partners who fix and flip with me in other states. But in the meantime, what can I do while I'm here and maximize the network exposure I have and really get to my next thing to help me mitigate the future? And if we're being honest with ourselves, it's why we love RV parks, because RV parks combine two things: real estate and the business. You can pull more than one lever when you're doing business. So, okay. So what I'm going to first do is explain to you the data that hopefully gets you excited. I know data doesn't sound exciting, but I promise you the numbers that you see here hopefully will make you excited for the next 4 to 5 years, and why right now is the excellent time to get into looking at small businesses to buy. By the way, I am under contract with my very first small business. Yeah. I'm buying a wellness center out here in Scottsdale. I may be, talking about it on my socials. So if any of you are interested in coming and check it out once I close, I'll let you know about it. Right on. Okay, so the great handoff. I don't know about you guys. My son just started college. He was supposed to be a nerd, a computer scientist, and now he's been really defeated with everything that's happening with AI. And so the way that I tried to kind of, get him excited about his future, I was like, son, let's go buy a business. So now we have a goal, myself and my son, that we're going to buy a business together in the next year. So now he's super excited about what's to come, and we've already started looking at things like on Crexy, creative listing. We're looking for opportunities now. We're not rushing it because I want to walk him through what's expected. But anyway, so that's the start. All right. There is a 10 trillion handoff. Can I get a T for trillion? Right? So 12 million boomer-owned businesses across the U.S. How many RV parks are there? 17,000 that we know of. How many boomer-owned businesses? Right. Where do you think there's even more opportunity? Right? Okay, didn't that piece of data excite you? I told you data was going to excite you. Okay, and then every day we have 10,000 of these folks turning 65. What's 65? Retirement age, exactly. And then they have 10 trillion worth of assets to transfer by 2030. Guys, it's 2020. We're halfway through 2026. We need you. These people need you, like yesterday, okay? And then of those, 25 million employees make up that amount of businesses, right? So in my opinion, because we don't let the government choose for us, right? it is our godly duty and responsibility to go get these businesses. Am I right? I truly believe we're here to serve, and part of that is help other families feed themselves. And owning these businesses is how we can do that tangibly, right? We don't have to get all political and whatever. I can tangibly know that I'm feeding families by having businesses that are thriving, right? Okay. So, I don't know about you guys. I know you guys are like, how do I get my first deal? And when you're thinking about having to get your first deal, one thing you're going to miss, trust me, is the end in mind. Guess what? When businesses come into their own ownership, that owner forgets to think about the end as well, okay? So we have 72% of these businesses have no succession in plan. They have no succession. Now, you can see this as scary, or you can see that as an opportunity for you. All of you in this room right now, and all of you in Zoom and YouTube land, this is a great opportunity. Like, do not miss out on this, because this is the selling point. This is where you can tell a seller what that succession plan could look like for them. And it's the key opportunity in seller financing, okay? And then 20% have never had a valuation done. So this is where you can help when you look at a business. And by the way, I'll do that every once in a while. When you're in real estate, you say property for business and business for property all the time. So my bad, okay? And then 60% of them are planning to sell within the next 10 years, but they haven't even started the process. Anybody want to help them with that process? Yeah, let's do it, right? Zoom, YouTube, I know you guys are ready out there. Process, baby. Oh, see, nerds, we love those terms. Those are so sexy. Okay. Now, I didn't get as tactical as Eddie because my goal up here was to make you excited about this strategy first. It's one of the strategies we don't talk about enough, okay? So you see that little highlight there? Because one thing I think I did miss out a little is giving you more of the tactics of what do you do when you get on the phone call with that seller, right? Or if you're face-to-face. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Benjamin Huang and his Huang tongs, you know, his laundromat. What did he do? He became a client of the business so that he could get closer to the seller. I love that sneaky creative mind. That's wonderful. Do that. Why not? Like, go visit, go patronize these businesses. That's a really great way to get to know the sellers. But what we want to do, the safer businesses, you want them to have some track record. So with 10 years of business under their belt, do you think they've kind of wrote out the good and the bad so far? Yeah? They've built a reputation. They've built a brand. Strong, provable cash flow. That's still important. I'm under contract with a wellness center or wellness spa, I'll call it, in Scottsdale. They have provable numbers, but this year they had a hiccup, which is why he's selling, and there's personal reasons for that. But everything else has been super provable. And I'm like, oh, okay. Excellent data, by the way. Like I was saying, I love me some good data. He's got a client list of 12,000 customers. All of them market in, opt-in. Ugh, I can't speak. And then the other is their actual information. So I could even send them, you know, postcards, all the things. And I was like, 12,000 and you've not marketed to them? He's like, yeah. I was like, holy snap, I've hit the gold mine. If you know anything about data, if you're collecting customer data, by the way, again, in data management, master data was my thing. So vendor data, customer data, product data. Those are all things I had to manage the attributes. All the nerds are like, ooh, that's so exciting. And everybody else is like, what the heck is she talking about? So anyway, when you have good data, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard this, but data is the new gold when you're talking about businesses. Other than cash, right? Cash is king, but your data can be treated as an asset. And in my opinion, his data was good enough to just be the thing he sells. And he'd probably just make just as much money as he would selling the equipment that on the wellness spa that I'm buying. So, and then owners are ready for the next chapter, right? So we're going to look for those businesses that have that retiring person because they're motivated. They're tired, right? They're ready to go, okay? And then some of the things you're gonna ask, they may not have this, so you kind of have to look at this with two different perspectives. One, are they motivated to sell? And then the other is, do they have systems in place? So you can look at a business and you're like, they don't have a CRM. They don't have all the right staff in the place. They need more modalities or equipment. That can all look negative when you're evaluating a business. Or you could be saying, ooh, I could put a CRM in place and all of a sudden I don't need all this staff. Ooh, if I had a really good customer service rep who really represented the brand and culture, we could totally 10x and maybe put them on a commission plan. That's one of the things I plan to do, by the way. Ooh, like how can I market? How can I digitize this experience? Because everything's been manual. We're actually looking at a business right now that a couple was looking to retire. $2.5 million revenue a year. $1.5 million NOI a year. Okay? None of that is digital. It's all manually done. I'm like, what? Is your hand tired? That's a lot of writing. How excited did I get that they don't have a CRM, that they don't have a booking system, that I'm going to be able to go in there and put those things in there? Oh, baby, right? And I'm going to continue the legacy that they have put into this business. They have owned it for 40 years. They deserve an upsell, okay? That when I buy it, it's going to look even better. So I'm just throwing that out there, that there's these amazing opportunities. So don't always look at that piece as something that is completely a negative. That is your chance. But be aware, right? So why do I think I could do that? It's because we have an amazing team who we have already figured out who's doing what roles, right? That can do the tech stack, that can do the operations, that know what maintenance goes in there, what labor strategy we needed to take. So those are things that we have to be preemptive about buying a business. But guess what, guys? Do you need all that right away? No, go find these amazing opportunities and find people like myself who are prepared. And you're like, hey, I'll take a fee, but can I, little binoculars and check out how you guys are doing what you're doing so that I am ready to transition and own a business when I'm ready, right? Or honestly, the reason I'm also buying the wellness spa is because it's small enough that I could do that with my family. And if we mess up, oh well, it was just 50 grand. Like that's how much I'm buying it for. NOI is $75K a year. And there's no digital marketing. So I'm like, oh, I could double that, maybe triple it. Why not? So it's a small, I'm buying a job, guys. I know I'm buying a job, but I'm doing that with eyes wide open, and I'm doing it with my family so that they get experience on what it looks like to buy a business, okay? So arguably, if you don't want to buy a job, you will want to go with those businesses that are bringing home at least, I would argue 300,000 to 500,000 minimum, so that you can actually pay staff and pay the seller and not have a job that you just bought, okay? All right. Now, we're a part of SubTo, right? Creative finance, in my opinion, was probably born in commercial, and businesses is a type of commercial industry, right? So, and then it trickled into all the other things like single family, it's where the Morby method was born in commercial real estate. And a lot of deals get done through some form of seller financing. I'm telling you that so that if you need to take some of this or just use your Claude and you're going to communicate to a seller, just use this to tell them, hey, 60 to 90% of commercial deals have some form of seller financing. This isn't new. Banks are familiar with it. It's something that people use as a structure into your debt stack, so how you buy. And strictly seller financing is a part of that too. So our deal, before a son got involved, I'll just say that, with that big old NOI, was 90% seller financed. We were only going to put 10% down. So things are a little bit on the negotiating table at the moment. We're waiting for an appraisal to come through so that we can determine the final purchase price. But in the end, they're going to do a big chunk of seller finance for us. So we're excited about it. We're either going to go Morby or we're going to go strictly seller finance. But stay tuned when I come up here to talk about it again. So, yeah, this one's exciting. 10 to 15% higher seller's price. So sellers don't plan for retirement. Do you think 10 and 15% above a typical purchase price is going to go far for them? Yeah, everybody should be nodding. Absolutely. Yeah. And you can close faster, 30 to 45 days faster. Tell me this isn't sexy, amazing data that you can take back to a seller. Yeah? All right. Thank you. Yes. So like I was mentioning, 78% of sellers need this to be the way that they retire. So do you all have a big responsibility to help these people retire? You say, yes. We don't need to be on no government plan to retire. Let's use this business plan to help them retire, right? Okay, thank you. And then again, typically 3 to 7 years is very typical. But, you know, as we like to say in SubTo, balloons are for clowns. So the longer you can extend that baby, you should. One of the things that I like to pitch to my sellers is, let me help you pay for that trust so that when you're gone, those payments continue to your family and to your legacy so that you can feel comfortable that when you transition, this isn't going to get stuck in some courts. You're ready to have your grandkids, your great-grandkids have these payments come to them. And they get excited about that too because I'm really surprised how many don't even plan for that. They'll have these assets, that big old deal that I was talking to you guys about is a sole proprietor. They were sole proprietor, just real quick, little quick education. They had it under their name. So they could get sued at any moment and lose it all. They had no protection against a business doing $2.5 million of revenue a year. Can you believe that? I know, scary. My stomach dropped. I'm like, oh my God, I have to hurry up and buy this from you before you mess it up. Yeah, so, all right. Our seller finance offer is also a really great way to mitigate their capital gains. Now, you're not a CPA, you're not a lawyer, so you'll redirect, any technical questions back to them if they're like, wait, what? Under IRC section 453. Yeah, no, you could say it real sexy. You'd be like, IRC 453, you're gonna really like that. No? Okay. It's the installment sale. That means they don't have to realize their capital gains right away. It could be spread. You're like, should we go for 50 years? I mean, that's like very little across so many years. You're not gonna pay Uncle Sam much, right? Now, that is your way to leverage. And when you can actually name the code, it'll help you when you negotiate. Because what do you sound? Intelligent, credible, sexy. Yeah, I agree with that. So when you do an all cash in a single year, now you got a big old tax bill. They work so hard to give the government at least 40% of their gains. That sounds sucky to me, right? So this one's important. All right. And then legacy upside that you can right away, and we talked about this a little bit, right? What are some of the things that are super easy when you're talking to a big boomer who's got a big business that you should think about right away? A real CRM? Do they have a booking and scheduling component, especially if it's more of a service-based or hospitality-based business? And then targeted digital ads. There's a big reason people get funneled all the time. Are you guys in the SubTo funnel even after you're in SubTo? I'm like, oh, there's Pace again. Hey, Pace. Nice to see you again. He doesn't even know I see him on my phone every single day. When you're in there, you ain't getting out. But I would love to be the person that when I'm in that funnel, you ain't getting out. So I want you guys to think about this one and think about it hard. If there isn't somebody on your team that can do this, you're going to miss out on a lot of money on the table, especially with a legacy business that's been around 5 to 10 years. I cannot stress that enough, okay? All right. So, guys, the window is open right now. Right now. So every day we have 10,000 boomers turning 65, and by 2030, they're going to be past retirement age. Who here has kids and the years go by really fast? What's 3.5 years from now? Ay madre, I know. I'm behind, guys. I'm behind. So we're all behind. These people need us right now. Institutional and private equity buyers, I don't know about you guys, but baby boomers get annoyed with them, with their collared shirts and ties and, well, I was going to say heels, but mine are really cute. So anyway, they love when people are local. I have had tons of conversations with sellers who a lot of that matters to them, especially when you're talking about boomers. So, and then again, they have no succession plan, so it's our responsibility, right? Okay, so real quick, like I said before, I was just going to excite you first about this strategy, but I also want to make it easy for you to figure out these opportunities. Now, there are free websites that you can go find these deals and just really search for seller financing. And even if they don't have seller financing as an option, don't you worry, you can always ask. Because if you don't ask, what's the answer? It's no, right? So just do it. Talk to local business owners, just like Ben, right? Benjamin, go be a client of theirs. They're going to be way more open to talking to you if you are actually experiencing their services. That's actually going to give you a leg up if you're looking for something from them, right? And then, do you guys drive? Does anybody drive? Yeah? Okay. And you guys see businesses all along the way, right? Okay, great. Awesome. And I can be your buyer. So reach out to me if you need a buyer. I have my amazing, amazing friend. Oh my gosh, she's hot. Her name is Sarah Pica. You guys know Sarah Pica? Okay. She basically runs Zero Down, the mentorship that teaches people how to actually buy businesses. She's super hot. And I can just ask her for help on finding you guys buyers if you need it, okay? So just DM me on Instagram if you need it. All right. So, like I said, I'm also a buyer. That's my info. I had just one thing. So my buy box is at the bottom. I'm looking for wellness and hospitality businesses with an SD of at least 500. That's money in my pocket, okay? All the bills have been paid, everything $500,000 or more. That's the email you can use. I haven't created a business-specific email just yet, but I already have 10 emails. One last bonus. This is the last piece. Okay, so this is supposed to be a charity presentation for our gorgeous soul now, Maddie Richards, who's no longer with us. And before I met Maddie, and when I was in a corporate environment, I used to work for Paz de Cristo as a volunteer. I've also done a couple of fundraising for them. Not anything significant, but $2 or $3 grand that we would raise a year. If you're up for it, you can donate, and this is their QR code. Paz de Cristo is here is local. I would not be surprised if Maddie used them when she was homeless, because they feed the homeless and underserved every single day of the year, doesn't matter the holiday, okay? And they provide a hot meal. They feed them every single day. They have an amazing food service process, because when I was in food service, that's how I got connected to them. Not only that, but they clothe the people who are looking to finally up their life, right? So they bathe them, they give them clothes for interviews, they help them with their resume, they give them a leg up, because I don't know if you guys know, if you're homeless, it's hard to apply for a job because you don't have an address for them to use as your as your place of where you're living. So they will actually do that for people who are homeless, right? And so they empower them. They like help them with a true leg up. So here's my bonus to you, whether I win this presentation thing or not. I talked to my buddy Justin Tubanowski, yeah? So I said, Justin, Deal Sauce is so amazing. I think we could pull this boomer data of these businesses, right? Let's figure out some of these filtered things and what data points we need to pull. Can you help me pull this data? And then if somebody donates at least $100 or more and then sends me that information, we can send them this list so that they can do their own calling and go try to find a business. Does that sound fun?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Can you guys get up for Ingrid Hernandez?
Yeah.
Okay, first and foremost, you are getting so good at presenting, dude. Did she do a great job?
Yeah, thank you.
Even the people that get offended easily, the Android users and the young crowd, her inappropriate jokes, were they funny at least? Hell yeah. That was, dude, the freaking quarterback thing.
Yeah.
I was texting my wife. I was like, okay, I got a new joke for when you get home. A couple of things I want to point out before she goes to Q&A. Your heels are cute, by the way.
Thank you.
You killed it, Ingrid. Side chat, can you guys give Ingrid a bunch of love? I have a lot of people in the side chat saying, I want to work with Ingrid Hernandez. She's amazing. I know it's hard to look at the side chat while you're presenting.
I just decided not to look at it because waiting for Q&A.
Okay, a couple of things. She talked about elevating yourself in the very, very beginning. What path of business did Elon Musk choose to take? What's the one thing he focused on? Every one of you guys is going to be wrong because he has like 50 things he does. He chose the path of progress. As a human being, he chose the path of progress. I'm going to learn what I can today, make money with what I can today so that I can take these skills and convey them into the next thing that gets me excited. A lot of people with a 9-to-5 job, you guys are given a job title, what to do, when to do it, when not to do it. More importantly, who not to talk to. Don't talk to that department. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. All your whole life. And when you come into entrepreneurship, it's really challenging to understand what Ingrid's path is. Ingrid started in single family, right? And now she's talking about NOI. Some of you guys don't even know what NOI means, okay? And she's over here talking about NOI, and I just bought a business, and I'm doing, you know what? C'est la vie. I'm going to spend 50 G's on this some bitch. I don't even care if we lose it. It's good for my family, right? That's not where she started.
No.
Okay? Now, can you start with businesses? Absolutely. This is a personal decision for sure. Knowing what I know now, that's all I want to do, right? But what you learned in single family made you who you are today.
Amen. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and she mentioned that. Now, something exciting, I want to talk about the NOI, why this is it a med spa?
It's a wellness spa.
Okay, wellness spa, why this is a great deal. What's NOI of $75,000 with a $50,000 investment? What does that mean? NOI means that's the money you get to take home if you have no bank loans and no seller finance loan, right? So that's 75 grand that goes in my pocket. And if I have a bank loan, I would have to pay that bank loan with that 75 grand, but she bought the business for 50 grand.
$25,000 down payment, and the business will pay him $1,000 a month.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So so what she'll do is she'll basically the whole entire business pays itself off in like 8 months.
Yep.
Okay,
Technically,
so it's like
25 grand is what's coming out of my pocket.
it's like 150,000 or 150% return on your money in year one.
Right.
Incredible. Such a great deal.
Thank you. Yeah.
Love that. Now, what's more important is also the proving grounds for your family, your son, your daughter. Your daughter's amazing. You've got your family all going to college.
She loves the esthetician kind of stuff.
Of
so I was like,
course.
this is great.
And she's also, she shows up to the events with you. She wants to be like mom. She wants to be a business lady. And so you're giving her a platform to go and learn that. And that's worth millions of dollars to your future family.
By the way, I saw Asher posting the other day.
That's weird. Seeing my son posting on Instagram, that's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, so she talked about debt stack. Okay, so I want to, you guys want to write down any words you don't understand, phrases you don't understand. Debt stack is talked about in the vault. Now, I have something really cool. I'm wondering if you want to do this for me.
Okay.
See how I volunteer her?
Voluntold. Yeah.
I have the owner of smbmarket.com. They have 100,000 businesses on their website. To put that into perspective, our good friend Cody Sanchez, she's been on this stage multiple times. Cody Sanchez has a website called bizscout.com, that has 20,000 businesses on it. SMB Market has 100,000, and him and I have become good friends in the last little while. And I said, would you like to come in on some Thursday nights and talk about underwriting businesses and chat through stuff? And he's like, I would love that. I'll tell you what are the best businesses on the site, what you should look at, etc. And I'm thinking, if Ingrid wants to be doing a little bit more business stuff, would you mind interviewing him on Thursday nights for the whole community?
That would be amazing.
Would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have you and Sarah Pika get together. I'll connect you with Josh. He's the owner of the thing, and he's gonna bring the top 5 businesses on the website that somebody should put an offer on them and what the offers should look like. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Ingrid is gonna be in charge of that. That will be inside of our private community. So that's SubTo Gator, Top Tier TZ, 0 down. Anybody in the private community, you guys are welcome to that Zoom. If you guys don't know this, we are launching Deal Detective. Who does not know what Deal Detective is? Raise your hand. You've been sleeping on a rock. Okay, Deal Detective. Santino, you've been sleeping on a rock. I love this. Actually, I'm probably going to use you on Tuesdays. Okay, so
Another voluntold.
well, when you're a leader, you're a leader. You know.
That's right.
Okay, so here's what Deal Detective is. It's something that's launching in the evenings inside of our private community. So Mondays is single family. Abraham Gray and Nitin are currently running the Monday night. So how to make an offer, how to comp. Eddie Marin mentioned something earlier. He says, you got to know your comps. Well, where are you going to learn your comps? Well, you could go into the vault. You won't, but you could. Or you could show up to the Monday night Zooms on Single Family Deal Detective, where we go through 2 live deals that were done the week before, and then we do Q&A only on Single Family. Monday night, by the way, this starts 3 p.m. This happened this week for the first time, next week, and the week after, and the week after, and the week after. Every single Monday night is now Single Family. Tuesday night is multifamily, so we might need some Santino love there. Wednesdays is RV parks and mobile home parks. Thursdays is business buying. Friday is commercial and land. And then Saturday morning for the 9-to-5ers that can't show up on Monday through Friday, we have combo. Okay, so what are those Zooms? They're 3 hours long. They will be ran by professionals, and they'll basically look at 2 active deals and uncover the problem with those deals. Hey, what's the problem here? Should we submit an offer? Maybe we should follow up. What should I do with it? And help you guys kind of unravel what's going on there, okay? So Ingrid, if you guys want to see more of Ingrid, give me a yes in the side chat. And yes here, 1, 2, 3. Okay. If you guys want to see more of Ingrid, what we'll do is I'll have you and Sarah Pika do the interview with Josh 2 weeks in a row if you guys are cool with it.
Love it. Yes.
We will do it based on your schedule as long as it's on Thursday at 3 p.m. Okay?
Perfect.
All right, Ingrid, we're going to let you take 3 questions.
Yes.
One more time for Ingrid, guys, please.
Ooh. Thank you. By the way, how grateful am I that I get to, I literally, what I've been doing, and I cannot do it as well as he does, is watch Pace present. So give it up for Pace, who's our amazing leader for us, and somebody really amazing to aspire to. So awesome. All right, who's got a question? Laura. Yeah.
Oh, great presentation. I love the way you present, so thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
So it's about your first deal. So how do I get a first deal with business? Because you told me all about everybody retiring, and I love that.
Yeah.
But how do I do it, and what kind of conversations would I have with a potential seller? Like, how do I start that conversation with them?
Sure. Well, I would say be authentically you and be super curious about their business, build that rapport, and then you ask them about what their plan is on the retirement. So you ask, though, how can you? So one thing, and I may have gone through the slide really fast. There's 3 different ways that I presented. You can actually go onto the free websites, like Biz by Sell or SMB, like Pace just mentioned, and actually do outreach through their brokers. Or you can actually physically go to the businesses, see who's, play a little bit of detective of like who's the owner. Obviously, data is going to be the best if it is somebody who is older and how they've registered their LLC. This is where Justin Tumanowski is going to help me. So we're going to have that data for you if you donate at least $100 to Paz de Cristo, because I just can't help myself. But those are all different ways that you can engage with a seller. And then the questions that you need answered, And this slide deck will be provided out to everybody. It said, like, here are the things you need to identify, right? Like, what's their motivation? Are they going to be retiring? It's very similar to single family, okay? You guys know the 4 pillars of single family? What condition is the property in, right? So you want to know, like, do they need new systems? Is their equipment up to date? Depending on what type of business it is, right? Do they still have warranted equipment? That's important. And do they have, like, the wellness spa that I have, he's got an extra 2 chillers in the back in case a chiller breaks. And those chillers last 3 to 5 years minimum. So he's like, the one that's on the the cold plunge is still working, and it's 3 years old. You're probably still good for another 3 to 5 years, honestly, the way it's worked. And so you're good. You're good for the next decade on your chillers should it fail. So that's very much like single family, right? Remember I said you could take your skills forward. The other is, what's the motivation of the seller? Are they looking to retire? Are they moving? What's happening there, right? Another is, what price would they want? If they could sell their business, what price would they sell it at? Don't we ask for price in single family? Remember, you guys are going to take these skills forward if you've done single family, right? And then the last is their timeline. How fast do they want to move? If you can start there with the 4 pillars that you have already learned in single family, you can transition that into sellers as well. So you just start there. You start with curiosity. Now, if you're ready to buy, then you have to position yourself as a buyer. You don't have to be bankable, but you may need to be bankable. So I always recommend taking care of your credit score so that a bank can give you money. But seller finance is really what I focused on, because it's really a way for us to be able to give sellers more money than they expect, but put terms that we can still cash flow. And where did we learn that from? Single family houses, right? So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, the first 7 days, what would you do?
The first 7 days.
First 7 days.
Okay, so my first 7 days is I would either go on that website search. So let me define what I think is a 7-day deal versus what maybe other people. Getting a deal in 7 days does not mean I'm going to close a deal in 7 days. That wellness spa, it took me 1 day. You want to know why? Because I am a social media addicted mama. I'm a junkie. I can't help it. And I was in these wholesaler groups, and I saw somebody go, I have a seller selling an asset sale on a wellness. I was like, direct message. Hey, reach out to me. I'm interested. The next day, we're talking about everything, and I already sent an LOI. That's how fast it happened. And then by that Friday, I walked it. So if you know I will tell you, every mindset coach tells you this too, by the way. My friend Marlon Johnson really helped me with this. If you can create clarity on exactly what you want, your brain is going to help you find it. And I would argue that's probably the most, if you're not finding your deals, you have a confused brain. You need to fix that, what's called your RAS, reticular activating system. Your RAS doesn't know what you want. You need to prime your RAS is what I call it. It's so funny because I have a business partner named Raz. I don't prime him. But yes, reticular activating system so that it now knows what to look for. So when I was like, you know what, I don't know what business do I want. I'm getting all crunchy with all my PEMF stuff and my copper stuff. I'm like becoming a hippie. And I'm like, what kind of business do I want? I want a wellness business. The minute I said that, I swear I started seeing wellness stuff everywhere. I got Carolyn, who is one of my private money lenders on one of our deals, and she's all into wellness. And I'm like, people are just like, I'm just getting all these wellness people. And it started with, what did I want? And it was in my brain. So, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Ingrid. I'm Chris Rosenberg. Thank you for both the sexy data and the excellent jokes.
Okay.
She just came out here for this is her first time in this office.
Oh.
Yes.
And
I'm 10
she's
days
met
in.
a bunch of leaders, and she's like, this has already changed my life. So thank you for being that.
I love it.
We need more women on the stages, just FYI, and I would say that our community has done a really good job of that.
Totally.
And Ingrid inspires a lot of other women to get on the stage. So thank you, Ingrid. You're awesome.
Thank you. Yeah.
I love all of that. So thank you for your presentation. It was excellent. My question was, do you feel like this is a new chapter of your fix and flip? Like there are a lot of opportunities, like you were saying, like no digitization, no ability to, actually actively be marketing and acquiring or increasing their, lifetime customer value, things like that. So are you looking to buy and hold because you have your management team in place? Because I see you're focusing on health and wellness for that vertical. Or are you kind of looking for a fix and flip where you would up level and increase the value? And then there are a lot of PE firms that are executing roll-up strategies specific to a vertical. So I was just wondering, like, overall, what are your portfolio goals, or is it a mix and you're evaluating?
All right, thank you for the big words and the big question. For me right now, it's really transitioning from single-family homes to a more commercial-based portfolio, and selling off my single-family houses in the next 3 to 5 years. So my goal is to get out of the fix and flip business and have this be my active income, so then I can go buy bigger real estate like RV parks, or even better, when I buy a business that already has commercial in it, that is handling handling businesses that are in the scope of what interests me, and wellness is a thing that very much interests me. So to say what's my target? Right now, my target is a little bit smaller, which is buy 2 businesses by the end of the year that are cash flowing me, so that then I can completely let go of all my single family stuff. Because I'm an agent, I still handle I don't personally handle. I give them to my husband or my brother who have licenses as well. And then I've stopped fixing and flipping in Arizona. So I don't know if that tells you a little bit. Yeah, I just figured it's almost like a different version of fixing. Yeah, you can think of it. Absolutely. And that's what's so great. Like, this is why when people poo-poo on the single family strategy, I was like, single family teaches you so much. Like, this is me upscaling myself from what I learned in single family, for sure. Yeah. I think I'm supposed to pick somebody.
Yeah, we got to take one. Here's the cool thing. You're in the room, and so is she.
Yeah.
So you should, when we go on break or whatever at lunch, you should grab her. I don't know how long she's going to be here. I
However
asked
long
her,
you need me.
Oh, thank you. You're the best. So she'll answer you privately. Ask one in the side chat. What do we got?
Okay. Ooh, my goodness. Wait, am I supposed to do the Zoom or the Zoom, right?
Yeah, do Zoom.
Oh my God, Jackson built me a dissertation here. Okay, as a first-time buyer acquiring an established business, what are the best operational strategies to ensure a smooth transition during the first 90 days? How should I handle staff retention and protect the company's reputation if the business currently lacks a middle management team?
Can I ask you to not answer that question?
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to answer slightly.
I'll let you answer the way you want. I'm just going to tell, like, a lot of newbies, and you see this all the time like I do.
Yeah, it's like me.
They ask how to pronounce letter Z, and they haven't learned how to pronounce B.
Yeah.
They're like, well, what about Z? What about the transition to the company that I haven't looked at, and I have not even submitted one offer on single deal, and I have not learned what NOI is or cap rate or anything else? I need to know, how do I transition the employees right now? That's super important. I need to know it, or else I won't take any action.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
By the way, I know this because it's been in my brain too when I was new. Hi, Christy Frazier. Good to see you. I've had this as well. So I would try and answer the question from the perspective of somebody who's just starting out. That question actually does not help and benefit anybody.
Fair. Okay, so let's see what we have on here. Answer that question.
Or maybe you answer the question in the sense of, would I want to buy a business that has a massive amount of staff that I would have to transition in the first place?
Yeah, for sure. If here's how I would pivot a little bit. So what I said about my background route, right? I have 20 years of corporate experience. A lot of that was leadership. A lot of that was learning, what was the guys like, first seek to understand, then seek to be understood. Gosh. I know, I've gone through a lot of leadership training. I'm a high D, high I, so I know my DISC assessment, all kinds of stuff. So I have the skills to go do something like that as my first business, and I'm not afraid of staff, right? Because I had to deal with people who didn't even finish high school, and then I made them the professionals they should be in a business, right? And that was one of the things that I was super proud of. Whenever staff that came through my department got up-leveled and they got a promotion, I was like, I helped do that. it excited me, right? So first, I think it's some of your advice, which is you need to know thyself. To thyself be true. Can you handle leadership like that? And if you don't even know what I'm talking about from a leadership standpoint, don't do it. You are not ready to handle people and all their little quirks, okay? Instead, partner up if you can't be that person. You have to assess, do I have somebody with strong leadership and operational strategy? If it's not me, I better have somebody who could do that. One other thing I said, right? Digital ads, marketing. Am I that person, or do I need to partner up with someone like that? Or do I know somebody who's really good and we can hire them and then they can help me with that gap? So I would start first, do a gap assessment on yourself. If you're not sure what you're missing, the E-Myth is a really great book to read to kind of get a sense of what do I need to know as a business owner to be prepared for that next step. Traction, amazing. If you guys are in Owners Club, we've gone through Traction. I got that big, I was like, oh my God, I got a present, because I didn't take the folder home. And the present was the big ass folder with the EOS stuff in it, which is great. That's a resource, you know, for your transition. So if you are somebody who needs to have that game plan before you buy, those are two great ways to start. And then there's actually a book called The First 90 Days. So if you're hiring leaders or people who are an important key person in your business, go read that book, so that now you know what you would do when you're hiring somebody to make sure you hold them accountable for the first 90 days. So those are just simple things. They seem simple. They're actually quite comprehensive, but it requires a lot of self-reflection, and it requires a lot of understanding who you are. Okay?
I know who you are. A badass presenter. Give it up for Ingrid Hernandez. You're the best. Okay, cool. How did you find a good wholesale group, and was the group you were in on Facebook to find your... Okay, so guys, go to smbmarket.com if you guys are looking to buy a business. They basically aggregate all of the other business websites and put them all into one place, smbmarket.com. Those are on market. Why is on market better for newer people? On market is better for newer people. I don't like on market. I prefer off market. That's where I started. Why do I like off market? Because I'm good at talking to people. I can talk about anything at any time in any moment with any type of person. I know my audience, usually. And when I first started in real estate in 2013, I was direct to seller. I didn't even know direct to agent was a thing until 2018. I was in the business 5 years. And I'm like, people work with those freaking agents? And I had done probably 500, 600, 700 deals by that point, and I was all direct to seller. So I learned that skill of being thrown in the middle of something and convincing somebody to sell their house to me that wasn't even quite ready or sure they were ready to sell their property. Versus on market, they have been so sure. Think about this. If you're looking to buy a business, they've been so sure they want to sell their business. They've probably interviewed 10 or 15 other business brokers, or at least one. And that business broker had to come to their house, schedule an appointment, work around their schedule, their kids, their this, that, and the other, to get into their house, and then sign a listing agreement, and then extract enough data to put it on a website that you could see it. They have worked really hard to let you buy their shit, okay? So on market is an awesome place for newer people to start. Now, if I were you, here's what I would do. Find the Owners Club members that are buying businesses, latch into them, and what I would also do is show up on Thursday nights when we are underwriting businesses. A number one skill, if you want to buy anything, and hold it, okay? Eddie talked about, I need money today. I need today money, okay? That's Eddie, what Eddie talked about. Ingrid is talking about, I want forever money. There's 3 types of money. There's today money, tomorrow money, forever money. Today money is wholesaling, disposition. I'm going to do some quick deals. I'm going to do some gator lending, some really quick ones, okay? Then today money is, I'm going to jump into some fix and flips or some development. I'm going to build some houses. I've got all of these going on. I'm building 15 houses in Seattle. I've got deals I'm wholesaling. I know I can't talk about everything I do because I have big teams, right? You see this big office? I ain't doing one type of deal, right? I'm trying to be a multifaceted business owner because I want to be excited when I wake up in the morning. I don't want to be like, gosh, we're going to wholesale another deal to get today. No, I want to expand and I want to learn things, so I have multiple teams. But what I would do is I'd go to Owners Club members that are buying businesses specifically, and on Thursday night, here's what I would give you advice for buying a business specifically. Thursday night, I'm giving this to the full community. Do you know how hard it is to freaking do this? Oh my gosh, it's so hard. We are going to teach you guys how to underwrite a business. And all you have to do is go through the activity of reaching out to those brokers and go, hey, I am looking for more information. Go through the process of underwriting that business. How many people were here for Zero to Hero this week? Did you learn so much about underwriting RV parks this week? At least enough to know, holy crap, I don't know everything. And also there's some words I might need to know tomorrow. Isn't that also progress? Okay, so when people are like, oh my gosh, I'm overwhelmed. Good. Then you know what to work on. It's like going to the gym, or for the men in here that like golf, it's when you go to the range and you freaking shank one right, you shank one left, you go, dude, I'm all over the place. At least you know where you're at. Okay? At least you know where you're at versus I don't even know where to start. For me, she's so cute. By the way, hey, Andrew, you do not need to worry about her in this room. You let her do whatever the heck she wants to do. Do we all agree with that, guys? Okay, cool. So here's what I would do. I would learn how to underwrite. And if you knew what to say no to, oh my gosh, girl, go and take that skill. Ask yourself this question on a piece of paper. Do I know what to say no to? Don't put the pressure on yourself of I need to go buy something. Put the pressure on yourself that in the next 30 days, using the access I have of this incredible community, I want to know how to say no to stuff. Then you can tell me why it's a no, and then you can tell me how to fix it. Okay, I'll give you a good example of this. Mundo, do you mind if I take 3 minutes for this? Mundo's actually going to be one of my favorite presentations today because I got a good story to lead in with him, okay? Okay, so there's an RV park that is actively for sale. I just called the broker. I talked to the broker. Where did this lead come from? It came from somebody in this room for the last 4 days. It came from Cynthia on Nancy Heckle's team. Good to see you, Nancy. We love you. And Darren, I don't know where you are, but we love you too. Came from your guys. There he is. So came from your team. Cynthia, newer member of the community, is like, all right, I'm going to start calling brokers. She runs into an RV park in Coffeyville, Arkansas, okay? And she finds that this RV park that this broker has had under contract for a year, he is not the broker. He's actually a wholesaler. He actually has it under contract. The seller has signed off on this purchase price. I'll tell you in a second. 155 pads. If you know the answer already, don't say it out loud because some of you guys were here this week. 155 pads, newer build, probably a 10-year-old park. What do you think the price is on a 155 30-acre pad RV park? Just take a wild guess. $6 million? Okay, you'd be almost 9 times overpriced. They're trying to sell it for $749,000. Okay, why? Yes, American dollars. Why? Well, you got to uncover why. There you go. Girl, if you knew that skill, I want you to write that down. The number one skill you need to acquire is why. We are deal detectives. I want to detect what is going on with that deal. Why is it not selling? What the heck is going on? And Cynthia, who's newer, she's just like, okay, I'm new. My job is to set appointments for Nancy and Darren Heckle. That's what we do in this community. We collaborate. We work with each other, right? I can't even imagine. I know I've met people that Mundo has changed their life. That's our next presenter. That just called Mundo. Hey, I'm Indianapolis leader. My name is Mundo. I'll help you wherever. And there's so many people come to me and go, dude, without Mundo, I wouldn't have got my first deal. That's what we do in this community. So Cynthia did a great job going to the Heckles. What do? Heckles say, call a broker. Let's start generating leads. So this lead pops up. Cynthia's kind of gangster too. Is Cynthia in here, by the way? Oh, there she is. Hey, sweet woman. And you were sitting right in that same spot. Cynthia, what do? I don't even know Cynthia yet. I'm like just getting to know her. And I walk up behind her, see her cute shirt, bubbling joy, energy coming from her. And I see that she's on a speakerphone call and the phone is ringing. And the broker picks up and she goes, hi, this is Pace Morby right next to me. Here you go. And she hands the phone to me. Okay, so Cynthia happened like that, right? She did not warn me. I was just standing there. Hi, Cynthia. Hey, here's the broker. Boom, here you go. So I talked to the broker. I figured out what was going on with his RV park. Okay, and this is the skill you're missing right now. Why is this skill so important is because when you look at a business, you go, I don't know if this is good, bad, or indifferent. Guess what? 100% of them are bad deals when you first look at them. It's not until you add creative finance and structure to them, like what Ingrid just did, that made that deal work. Okay, so you need to know, why is this a bad deal? And how do I make this thing work? So what did we do? I asked the broker, I said, would the seller be open to seller finance? Broker says, absolutely not. He's so opposed to it. Why? Newbies don't ask why. They go, okay, click. Ingrid, me, Mundo, Santino, leaders in this room are like, it's itching in my brain. I need to know why would they be opposed. I cannot get off the phone until you tell me. And so he goes, oh, great question. The previous buyer bought it on Creative Finance and ran it into the ground, and now it's 100% vacant. Okay. So this thing's 100% vacant, 155 pads, and the previous buyer sucked at operations. And guess what he tried to do? Everything on his own. This is what Ingrid also just talked about. These are the things that are so important with what she talked about. She's like, you got to have a team. I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm not good at. I'm going to bring these people on my team. So again, that's number 2 you need. Number 1 is, why is it not a deal? Who can help me fix it? And if I went to Mundo, he could help me come up with 100 different creative finance strategies. If I went to Ingrid, I went to Santino, I went to the Heckles, I went to other people in this room, I went to Ella Gorin. She's going to talk about Morby method today. If I went to Yana, I could go to these people in this room and go, please help me fix this structure, okay? I would say Ingrid's just as good as I am at creative structure. She just does it in Spanish, so it's a little confusing for the sellers. Okay, so how do we make this a good deal? That's my next. So number 1, how do I know it's not a deal? I want to know not why it is. I want to know why it isn't, because 100% of them are bad deals. If it's listed and it's a good deal, it gets bought in one day. Period. Okay? I've never been on Tinder, but I imagine if there is a good catch on Tinder, they're dating somebody that day. Meanwhile, if there's somebody with like an eye patch and a wooden arm and like a missing leg and like they have an octopus tentacle coming out, they're probably not going to get picked up right away. Okay? So I said, would the seller be willing to do no payments for 2 years while I come in and operate the park and I bring revenue in? So I have no payments, I have no closing costs, I have nothing. He goes, well, I don't know. I go, well, get him on the phone. Seller gets on the phone. I go, hey, if I could show that I'm a credible buyer, that I can actually operate this asset and I own 20 other RV parks, would you be willing to do a deal like this? He goes, absolutely. When can you fly out and see the park? Okay. What percentage of deals are going to be like this, Mundo, where you have to make the call and change the structure? I'd say 100%. And have that as an expectation. Okay, so do you know who you're going to collaborate with in this community yet? You're in Flagstaff, so there's like 45 members up there. Make sure that, number 1, utilize this room. Any of the speakers will be your friend for life. I promise you that, okay? So use the people in this room. That's number 1. Number 2 is, can I learn the skill of saying no in the next 30 days? I know why that's not a good deal. I know what NOI is. I know what cap rate is. Those are things that take a couple of hours. By the way, I have a whole glossary term. I'll email it out to everybody today. Well, everybody that registered for this, I'll email out that whole thing. Now, I'm going to look at this and go, I know why it's not a good deal. Why is this not a good deal at $749, even though it's 155 pads? By the way, I have RV parks that are 80 pads that are worth $5 million. This is 155 pads for $749. It's still not a deal. Why? Because do I want to deploy $750,000 in a small town called Coffeyville, Arkansas, or Kansas, whatever it is, same thing, just switch up the letters. I'm an elitist about Arizona. It's the best state on the planet. So it's not a good deal because now we have a park with property taxes and payroll and all this kind of stuff that has zero revenue. Do you see why we don't like this? But if we bought it on a lease with an option to purchase, right? A lot of people think we only learn seller finance, SubTo, Morby methods. We also do a lot of lease options. So I could lease this with an option to buy it, and I can say, hey, as we generate revenue, I'm going to take 90% of the revenue to make the park better, and I'm going to give you 10% of it as my lease payment. You can set up a lease payment to literally be 10% of the revenue. That could be your lease payment. There's so many ways to skin the cat. It's crazy. So number 1, find out what kind of business you want. Start looking at them and tell me why it's a no. Who are you going to work with inside the community to understand how to make it a yes, and then start making offers on that. And do not buy your first business on your own. Okay? Single family. Now, I'm going to tell you guys something interesting before I tee up Mundo. Ben is not in here, but you guys know Ben, our videographer. Ben is also a gold digger as a hobby. Did he start in the really challenging parts of the country that require more expensive tools and understanding of like different fault lines? Or did he start where he's like, I know I can go get little flakes and little wins right now. I can get little flakes today, literally. If we drive 30 minutes up the road in Black Canyon City in Phoenix, Arizona, on your way home, by the way, you drive right through there. You ever see the sign Crown King? You go to Crown King, it's called the Circle of Fire right there. It is gold speckle dust city. You go into any of the old rock beds, and there's little cheap tools you can use to find a speck of gold today. Today, guaranteed 100%. That's single family. If I want small wins right now, I'm going to go to single family. And I'm going to learn, how do I find the gold? What are the things I should worry about? What's the terminology? And then when I want to go to the nuggets, I got a little bit more competition. I got to buy a little bit more expensive tools, meaning I got to know, I never had to know what NOI was in single family. You don't have, there's terminology you're going to have to learn when you want to go after bigger nuggets. Then what Ben does is he goes from specs to bigger nuggets, and he goes, I had to learn some tools, but he's like, literally 80% of what I needed to know in this, I learned in the smaller specs. So why am I saying this to you? You seem like you want more businesses than single family, but there's people watching right now that single family might be the better fit for them. They have to make that personal choice for themselves and say, you know what, I need wins right now. I don't want to wait 60 days to close. I want to get a deal in the next couple of weeks. Can you get a business under contract in one day? Yes, Ingrid showed you that. Okay. Now, Ben goes, I'm going to go for the crazy stuff. So he goes all the way to California. This just happened 45 days ago. He goes off the beaten path for like the crazy big veins of gold. And he gets poison oak, and he has to go in the hospital for a month with steroids, and he couldn't move, and he's literally scarred from this. So my point is, you have to make a determination on where you start. For me, this is just a life of self-discovery. I want to progress every day. I don't care about being a billionaire or a trillionaire. I care about progressing tomorrow. And I think everybody else does. When you feel momentum, progress, you learn something new, you have a new relationship, that feels like you made $1 million that day. And so when you're just doing that every day, right? You do that every single day. I heard this quote yesterday, final thing, and I'll tee up Mundo. Discipline that is done every single, okay, here it is. When you have discipline, every day feels the exact same. When you don't have discipline, every year feels like the exact same. And what that means is that when you have discipline and you're doing these things, I'm learning how to underwrite, I'm submitting offers every single week, I'm hearing no, why it's a no, how to structure, how to restructure, asking questions. When you're in the moment, you don't feel progress. But you wake up in a year and you go, I am not the same person. Ingrid is not the same person as the girl I met 5 years ago. Mundo's not the same person I met 4 years ago. Santino's not the same person. This dude's a gangster. Every single day he grows, and same with me. I learn something new every day. So for me, the activities I would look at for any one of these choices I make is, what is the thing I'm doing today? It would be, did I know why this deal? You should look at a deal every day for 20 minutes. And your goal is not to buy it. Your goal is to say why this is not a good deal. That's the goal. Do you know how to say that? No. Why are people afraid of looking at deals? Is because they go, if I look at it, I have to then submit an offer. No, you don't. Don't commit to it. Just tell me why that business is not selling. Tell me what's wrong with it. That's the first skill you should acquire with buying a business. Make sense? It's a very long-winded answer, but I hope that was helpful for other people. Okay. Mundo Sanchez, I already talked about this man. He is a great leader. A lot of people in Indianapolis and the country have learned from this man. In fact, for a long time, he was focusing primarily on the Morby method. The Morby method is one of 26 strategies that we teach inside of our community. SubTo, seller finance, novation agreements, lease options, dating contracts, agreements for sale, all of these types of things. Morby method is just one of them. Mundo, you taught the whole semester on that. The man who taught the Morby method semester in the community is this man, but there's a cool story that just happened this year. In Owners Club in San Antonio, somebody asked me a question of, if I had to start over from scratch, I lost my job, I have no money, I have to rebuild everything in my life, what would I do in the next 30 days to change my life? And I said, hold my Diet Coke. Let me write this down. So I went through an hour-long answer, and that answer was, I would go buy an RV park, and I would move my family into that RV park, and I would make that RV park my new office where I lived. It would pay all my utilities, my rent, obviously all of those types of things, and I would then start working on my second. Well, Mundo Sanchez goes, I got that. And in like a week, he has an RV park under contract. And within like 40-something days, he basically moves into this RV park in Sturgis, South Dakota, basically. I know it's not Sturgis. Its closest town is what? Deadwood. Okay, so Deadwood, where they have all the Harley rallies and all that kind of stuff, people walking around with leather and all sorts of things are going on over there. I went over there. It's just people in chaps, and it's great. And I went and saw this park, and what Mundo did was fast, and he relied on a lot of people in the community. He did not do this on his own, but he went and attacked this with fervor, and he went out and he bought Custer's Crossing in South Dakota in like 40 days, closed. So this man has done a lot of different types of deals. Today, he's going to talk about RV parks and how he would go get one in a week or less. So let's give it up for Mundo Sanchez.
Thank you.
Kill it, brother, kill it.
All right, we're going to talk about how to get an RV park in 7 days. And this is not single family, okay? This is a larger asset class, and it's going to require a lot of work. And we're first going to talk about mindset. I'm sure there's some people here. You guys went to Squat Up Summit. Who went to Squat Up Summit last year? Awesome, awesome. You know, last year there was this absolute lunatic that showed up with a sign, and he had to fund his way to Squat Up Summit by doing nothing else other than getting a deal, using no money, just his knowledge and resources. Whatever he used to fund his way there, that was his budget for the whole trip. And he booked a one-way ticket and had to close a deal and get enough money to book his ticket home from Squat Up Summit. So that was me. And so this is the level that it takes. This was me last year, literally walking around with a sign very similar to this. And you have to put yourself in a position that you really have no other choice but to close. Real quick, think about what you love the most. I assume family, right? Anyone? Family? What happens if you only had 7 days, and if you didn't get an RV park under contract or under LOI, that's how we're going to define getting a deal here, because it's a longer process, you lose your whole family. Exactly. The amount of action you will take when you've created this level of fear, it'll be impossible for you not to get an RV park, right? And that's the approach that I have when I'm looking at deals. And so you really have to get yourself in that frame of mind. You know, I did have an easy childhood. I didn't think I'd get emotional today, but I suffered a lot of abuse, both physical and mental. Mental was the worst, okay? So when I was 14, I got a speeding ticket. I think I was driving like 27 in a 20 in a speed zone, in a school zone. Got a ticket, ended up being like $400.
Bro, did you just say you got a speeding ticket at 14?
Oh, maybe I was 16. Yeah.
Okay, I'm like, I would have given you a ticket too, dog.
16 when I first started driving. I'm older now, so I forget my years. And so I get a ticket. It was like $400. I come home. I'm just absolutely terrified because, again, I didn't have the greatest childhood. And I got my car taken away. Pretty normal response, right? And I was told I had to pay back the ticket. Pretty normal response. Well, what wasn't normal is that I was told to go get a job that day, start walking on foot, don't come back home until I get a job. And I knew if I didn't come home with a freaking job that day, it was going to be a bad day. I had literally no other choice but to find a job. And so I'm walking around. I actually applied at McDonald's, and they turned me down. So that was pretty fun. They actually didn't have a application in English, so I had to fill it out in Spanish. And I'm like not even a real Mexican. I'm like, I don't even speak Spanish. So I had to like figure out how am I going to fill out this application? And they didn't even call me back. So I'm walking home, you know, sad, depressed. And I know giving up is not an option. Like, there is no other option. I have to find a job. And so I'm walking home, and my best friend's dad, he's driving by just by chance, and he sees me, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And I tell him the story, and he's just, because he knew my dad, he was like, he just kind of chuckled, and so he actually took me to his place of work. So he worked at a retirement community. And so he gave me an opportunity. I had to go interview with, it was a restaurant. So I worked, that was my first job. I worked at a restaurant as a waiter. So one of the biggest benefits of working as a waiter is you get tips, right? Well, I was getting paid minimum wage with no tips. Like, that's pretty rough. In a retirement home, they either loved me or absolutely hated me, right? And so I ended up getting a job that day, came home, got my job, and, you know, from a pretty young age, you know, I developed that, like, fortitude, because, like, I didn't have another option. Like, that was going to happen, and whatever I set my mind to, it will happen. And so we're going to talk about what I would do if I had 7 days to get an RV park. So mindset is definitely the biggest one. And really the overall strategy here is your value, whatever skill set that you bring to the table, that opens the door, but you being resourceful is what closes that deal. And so I'm going to give you kind of a playbook that we'll talk about that is not coming from me in terms of, hey, I have an RV park, I've done, you know, a lot of deals, like, that's cool, whatever. This is a playbook that the only skill set you need is just to be resourceful and someone who just doesn't give up. So does anyone want to check that out? Yeah. Let's do it. All right, so we're going to start off by day one, figuring out what in the heck do you want to buy. And you may not know that, right? What I would recommend doing is going to other leaders, look at their buy box. Eddie talked about it earlier today. Don't ask them for their buy box. Go find it. Figure out what you want to buy, because if you can't figure out what you want to buy, how are you going to be able to articulate that to anybody? So that is like the most important thing. Discovering your superpower. So figure out what makes you unique. Now we'll talk about here in a second the different roles and avatars to close a transaction. There is something that you bring to the table that no one else can bring, and if you feel like you don't have anything else, you have time, right? And that's something that really experienced buyers don't have. They don't have time. So figure out what resources you have and skill sets. And there's probably a lot of people have a W-2, right? You have a skill set. You're employed for a reason. You're not unemployed like me. You have a skill set, and you're paid for that skill set, and that is probably transferable in some way to real estate. So figure out what that is, figure out what your weaknesses are, and fill in the gaps. And so I'm going to talk about real quick something that I think is a little bit unique. So are there any bird dogs in the room? In the side chat? Yeah? Okay. What about experienced buyers? So we have some experienced buyers? Yeah? And has anyone thought, you know, I'm sure everyone's heard of doing an orbit program and running an internship and things like that. Ella, I don't know where she's at. I know she runs a really successful orbit program. Where's Ella at? She's not here? It's a lot of work, right?
She's getting ready. She's up after you.
It's a lot of work. And so for the experienced buyers in the room, what if someone could come in and run your orbit program for you? Yeah. Would you want that?
Dude,
right?
Are you offering?
Not me.
Okay.
No. Let's pump the brakes on that. So if I'm new, I'm going to figure out what my superpower is. So bird dogs in the room, I'm sure you've probably sent DMs to experienced people. They're really busy. You probably made a mistake and asked for their buy box, and they probably didn't respond. Does anyone have that experience? So you have to position yourself with as much value as possible when you're reaching out to an experienced buyer. If you want to level up, whether you want to get some reps in single family, some active income, or skip into RV parks, for example, you need to be bringing more resources to the table other than just sending a Crexy link, okay? So what I would do, again, in this roadmap, I have no skills. right? Other than I'm just resourceful and I'm gonna figure it out. What I would do is I would make a post in SubTo community or whatever community you're a part of and just say, hey, I'm putting together a team. I'm new, we're all gonna learn together, and I'm working with a credible buyer, and we're gonna get a deal done in 7 days or 14 days or whatever. So just by doing that, you're gonna get people reaching out to you. And what you're gonna do is use your superpower, figure out what other people's superpowers are, form a team, and then take that team, and what the real gangster thing would be is get on a Zoom call, maybe do some selfies with your team to show you have a team, reach out to a buyer that's experienced and say, hey, I wanna truly wedge into this deal with you. I have a team of 7 people that I've curated with a bunch of different skill sets. We all have time, we all have different skill sets. I'm gonna come and run your orbit program. I just need a little bit of your time to give us some guidance, and I will do the blocking and tackling for you and manage your team. So if you took that approach and tried to wedge yourself into the deal, I can assure you, you're gonna find a much better opportunity than what you would get if you just sent a Crexy leak. Maybe you get paid a couple $1,000s. Now you have a seat at the table. So that's exactly what I would do.
Mundo, this is such a good, I had no idea you were going to talk about this, but Ella Gorin has a brand new SubTo member. His name's Igor, okay? And he is from Brazil, and he basically illegally immigrated to the United States just to run her bird dog program.
Wow.
That's how resourceful he was, okay? And he currently is running it for her. He runs the Zooms, he organizes the leads, he communicates with everybody so she can spend more time on the phone closing the deals. Dude, you could not have brought up a better topic, because that is exactly what I see really smart, resourceful people doing. Love this.
Give it up for Ella. That's awesome. That's awesome. So once you have your team assembled on day one, and you can see here at the bottom, I did some time blocking for each day. That is critical to your success. You have to clear your schedule. I know for myself, I got so many things going on, and I really have to time block and get super, super focused and dialed in. And if you're trying to create a roadmap of like, hey, I have to get a deal in 7 days or I'm gonna lose my family, you really need to spend some time thinking about that on day one to set yourself up for success. And so kind of looking at all the different skill sets that you need, you're setting up your team on day one. You're getting JV agreements on day one. Whatever your partnership agreement looks like, there's nothing worse than getting into a partnership. Someone sends a link, they think they're getting paid 50 grand, and you're not thinking they're getting paid 50 grand, and now you have a problem. It's much easier to talk about that when there is no deal than when you have a deal under contract and now there's money on the line. So get that dialed in day one. Day two, go find your credibility partner, that experienced buyer that I was talking about. Take your team that you just formed, go find that buyer, wedge yourself into the deal, and hit the ground running. So you need to be generating leads every single way you can think of. Direct to agent, direct to seller, wholesale, bird dog. Like, you cannot focus on 1 or 2 leads because your family's literally gonna get taken away from you at the end of the 7 days. Like, that's what's on the line. You have to throw as many irons into the fire as possible to set yourself up for success. You should be posting on social media. Even if you don't know what to say, just the fact that you're looking at, hey, my team called, or I called 30 leads today, right? Here's what I learned. They told me to pound sand on 10 of them. They didn't answer on this. And I can assure you there's something that you'll learn and have a takeaway from every single call. Every post you make in the community is another opportunity to attract more people, and that's building your value as you position that onto someone's team for your buyer, because your buyer, your credibility partner, not that they don't want to manage that, but they have so much going on. Even if they want to, they don't have the time to do it, okay? So you're trying to position yourself with as much value as possible. In days 2 through 4, you need to be generating as many leads as you can. And we'll cover here in a second, we'll talk about kind of like the pipeline of what does that look like? How many leads do I need to generate? But this gives you a good framework. If you look by day 4, you should already be sending LOIs. Day 5, you should be listening to closer calls. Even on day 4, you should be asking your closer, which is probably your credibility partner, hey, let me just be on the fly on the wall so I can listen and hear the objections. The call, like, I've done a lot of deals, but the call that Pace had last night, like, I'm going to go watch that on replay like 20 times because that was a freaking masterclass. Dude, that was such an amazing call. I'm going to create a script out of the record. I mean, that was a freaking masterclass. And so one thing about getting something under an LOI, it's going to take time. You're not going to have someone on the other side that knows that you're going to lose your family in 7 days if you don't get this deal right now. Even if you guys agree to terms, you're probably going to have a seller that's going to kind of be thinking about it, milling on it for a day or two. Like, things will take time. So you will know by day 3 or 4 whether or not you're trending towards closing. And so ultimately the goal is at the end of the 7 days, you should be getting a deal under an LOI. And if you look at the time block down here, I have working 14 hours a day, okay? What I would be doing, even if I had a job, what I would be doing during the day, I would be making phone calls, or someone on the team would be making phone calls. If you see kind of throughout the week, I have different things, different days. I have underwriting, I have education, learning. There's a lot of skills. If you don't have these skills, you need to be spending your time learning the skills. I can assure you every single resource you need is in the SubTo Vault. Every single one. When I first joined SubTo, this is probably not the right way to do it, but this is what I did. I spent the first 6 months. It became my second full-time job. I spent 40 hours a week in the SubTo Vault, literally just watching recording after recording after recording after recording. Now, the thing that I did a little bit different is that I wanted to arm myself with knowledge before I got started. The cheat code would really be just partnering on a team and learning, you know, through that experience. But I didn't get stuck on the Zooms. I got to a point where it's like, got it. Now I'm going to go take action. And I had a good foundation for me to grow on. But if you don't know these skills, how to send an LOI, how to do underwriting, hopefully someone on your team does. Hopefully your credibility partner can help you out and learn that. But you should be blocking off time to fill in the gaps. The answers to your questions, I assure you, they are in the community somewhere. And so if you really have 7 days and your family's going to be taken away, you have to work 14 hours a week. You really have no other choice. What is in your dugout? So what are the resources you need to actually do this? A lot of this stuff can be for free. So Deal Sauce is really the only paid thing on here. If you don't have the money, I'm pretty sure there's a free trial for Deal Sauce so you can sign up for. There's also free softwares like PropWire. You just need some way to generate leads. Then you have the Facebook group, which is probably the most valuable resource you can have. There's over, I mean, gosh, I don't even know how many people are in the community now. There's like over 20,000 people in SubTo. I mean, the community is massive. You will find everything you need within the community, but you have to do something called taking action in order to get it. Then all you really need is a computer, some spreadsheets to track everything. It's great that you can get to a point where you're taking action, but if you're not following up with that by taking notes, documenting everything, it's going to be impossible for you to get that because you need to be looking at 300 deals, 300 RV park opportunities for you to actually land on hopefully one. There's no way you can memorize all that. So you're going to need something, just a spreadsheet or a notepad, anything to be tracking all that. And then obviously you're going to need your phone. You can see it's not very expensive for you to get started in doing this. Literally anyone can do it. And if we talk about the road to the show, so again, I come from a baseball background, so that's presentation is baseball themed. But you should be looking at least 300 park opportunities at a minimum. you should take so much action that it would be impossible for you to fail, okay? You should be looking at 100 parks from a napkin math perspective. I call it napkin math. I'll do some super, super light underwriting.
Mundo, quick question. Between the 300 to the 100, I'm looking at 300, and I'm basically filtering the ones out that are too small, too big, whatever it is, so that I go only to the 100 that are in my buy box. Is that correct?
Correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. And when you get enough repetition, you will know, especially if you did your job on day one, you set up your buy box. For me, my buy box is 250K NOI. So if I'm looking at a park that's like, oh, that's a really cool park, but NOI is 87,000, I'm not going to waste any time on that because I've made a mental decision I'm not going beneath that, right? And so getting to the opportunities, when I find those opportunities that meet the 250K NOI or more, that's where I'm going to start my quick napkin math underwriting. Just do some basic underwriting. I may spend 5 minutes on the underwriting because true underwriting, like even a part of your due diligence, that can take a long time. Like for me, I got to raise capital, right? I have to factor in not only the cost of debt from the seller, but I have to factor in the cost of capital that I'm going to be raising, right? Investors want a return. So there's a lot of different things, and I have to underwrite for my exit. What does it look like if investors want their money in 3 years? Am I going to be able to get their money out in 3 years? Is it going to take 4? Is it going to take 5? So there's a lot of things you have to do to figure out that answer, but I want to at least eliminate the opportunities as quick as possible. Then I'm going to do some full underwriting, and this is not a, hey, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. You should be making calls. Remember, you literally have 7 days. You cannot sit there on a checklist of like, okay, I'm going to do that. I'll wait for that to happen. Then I'll do this. You need to be doing literally like 7 things at the same time with your hair on fire because you're going to lose your family in 7 days. Like that's the amount of action and speed you should be taking. I'm just giving you an idea on the metrics and kind of numbers to work off of, but you should be calling leads. You should be doing underwriting. You should be doing all of that because you have to. And so day 4, you should be getting to the point where you have some LOIs being submitted. Everyone has a different style. Me personally, in single family, I will blast out LOIs all day long. Sight unseen, never see the property, never want to see the property, and that's completely fine. But in RV parks, LOIs are treated differently. That's kind of like the first step before you go under contract. Most brokers or even sellers will want to see something like that. That LOI is the first step. So I am not just throwing out a blind offer where I've done no underwriting whatsoever because there's going to be some wiggle room from the time I send an LOI till the time, we do an inspection, due diligence. Numbers may change. That's very common. But I should be directionally correct. I should not be $3 million off from where I want to be and where the seller wants to be. So that's why I'm spending a little bit more time underwriting before I actually send out the LOI. And then there's a lot more to an LOI. There's a lot of due diligence stuff. Every park is different. You have to look at things differently. A work camper park is different than one with a restaurant and a convenience store, right? There's a lot of different things, and you have to take that under consideration. So by day 4, you should have LOI sent. Then you also have a couple of days for them to respond, to negotiate, work through terms, all that kind of stuff. And then you should get to the point where you have 2 under contract. I don't know why it says under control. And then that sounds good. Under control.
Actually, I do like that. You have control over the asset, which is awesome. I want to just give you a compliment real fast. This is actually my favorite slide of all the 3 presentations so far. For a newer person, you guys need to understand whether you're going to go after RV parks, you're going to work with Santino on multifamily, whatever the heck it is, you should have the same trickle down like waterfall math, right? How many LOIs have I submitted? And when you ever come to me and go, I've been trying to get a deal, I'm going to ask you, how many offers have you sent? And you're going to go, I haven't sent 1 offer. Does that mean you're trying? No. Watching presentations, watching videos, all of that stuff is not trying. It's learning how to start trying, but it's not trying. This is actually my favorite slide for every newbie. You guys should.
Thank you.
By the way, everybody that's on YouTube and Zoom, if you guys have registered for this event, we will send out everybody's slides to you. So you don't have to take a picture of everything. You can, of course, but we'll send out these slides. This is my favorite slide. Every strategy needs this. Every team needs this. Are we on track? How many of these things have we done? Have we made enough calls? Have we turned down? The funny thing is, my favorite part of this is the 300 to the 100. Have we turned down the ones that are not a good fit for us and focused on the ones that are? Bro, this is such a great slide. I love this.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so what's your target profit? If you think about this in terms, again, we're using baseball, in terms of annual income and breaking that down into a weekly score here is what you're making. So if you're making, single A, double A, triple A, for me, I was in the triple A income bracket before I lost my job. I can't go and DoorDash. I have to swing for the fences. Like, I don't have time to mess with, $20 an hour types of deals. Like, I have to generate a lot of income and get a massive ROI on my time. So it's really understanding where are you at on the income scale, and that should help you right size your expectations on like how much your return on value is. And I think people don't understand that. Let's say you bird dog for a couple of weeks and then you're getting a nice $5,000-$10,000 check. Like, you do the math on how much you got paid for how much time you put in, like, you can get paid a lot of money. And so for me, I have to absolutely swing for the fences in this. I'm going to kind of run through some of this stuff so we can be on time, save time for this story. And so I think one of the things that keeps people from being successful is, I'm totally going over time, but I promise it's worth it, is quitting before you get your shot. So I went to a junior college, it was about an hour south of Amarillo. I know you've been in that area, in the middle of nowhere. And the college coach is probably like the second best closer I've ever seen behind pace. He convinced 100 college students to come to the middle of nowhere, Texas, to play baseball. Every single person had a scholarship, but a lot of them had small scholarships, right? So there's 100 people that show up. We all think we're on the roster. You get recruited, you're on the team. There's only 25 roster spots. 100 people all decided to make that their permanent home for the next 2 years. And so we all get there thinking we're on the team. Now we find ourselves all competing for a spot on the team. So I actually came there as a pitcher, and I was really good in high school, maybe a little bit too cocky. And I remember my first game, this guy hit a home run off of me. Like, I swear that ball hasn't landed yet. Like, it's still in orbit. Like, that thing is still not landed. And I was just like, wow, welcome to the big leagues, I guess. And, I got humbled very quickly, and I actually struggled a lot. And so I ended up getting just absolutely creamed many, many times throughout that preseason process. And it got to the point where it's like, man, I would cut myself. Like, I suck, And so I didn't make the team as a pitcher. But then as a last-ditch effort, in high school, I was also a catcher. I tried out as a catcher. I was just jacking around one day, and the coach saw me. He was like, wow, you can, actually catch. And so I had a tryout with the coach, probably 3 or 4 days. He kind of run me through everything. And I actually made the roster as a catcher. And it was so we were actually number 10 in the country. So this was a really good junior college school. And in baseball, junior college is a really big thing. And so I made the team, super excited, but I was the fourth string catcher. So if you're familiar with baseball, I was the bullpen catcher, which is worse than being the water boy. Because at least as the water boy, I'm not working that hard. I'm sitting in the bullpen, warming up all the pitchers, just getting binged baseball after baseball, just bruises, and never playing. So every single day I thought about quitting. And we were getting just slaughtered one day. And I just kept planting a bug in the coach's ear, dude, just put me in, put me in, put me in. It can't get any worse. We're already getting killed. Just put me in. So he finally shut me up. He put me in as a pitcher. Again, I'm the bullpen catcher. everyone on my team thought it was hilarious. Like that I was, because we're getting creamed or like whatever, just throw them out there. I didn't think it was funny. Like this was my time to shine. And so I ended up doing pretty good. And then a week goes by, we're getting creamed again, and I'm like, yo, bro, put me in. Like, just put me in. And the coach is just like, dude, that was a one-time deal. That was a fluke. Like, you're not a pitcher, okay? We already tried this earlier in the season. It didn't work out for you. I was just relentless. And so he put me back in the game, and then I did really well. And then I did really well. And then I did really well. And then we were facing the number one team in the country, and then I did really well. And I kept doing well, and we actually finished the season where I was in the starting rotation as a pitcher. And so from there, I went on to play Division I baseball at Alcorn State, small Division I, but every single game, so you can see right here, this is me pitching against the LSU Tigers. I got to play the SEC every week. And so the point of that story is that, and we actually won a conference championship too. The point of that story is that I did not give up. And if you want to get an RV park under contract in 7 days, you have to be relentless. If you hear 300 no's, go get another 300 no's. Someone at some point is going to tell you yes, and just force your way in. I think I'm so over time, but that's fine. And then as far as the skills required, all you need to do is just be resourceful. Don't give up. You have to be willing to be uncomfortable. You have to be willing to look like an idiot on stage holding up this sign. Because when I was doing this last year at Squat Up Summit, I was literally sweating, okay? So like when I first started holding the sign, I was like in front of like 5 people. I was like, let me just be in this little corner and hold the sign. And then by like the 3rd day, I was in the main lobby in front of everybody as they were walking by, and I was just sweating bullet. It was like I was in a sauna. I was just so freaking nervous. And I had to intentionally put myself in an uncomfortable position to force those conversations. I had hundreds of conversations that I would have never had because I put myself in a position where I literally could not see my family until I closed the deal. I had to earn my way back home to buy my ticket. And that's what I did. So if you guys want to follow this is really cool to talk about, but I'm not someone who's just gonna talk about it to talk about it. I'm actually gonna do this starting Monday. So I'm gonna take 7 days.
That's gangster.
And if you wanna follow along the journey, there's my Instagram. I'm gonna start Monday. I haven't seen my family in a while, so I'm gonna go hang out with the kids this weekend. Monday, all day, all night, 14 hours a day, and I'm going to document the whole thing, and we'll see if we can get an RV park under contract.
This man was up in South Dakota. So 2 weeks ago, I went and visited him in South Dakota at his park. I got to spend a whole night with you. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. He brought a bunch of people from the community to come and work at his park so they could learn hands-on. Like, this guy's just such a great leader. And I sat down with your team, and one of the ladies cried to me, and they were like, I'm so grateful for Mundo. I'm hands-on. I'm learning. This is so amazing. Paul Brown, who helped you out with the Capitol, was just like, dude, I'm so grateful for Mundo. Like, this is amazing. You then work at the park for a couple of days. Then we do a 4-day event here in Phoenix. And you decide, instead of me flying home to see my wife and kids, I'm going to come and help other people gain traction in their business. And you ran a team here for the last 4 days. And of course, my dumbass asked you on Monday, will you speak at this event? And you said, bet, I'll be there. You extended your flight. And he just wants to serve people all the time. So guys, follow him, go to his Instagram. Amazing leader, Mundo Sanchez. Give it up for this man. You're making me want to go try out for a baseball team, bro. Also, really good visual of like saying, I think the baseball's still in orbit right now. Like, it made me think about how hard that guy hit off your pitch. All right, Mundo, you go ahead and answer your 3 questions, brother. 2 from the live crowd, 1 from Zoom.
Santino? I know I'm about to get 15 questions. I love it.
No, man. I just want to say you nailed it, and good job, because a lot of people don't realize when you don't have a safety cushion, just exactly what you need to do in order to make it. And I just remember when I was growing my business and just failure was just not an option. And if that meant I spent 18, 16, spent the night at my office, like it didn't, I was not leaving that office until I got an appointment or until I got a deal done. Like there was just no way. And so that's so cool that you're able to transition that same mindset. But I would argue that, yeah, if you want something bad enough, there's nothing that can stop you. Will Smith has that story where it goes, like, if me and you are on a treadmill and the first one to fall off, one of two things are going to happen. Either you're falling off or I'm dying on that treadmill. And I just think of you, bro.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you.
Now, there's going to be a lot of people have the question of where do I find the RV parks? We just released a YouTube video. I think I filmed it actually at your park. It was the top 20 places to find an RV park. So guys, go take a look at the YouTube channel. That question will answer that of where do I go find the parks. I list out every single place and links to all of them. Ingrid Hernandez, you're up.
Well, actually, no, it's not a fair question.
We like not
You can
fair
ask.
questions.
You know he's the CFO, right?
I do know that.
Okay.
I went to the company. I want you guys to know something about this guy. He got fired at his very high six-figure salary because he was posting on Instagram that he was having fun in real estate and he was happy to be expanding. And so the owner of the company that he'd put 10 years in with, he walks in one day and the owner says, well, you keep saying you want to get into bigger rooms, so this is me firing you. The world is your oyster. You're fired. And it was because he was trying to grow and the owner of his company was a little bit jealous. Really nice guy, but those types of things are going to happen on your journey, and you could either wallow in it or you can go and say, I'm going to challenge myself. And obviously, we know what you're made of.
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to ask it because you have the background, I think. If somebody with a W-2 that wants to buy an RV park and go in and partner with you, Mundo, so I'm kind of helping you too, right?
I love where you're going.
Okay, cool. Do they have to have some sort of requirements in order for them to qualify for a cost seg, like bonus depreciation? Like if they're a W-2 going into a short-term, into an RV park ownership with you? So I'm a high income earner. I have all this cash. I don't have the time to go on the road to the show, but I'll invest in your show.
Yeah, it'll help you out from like a passive income perspective. So obviously you're getting a return on your money. You can then use that cost segregation depreciation against that passive income. It's not going to help you as much as if you were a real estate professional, right? Then obviously there's a different level of qualification that you have to
However,
apply for.
RV parks that have a short-term stay of 7 days or less qualify you for a cost segregation through the short-term rental loophole. So even though you might have a W-2 and you're an owner, you can take that cost segregation against your W-2 income if that RV park's average duration is 7 days or less. None. Zero.
That's true.
Zero, yeah. So there you go.
So yeah, it depends on the park.
I don't know, what's your park? Your park seems like short-term stay.
Yeah.
So his park would qualify, the one in Custer's Crossings.
And it's a business too. There's multiple businesses on it.
Dude, this guy's making $2.10 a gallon on gas. This homeboy owns a gas station. I don't own a gas station. I was pissed off when I saw it. I was really upset. Okay, I take a question from the Zoom, Mundo Sanchez.
Okay.
Man, the chat's going so fast I can't even read.
I liked when he said, I'm not a real Mexican. That was my favorite. Oh, yeah. Brown on the outside, white
Mundo,
on the inside.
how could someone be in a
potatoes.
deal if they don't have time and have some money, but not enough to be an entire deal on their own?
That's so easy. Just invest in Mundo's park.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that become popular. Investment clubs have become really popular within our community over the past year or so. You got fractional and you got people doing their own investment clubs. That is a great way to deploy capital, actually, because we're doing that in our project. Investors come and they actually learn. We have one of our capital investors, she's at the park right now. She's been there the whole month of August, working at the park, learning. She wants to know the ins and outs of everything. And so we offer this internship year-round for any capital investor who wants to come out. We have all the capital investors in a WhatsApp group, constantly doing training. You know, whenever we switched over our POS system, whenever we did our whole inventory count and what we look at in terms of forecasting demand in the store for our convenience store, then also the restaurant, there's a lot of things to that that's all business related. And we're sharing that with all of our investors throughout that whole journey. And that's the easiest way to get into a deal if you have that resource of capital. And not only that, you use that one deal as your credibility, because I can assure you, when we were making calls this week, it's a different conversation when I say, hey, I own an RV park X amount of hours down the road and looking to acquire another one, versus what a normal bird dog would say. Whole different level of credibility when you can say that, and you can truly say that when you own a part of the park. That's actually exactly what I did in the very beginning. I leveraged the credibility of Pace's SubTo fund, wherever Pace is, right there, of when he opened up the SubTo fund on the multifamily in Tucson. I did that, investing in that to use that as credibility. I showed up to the park, got videos with Pace. I created a buyer credibility video, so whenever agents are asking me for my credibility, I walk through, hey, here are the businesses I own. Here's me at this multifamily that I own with Pace. That's a whole different ballgame in terms of being able to make sure that door is wide open for you to walk through, versus them immediately saying, show me your proof of funds, which is, you know, their feedback, their way of saying you did a crappy job on the phone.
Mundo Sanchez. Give it up for Mundo Sanchez. Thank you, brother. Killed it. There's a really good lesson in there, real quick. And I know we're a little bit over time, but that's what happens when we all hang out with each other. We'll probably, so guys, for lunch, here's what we have. We have Ella Gorin going up next. And my team is going to be like, hey, go break for lunch, go somewhere. Here's what I would do. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to take a break because I know that we're going to go 5 minutes longer on every single person's presentation, and I think that they deserve that, right? So if I were you guys, I would just Uber Eats food here, or maybe somebody take a Chipotle order and pass the phone around and just have it come here. I'm going to keep teaching, and we're going to keep having speakers go. Do you guys appreciate that? Okay, so Ella's going to go 45 minutes. The best thing you could do is pull out your phone, Uber Eats stuff to this location, and I don't care if you get up and grab your food and bring it back in here. Let's just do a working lunch. Let's just keep cranking. Then that way it gives us 45 minutes. We can give her a little bit more time, other people a little bit more time. And then also selfishly, I like to have these little micro lessons between each person, if you guys don't mind. So little micro lesson on what Mundo just said is a couple of years ago, I will never do this again, and I'll tell you why I'll never do it again. But Mundo just mentioned a couple of years ago, I bought a $20 million multifamily deal. Ella, I'm going to have you up here in about 5 minutes. She's saying, please, please, please. What are you talking about, Ella? You're freaking going to kill this so hard. Okay, so I did this $20 million multifamily deal down in Tucson. And it was $5 million down payment, $15 million seller finance. And I said, you know what we should do? I went to my partner, Josiah, I said, we should let 5,000 SubTo members put $1,000 into this deal. I went out and I spent $300,000 on a freaking securities attorney to go and create something called a Reg CF. Most of you guys don't know what a Reg CF is. Don't ever learn what it is. It sucks. Basically what a Reg CF is it's a regulation crowd fund which allows you to raise a lot of money from a lot of people at a small dollar amount and give these people the opportunity to invest in your deal. And so I let 5,000 SubTo members invest $1,000 in a project with me. That thing shells out $102,000 a month in distributions. It is a freaking ATM on steroids, $102,000 a month in distributions. That's freaking cool. I told everybody, I said, do not invest in this deal for the return. Invest in this deal for the credibility. And if you're smart, you're going to take this deal, you're going to meet me at the property. I'll go down there 2-3 times a year. Meet me at the property. Let's take photos together, video together. You can do your own videos. You can use the property whenever you want. It's a $20 million deal. I'm going to do it. I'm going to run it. My team's going to be in charge of everything. And all you have to do is put $1,000 in. Guys, out of 5,000 people that invested in that deal, 2,000 of them have never even opened up their portal to get their distributions. I literally have like $500,000 or $600,000 in cash sitting there that people who invested like 2-3 years ago have never even pulled their money out. We email them, we text them, we Facebook them. I kick their door down. Or, hey, are you home? There, you got $2,000 sitting in the account, you dumbass. Then there's the people like Mundo Sanchez. They go, oh, I see the vision here. I see what Pace is trying to do. He's trying to elevate us, just like I'm trying to do here today. I don't want to be the only leader in this community. I want 5,000 leaders in this community. And Mundo goes, oh, cool. I can leverage that investment. Cool. I can learn about it. That's great. But I can now leverage that and go use that somewhere else. It's the same thing Mundo's investors are doing on his deal. And they jump in 25 grand, 50 grand, $100,000. You're giving them internships. They fly up to the RV park. They get all this credibility. So if you are busy and you have some capital, then look at potentially jumping in other people's deals. Remember, investing is a risk 100% of the time. It's always a risk, no matter who it is and what the project is. But that is a good cheat code to get credibility if you are really busy. And you can also learn while you earn. And do you guys pay quarterly, monthly? What are you guys doing? It's because you're a CFO, bro. You're crazy. I won't pay you monthly if you jump into my deals. I'll pay you quarterly. Just FYI, it's an accounting nightmare. So if you jump into my deals, it's quarterly. So that's something to look at. The other thing to look at is how do you fit in on a team, right? You've got a lot of self-discovery in the very beginning. Who are you? What are you good at? Are you good at talking to people? Are you more passive? Who's a more passive person? Raise your hand higher. I love how the passive people are. This is how they raise their hand. Okay. Who's really good at calling sellers and agents that you have zero fear whatsoever? Okay, cool. So you're probably a little bit more like me, right? Get yourself on the phone. The more passive people will criticize you for being a introvert. Anybody in here ever been criticized for that? Precious. You never have to let people criticize you for that. We need introverts to help us out with the organization and the structure of the back end. You've got introverts on your team, do you not, Mundo? And you need them. Okay, they're usually more reactionary. They react to what's going on in the environment, whereas somebody like a Mundo and me, we go create the craziness. Okay, we're like the speedboat. We're the ones that create the wave. And then our introverts are the ones that ride the wave that we created. Okay, you need both people. And so when you're understanding, well, what do I do on a team? Go to Owners Club, look at their buy boxes. Don't be weird and like ask them their buy box. Go and see their buy box and go, oh, I want to do that. Hey, I'm really good at X, Y, and Z. Or, hey, I could help out with paperwork. I could help out with leads. I could help out with underwriting. I could help out with a whole bunch of stuff. Can I join your team? That's also a really great way to get started, okay? Passive people don't raise their hands, LOL. Yeah, LOL. There was, as a tip for people that ever speak on stage, don't ever ask passive people to raise their hand. It's not a good, the outcome's not that good, okay? You'd think there are no passive people in the room, right? Cool. Darla Lister says, I have no shame in making calls. Awesome. Okay, so this next presenter, her name is Ella Gorin. She's from Russia, lived in Israel, migrated to Boston. She runs marathons with her father. How old is your dad? 84? 84 years old. Her dad is a marathon runner. And what's cool about Ella is I'm going to say something, this is to Santino's point and Mundo's point. I'm somebody that does really, really well under pressure. In fact, if I don't have pressure, I have a problem. For example, if I have $20 million in the bank account, guess what I'm doing? Nothing. If I have $2 in the bank account, I'm taking wild action. And so I've learned over the years to never have money in my bank account. Deploy, 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 otherwise I stop working. So I've learned how to play that game with myself. That's one type of person that's going to be very, very successful. When you point a gun at your own leg, and you give yourself no excuses, you're going to be successful. It's just how it is. The other type of person treats this business like a game, okay? And they find the fun things inside of the business that they're obsessed with. I've also found success in that as well. So when I'm looking at businesses or RV parks, I find the fun part is getting the no and then figuring out what I did wrong. And My measurement for success is not, did I get an RV park? My measurement for success is, did I figure out how to get better on the phone, right? And so I played a game with myself for a very, very long time. And I would go into, oh my gosh. You have this in the SubTo vault, but it's over 700 voice memos that I've recorded every appointment I've ever been on in my entire life. You could go through years. I'd put my phone right on the counter and I'd record every appointment with every seller, my zero down pitches, my first time I pitched the F-150 story, and I'd leave going home listening to my own appointment. What did I do well? What did I not do well? And it was like game tape for me. And that was my game. And when I focused on that game, all of the other things became successful. So either A, you got to point a gun at your leg and go, I got to do this in a short amount of time. Sometimes that's your own bill, that's your own rent, that's your own whatever is going on. For you, you got fired from your job. I mean, you've always been this way anyway. Thank goodness for your challenging upbringing. As much as it sucked when you were young, it turned you into a gangster later, right? So we got to be thankful sometimes for our trauma. Even my weird upbringing and some of the things that my father did to me, I look back and I'm like, I'm really grateful for the person it turned me into, even though I didn't love it at the moment. So this woman, I feel like makes everything kind of a game. I feel like she doesn't try and put any ultimatums on herself. I feel like she treats everything like a game. How big can I go? What kind of new things can I learn? She's been in the business as a developer in the Boston area for over 15 plus years. She's done ground up construction. She's done everything you can imagine. And now she's stepping into RV parks and businesses. And she had a deal about 2 months ago of a hotel on this really famous river. And I was going to invest in this lady's deal. She is so freaking awesome. She currently has over 50 people on her team that she's helping almost every day. To your point, Mundo, she has a gentleman on her team that's helping her organize her bird dogs, her orbiting team, and that person is finding where to provide value on her team as well. Today, she's going to be talking about Morby method. Is that correct? Ella Gorin, an immigrant to this country, is buying up all of the United States. She is a total badass. Let's give it up for Ella Gorin.
Thank you. Will you guys put it in? Okay, yes. So I will be talking about ownership, massive ownership. I think this is what I was born with. I lived and breathed, like from the moment I opened my eyes. It was all about ownership. And funny enough, in Russia, you couldn't own anything whatsoever. So there is no ownership in these years. So my only ownership game was really the monopoly game. I was buying businesses, RV parks, multifamilies since daycare, and really was winning in this game. So this was my kind of idea of how life should be. I was really addicted to this game. But of course, life took its own course, and I did engineering degree and a lot of math because this is what was cool at the time in Russia. And with that, I relocated to Israel. Then with that, I relocated to the United States and was writing code and being in corporate for many, many years, and pretty much forgot what was passion of my life back then. And really, obviously being super miserable in my job, and truly kind of finding my ways for the long time, until by chance I really got thrown into real estate development. And of course, I'd like to do everything big, so immediately it was 3-family, it was condo development, renovation, half new construction. So I was learning as I was swimming in the sea. And then at the time, I was introduced also in the bigger pockets. And this is where my journey of kind of ownership and investing started. And all I knew at the time is like famous BRRR, right? That's kind of what we're starting from: buy, renovate, refinance, return, and repeat. And I started buying very slowly my buildings. And it was really going very, very slow. And I'm like, how can I make it quicker? What can I do? So not until I really joined our community, which was only a year and a half ago. I joined SubTo. I heard Pace in March last year, 2025. I jumped into SubTo. Immediately I jumped, of course, into Honest Club. Just a name already spoke to me. I was first in line before he even finished talking about that. I was signing up. And then when I heard first time Morby method, which the one I'm going to present, sorry about that, whenever I heard really Morby method first time, it was like I saw the Jesus. It was like, oh my gosh, I can go with extreme ownership in no time. And coincidentally, I heard about Mundo, who I cannot just. It's so funny that I'm presenting something that I actually learned completely all of it from him. So he was starting his first mastermind in Indianapolis, and I flew in there. And one thing about our community, you kind of have to be prepared to fly immediately. I decided to fly the same day. I can literally fly from today somewhere, and that's what I did with him. And I usually, whenever I go, I don't take back ticket because I know something gonna happen. I'm here already 2 weeks. It wasn't planned. So, and actually yesterday I took a ticket. I thought, okay, enough is enough. I'm going home tonight. And then, of course, Ingrid immediately said, oh, do you want to see my spa on Saturday? And I'm like, okay, I took a ticket back. Here I go. One time I broke my rule. So I flew to Mundo's mastermind in Indianapolis. And this was 3 days of just all amazing information. So if you like this method and if it talks to you, please go to the Vault and have his semester, because this will open your eyes, and this is also make you. It's not the simplest method. I think it's one of the more complicated from what we have in all the systems. But once you master it and once you do it once, you're really gonna fly with it. You can duplicate and replicate it on all kind of assets. I think we learned it on single families. I took it immediately next level because I am an extreme owner. I immediately took it into multifamilies, and that's what I've done. I've done it in Boston, and if you can do it in Boston, trust me, you can do it absolutely anywhere. Nobody even believed that I could do it in Boston because it's the type of the city that creative food did not stood much, if at all. So never mind on the multifamilies, and now I'm looking and applying it onto RV purchases as well. So that's really something we could do on so many things. So the main idea of the Morby method is really zero down. So we're coming in the transaction with a zero down, which allows us to scale massively. It's really only on us how much time and effort we put in to scale as quickly as we potentially can. So what is the mindset that is, in my opinion, is really needed in this case? And it's amazing the way Pace actually see through us, because I was listening to Mundo and I thought, okay, really, I do not shoot myself on the foot. No, I do not. Like, my mindset is quite different. So my mindset is really to rather elevate, and I'm a big follower of Tony Robbins. I do his priming periodically. It's actually on YouTube, free for 15 minutes. And that's something that there was a year before I joined our community. I did all of his classes. I was really obsessed with everything he taught. And I haven't been back yet, since we have so much happening in our community, and I'm still drinking from fire hose here. But really, your win and the seller's win are in the same deal. That's the really mindset we're coming in. We both winning in the same deal. We have options. The seller has only one option, and it's us. So you are the closer and not an applicant. You are really problem solver to the very tired seller and a very frustrated broker. And sellers really don't want you cash. They want out. They want out of their problems, be it a divorce, the money problem, diseases, all kind of situation they are in. You don't bring money to the deal, but you really live with the money. Many of the Morby method deals, if you structure them good enough, you're gonna come out with the money. So we coming, price is theirs, but the terms are ours. So we really, this is very strong for the seller, the way we're coming in. And every no is the progress. it takes us closer to the yes. So what is the overall strategy? The purchase consists of the loan plus seller note and the back of it, 0 out of pocket. So the loan covers bulk of the price. The seller note covers the rest. The seller secured with, there is a lot of different security. My chosen one is right now with the LLC membership interest. Together, loan and the note, they're covering the price, plus enough to pay closing costs, and you bring no money, and you leave the table with some money. So how the numbers work? Let's just have a quick example. Let's say our purchase price is $1 million, and this is our Boston prices, right? This is three family in Boston. So this is the purchase price would be $1 million. Our mortgage, many cases DSCR mortgage, going to be 75%, 750,000. We're going to give cash to seller at closing $700. We're going to keep $50,000. Other seller concession. This is the very acceptable way to get back on a transaction, which is going to go towards closing costs and cash to us. My go-to balloon is 5 years. If I can get a little bit longer, it's great. We're keeping seller financing of $300. Now, what I like to do, I like to negotiate the interest to be baked into purchase price. This way, we have enough of the cash flow on a way which many of us really looking for. And I do like to put contingency at the end of the balloon for refinancing, just in case if market makes unexpected twist, which we have been enjoying since 2020 every freaking day. So that's roughly the numbers for this type of the transaction. So how do we start? I would prepare the script the night before we start. So Sunday night, if we start Monday, I would run your spiel in front of the mirror for a while. I will talk it through until it's becoming completely automatic. You need to speak with authority and self-worth. Keep looking at yourself in the mirror until you're there. Stand up straight, stand up tall. Repeat until you fully believe in yourself. This is really, I think that to make you talk right is really 95% of the success, because this is how we talk to the agent. This is a direct to agent, and this is how they're going to perceive us as the credible buyer, really. So this is my spiel, more or less. I'm a local investor calling about property XYZ. I'm buying it for myself, and I'm coming without agent. And I genuinely ask questions about that property. I have a quick glance on it before I call, so I do sounds that I legit. And by asking the questions, I really not so much asking questions to know about the property, but build this rapport with a broker, because it's also gives me time to breathe out, because it doesn't matter how many times I do that, I do this every time I call. So yes, it's difficult. It's never get easy. I mean, for pace, yes, but for me, it's still difficult every time. So it gives me time to build this rapport, to be genuinely interested about the property, to talk to the broker and breathe out. Really have while he or she talks, feel more confident. One thing that when I mention that I'm coming with other agents, it makes the listing broker go like zing. They're already super interested in you because they've been very long time in the market and they're getting double commission. So they already loving you. From that point, big part of your report is already established. Then you go into you ask your questions and you learn. You listen and you learn. Why seller is selling, and it's giving you the pain points. Then very politely, why it hasn't been sold? I usually like to ask, it's been a hot minute on the market. What do you think? What do you think is the issue? In my most kindness voice, that I'm not poking the agent. And then I am learning what is my negotiating points, because I'm gonna hear it's been too long and it's been overpriced, or this and that. So I already know what I'm going to be negotiating on. Once I feel that there is enough warmth in our conversation, I say, okay, let me tell you what kind of buyer I am. I usually buy close to asking price, which is again thing they've been lowballed so badly. So I usually buy close to asking price, and I bring 60 to 70% cash to closing. I like to start from 60, and I bring 60% cash to the closing by taking the mortgage. Why I say that? Because I want to let them know they're gonna be second. They're not gonna be first, and this is important to clarify from the beginning. Now, when they hear 60%, they also loving it in many situations because they've been getting creative calls. They've been getting calls when people were trying to seller finance the whole amount and bring very little if at all. So, and many sellers do need they're buying because they do need some cash, one way or another. Plus, they need to pay that exactly, Mr. Broker. So when they hear that it's 60%, they're already loving me because it's a pretty substantial amount that I am bringing for the closing. And then I say the rest, I ask the seller to carry for a number of years. I don't specify because I really try to be more than 5 years, which spreads out his taxable capital gains. That's another nugget, right? Do you think seller would consider structure like that? And then I wait. I let him digest, and rather more often than not, I hear, yeah, I think he will consider that. So, and then my next will be, should I send you letter of intent, LOI? And they say, yes, absolutely. And notice, if you take your time and you're not sending for 2 hours, you may get the text from them. So where is your LOI? So that's quite magical what happens when we approaching properties that have been long on the market with that particular method. So let's start. We have our spiel. Let's start Monday morning. So I suggest you go in your own market. If I can do it in Boston, you truly can do it anywhere. So why I'm saying your own market? Because you're familiar with it. You've been around. You know neighborhoods. It takes the hassle out of managing property in a different state. You're just a little bit more comfortable. You're stepping in a possibly new territory. It just makes you a little bit more of a comfort. You truly can do this method anywhere. So I would identify 50 properties in your metro with 90 plus days on the market, and I would go as extensive as you need to be there. I personally like to focus on a small multifamily, 3 units minimum. Why? Because it brings high revenue. It's the unit prices is lower than if I would go per unit, if I go through compared to single family or condos. And it's also more safe because we have at least 3 units, so if you have troubles with one of the units rents, or you couldn't rent it for some time, it's just safer and give you more spread on your revenues. So I would load them all in a spreadsheet, and I start calling agents from the bottom up. From the most of the market, I will start just going from them because that's where my biggest chances are, from the longest in the market. If they don't answer, I will leave the message and send a text, and I will be taking incoming calls as they come in. I usually keep the properties I'm calling either open on my browser. I have 1,000 pages open usually, or I just print them in front of me because when they call me, I kind of want to be ready to go right away, knowing what properties they're calling about. In the evening, I would research rental strategies in the neighborhoods that I'm calling about. I will see what can I do with those units. I will see how is the co-living doing, short-term rental, mid-term rental, long-term rental. What about sober living with Oxford housing? What about student housing? I will see all different scenarios. So when I do get response from the building, I could, from the broker about the specific building, I could estimate, make educated guess of what could be my possibly revenue, because I really need to move quickly, right? So next day, I would underwrite the listings that agents are so enthusiastic and start sending my LOIs. And I will keep calling remaining leads, of course, do not stop. Do not stop on one or two that you send LOIs. Just continue. There are more hurdles in the way. Just continue. We're talking about massive ownership. So just go forward with that. Do not stop. Continue answering LOI questions and stress that you're looking to put building an agreement by the end of the week. And you're sending multiple letters of intent, and it's going to be only one building that you will be picking up at this time. So put it as a time and essence. In my experience, I just took too long time giving sellers wobble in their ideas and talking to different people. You need to move fast. And and at the same time, get together with your transaction coordinator. I use Jay Holder. I actually met him at Mundo's workshop. We all kind of got together at that mastermind, and I really respect that man. He's very, very smart, and he knows what he's doing. So keep underwriting, keep sending LOIs, do not stop. Then our accepted LOIs start coming back. So start working on transaction coordinator and send it to attorney. Now, if you in attorney state, that you're gonna face another hurdle of your attorney and the seller attorney, and that's where some of them gonna fall off. Because depend on how cocky the other attorney from the other side, you really, that's where your chances are. Attorneys are not known for the, many times real estate attorneys to the open mind. They like to do things by the book. So this is why we continue sending LOIs. This is why we continue massive action, because we don't know what's gonna go through. So we're sending, so we're answering the questions. I sometimes get on the phone with attorney on the other side to explain the transaction. And at this time of purchase and sale, I'm making sure that all seller financing paperwork is already in place. Because nothing worse than we citing P&S and then finding ourselves on the closing table with half of the documents missing, and we start renegotiating with the seller. So sign purchase and sale agreement and move with the lenders. Now, we have plenty of lenders who will support Morby method. Not everyone will. So you need to have a list of the lenders who will do it together with time frames. Usually those lenders are working with transactional coordinators. So ask me if you need to. I will point to a number of them. But I'm finding more and more lenders who can close within 7 and 10 days. So that's really, at this point, I am also disclosing to the seller that I'm looking for 5 to 10% credit towards closing costs. Now, if you're an attorney state, you're probably not going to go more than 5%. They're going to stop you. But if you are in non-attorney states, you can fly with a 10%. And that difference is really what you will get paid on your closing. So I am usually at 5%, and I paid something, but not substantially. But with the 10%, and I know a lot of people doing that in the non-attorney states, you can have a pretty massive returns on the closings. I am right now working on a 6 family, and my actually, which is 2.2, and my 5% is actually 100K. So I think I will cash out substantial amount after I close that. So it also depends on the amount. Let's go. Okay, so once you are with lender, you need to send them everything they asking you for. Really, do not miss one single document. The STR loans take some time, so you have to load to them everything they need. But at the same time, keep calling, keep underwriting, keep setting LOI. Do not stop. So work with your lender and transaction coordinator towards the closing. Things can move very, very quickly if you have all this coordination between them. And this is your preparation steps, really, to find them, talk to them before, connect them before the dots, before the time strikes. And make your necessary step with a transactional lender. So transactional lender is a third-party lender who comes with the cash for closing, who replacing your down payment just for a day for the closing for the lender. So this is yet another lender that participating in your transaction and being paid, and that's why closing cost is on the higher side. But you have to have transactional lender ahead of time. Okay, so this is example. This is actually my the property that I purchased in March. This March, my purchase. Was my purchase price, 1,150,000. This is 3-family, very big 3-family. I've got a loan for 75%, and 30% was seller financing for 5 years balloon. My mortgage payment is $7,200, and rents at closing, the way it was rented, traditionally was $9,000. So I was already somewhat cash flowing on a closing. But I give everyone notices for 1st of September. They're actually moving now as we speak, and I'm switching to co-living. I actually don't have any co-livings. I'm all Airbnbs. I use Airbnbs, but these particular units are really big. They are 4 bedroom each, and I'm really eager to try co-living. So this is my estimates. I'm going to use pot split. This is my co-living estimates for the rents for $14,000 a month, and after all the expenses and expected vacancy, if I will have some, my cash flow should be $5,000. So the purchase price already assume the interest to the seller. I structured it this way that I basically presented it to the seller that your I'm buying it really for you for $1,050,000, but the 100 is your interest towards the end. This way I don't need to pay to seller as we go, and that's allow me to cash flow. Okay, good one, right? I really love it. The good part that it was completely renovated. I couldn't believe it. It was standing in the market completely renovated. I don't need to do a thing. We are floating into co-living 1st of September, and we just, it's a cool stuff. Yeah. So what are our tools and software? Excel spreadsheet, truly nothing sophisticated. I really put them in an Excel spreadsheet. I put the notes. I come back to them. I review them. Every week I look, and I'm following up on the properties. Google search, and really Claude. Everything I need to find out about the area, about the neighborhood, what's the average prices for co-living, for room rentals, what about students, what about sober living, I really put it into Claude, and what my average midterm rentals, what my average short-term rentals. Really, you can find all of this information. It's pretty cool. I mean, we need to verify AI, right? But this is as simple as it is, truly. What are our relationships? Of course, listing agents, and many of them gonna call you later with additional leads as well, because nothing worse, and I am an agent myself, but nothing worse is to be stuck with a property for a very long time. This is super frustrating. So they're gonna be bringing you properties. Transaction coordinator who experienced in Morby method, cannot stress it enough. Please ask how many transaction coordinator done, maybe take some referrals. This is something that's gonna make you win or lose. Bunch of DCR lenders really who specializing in Morby method. Because if one is not working, you have to switch to another. And actually on this transaction that I showed, I had to switch in the middle because my DCR lender forgot that I was bringing third-party transactional lender and that I'm requiring no seasoning in the funds. So I had to switch in the middle of the transaction. So you need a transactional lender. You need a title and escrow that closing before seller carry. And you need insurance agents, of course, and a contractor, possibly, if you need to do some renovations. Okay, how do we know we are on the right track? We are sending out LOIs and getting positive responses. How do we pivot if we're not? This is our script and voice that need adjustment. It's really just that. This will work if you present yourself authoritative enough. So just go back to the mirror and start your script again until you really call me and I will listen to you and we will fix it together. Truly, It's super easy, truly. I work with Orbit on it every day. They're like, oh, but I'm not a buyer. No, you are a buyer. You represent me, and I am massive buyer. So no, you buyer. Like that, you have to be sounding very much like a buyer. Okay, what is my target profit? So your target profit, I would say 10K back on a one or multiple deals, depend on the size, and I will make a target for a week. Okay, what keep people from succeeding? Yeah, pretty much not putting enough effort. The way Tony Robbins said it, where focus goes, your energy flows. You will succeed if you're putting enough effort. Doubting yourself, of course. Doubting the strategy, it works. Doubting the market, finding excuses, we all reach on them, and liking the attitude of a winner. That's the only thing, really, truly, that's the only thing. So what skills do we need to acquire before we start? So if you're completely new, familiarize yourself with the language. Nothing really worse when you talk to a broker and you're missing, you don't understand, or you put some. It's very, very easy to spot. So just ask Claude or Google everything you need to know about investing. Learn the lingo. Then learn the basics and requirements DCR lending. Talk to the lender. Understand what's required from you. Make sure you have that credit score. This is really all DCR is requiring your credit score, either you or your cosigner with a 680 plus credit score, whoever it is you're joining in. Prepare your personal financial statement. It takes a little bit of time. So put it together, make it as sparkly as possible. Put everything you have on own and your partner possibly is, or maybe your grandmother. You can blend it all together. Okay, so who is this strategy for? This is for real estate investor who is absolutely obsessed with the results. And who is it not for? It's for person who needs every answer before they will move. We will have to resolve answer a lot of answers, resolve a lot of issues on the way, of course. Okay, so send me your first accepted LOI by the end of the week, please. I'll celebrate it with you. Little bit about me, Pace already introduced me, but I've been developer for the last, actually it's more than that, yeah. For the last, actually 12 years, I built a lot of condos, 100 condos by now. I'm managing portfolio for 40 Airbnbs in Boston. Now I'm focusing on the larger assets, RV parks, mobile home parks, multifamily, self-storage. I run Orbit. We actually have 200 people in Orbit, believe it or not. So we're moving with that, and I do looking for capital partners to join me on my bigger ventures. But funny enough, after I did this presentation, I think I'm gonna start my own challenge from Monday, because I almost forgot that's a really amazing way as well to bring a lot of ownership on the table. So I think I maybe sidetrack on that for a moment and go and get some buildings in Boston. So yeah, please, you can find me. This is my blink. Please ask questions. Please ask for resources. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of moving pieces to do this transaction, but it's not really complicated. You're gonna, once you do it once, you really feel like a king on a throne. You're gonna be flying with everything else.
Ella Gorin, everybody.
Thank you.
Ella Gorin, you get 3 questions. So you got to pick 2 people from the crowd and 1 person from Zoom. Can I throw the Zoom at you, or throw the microphone at you? I'll bring it to you. All of our mic runners are like, dude, we need a lunch, Pace. Why are you doing? Thank you, Yana.
Great job. Absolutely great job. Stunning. You're so proactive on everything that you do. It's you have a method, you do it ahead of time, you make sure that you've done all your homework, and then you attack. One of my questions today about your presentation was the fact that you didn't really address about a whole lot of folks working in a team as far as on the job site. Do you do any of that like some of the other presenters? You bring your own team in to work the units. as far as needing any help with, a manager at the co-living or this and that. Is that people that come from your team?
I have a property management business
Oh.
in Boston, and
Okay.
I do have employee in there. She's not in SubTo. I actually had her way before I even knew about SubTo or knew about Pace.
Right.
So I have a manager. I have a full-blown property management company who does run my
Perfect.
units. But that's mostly because I'm all over the place, flying non-stop. So it's not you not necessarily have to, but
Okay.
I'm just not there to
Because
manage.
I just heard a whole lot about Ella, and I was curious because sometimes, that we run ourselves to death and we aren't utilizing, the people around us for support and help. And so I was wondering, how you work other people in the event, something ever went sideways with you and you needed somebody to step in and be an Ella, could they?
Yeah, I'm guilty of that. I've been just, I guess I've been classical entrepreneur who I used to do everything myself.
Yeah.
So slowly, part of my ownership journey and ownership club, I am really learning to offside. What I love is right now I have Orbit, and people actually emerging from the Orbit, and without me really doing anything. Like Pace was mentioning, Igor, who runs my whole Orbit. I have also
Got
a
it.
guy, Tim
Okay.
Young, who actually emerged and now underwrite everything that's coming from the Orbit.
Okay.
I have Oscar Rodriguez, he's helping with fundraising efforts. So people actually emerging out of the Orbit, something I did
Got
not
it.
expect, because when we first talked with Space about Orbit, I said I need deals,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm starting to find a team emerging out of my Orbit, and this is
Awesome.
something I did not expect.
I forgot to tell you, I'm Pam Stewart, so I just went right in with my question. I'm new here just by weeks, so I'm glad to meet everybody. But I also have to tell you, you're just a little pistol. You're just cute to keep, even to keep on tap with you, is really awesome. But I appreciate the
Thank
fact
you.
that you ended with co-living. So
Thank
that's
you.
something I'm really attracted to. So thank you.
I am
Great
that
job, Ella.
I am that weirdo who never can sit still, like in a party, so anywhere else, like people chillaxing, and I'm like, I'm gonna wash the dishes, I'm gonna be like cleaning up the tables, and they're like you weird, chillax. I'm like, I'm chillaxing. I am like.
Can you go to the Zoom? Let's see if we got any questions in the Zoom chat on
Please.
the monitor down there, Ella.
I don't know how to.
One of my favorite comments in the side chat today was, this is really good for people that have an accent, because a lot of people think, oh, well, I'm in America, I'm doing these deals, people are going to judge me. How often do you get people judging you for your accent? And do you think because you're Russian, you scare your sellers into signing contracts, maybe?
I sometimes scare constructors, so somehow they.
Amazing.
Not the sellers, no. My
But your
construction crew
accent
says-
does not hold you back, correct?
No, never.
Okay, any questions out of the side chat that you like?
What is your preferred seller financing terms, interest rate, monthly payment amount, etc.? So yeah, seller terms are going against my cash flow, and I'm fanatic on my cash flow. So that's really where I am trying to be as conservative as possible. So it's like the highest I'm going is 5%, but I'm trying to put them at the back. So I do anything to put those terms either in the back or in the front, so I don't need to pay them monthly. At the same time, I'm guarding myself with a refinance option. So I am really using creative finance we have a high interest rate right now. So it's really hard to create the cash flow unless we're not paying something monthly. And that's what I did with this deal, and that's actually what I'm doing with this 6-family deal that I'm purchasing right now. It was overpriced on the market, and I said, okay, I'll give you your price, almost your price, but I'm gonna bake you interest inside. So I will not pay you any monthly interest, and that's how we kind of proceed with that.
Ella Gorin, everybody. Give it up for Ella Gorin. Thank you, Ella. You're amazing. Okay, like we talked about earlier, guys, we're going to do a working lunch because we've taken a little bit more time on each presenter than normal. Our next presenter is going to be coming up here in probably 10 minutes. Yeah, Yana, you've been preparing your whole life, homegirl. Okay. Now, guys, as a simple reminder for the people that are in the room, the 80 or so people that are in here, we do have, I could break for lunch for 20 minutes. Do you guys want to do a break? No. Okay, perfect. Yana says, let's do a break. We will not be doing a break, so don't worry, Yana. I'll take up like 10 minutes. I have some things I want to share. But let's give it up for Ella one more time, everybody in the in-person. And then in the side chat, okay, in the side chat, Igor Tanaka is in the SubTo community. You guys need to know Igor. He's a Brazilian immigrant, drove around the United States with no driver's license and no insurance for a very long time. I like that. No excuses. Okay, no excuses. He literally drove pizza, delivered pizza because he was an illegal immigrant for a while, and he is now legal, or at least that's what we're telling everybody, okay? But he is running her Orbit program, helping her coordinate 200 members of the community. I want to touch base on an Orbit program for some of the newer people in here. When we launched SubTo in 2020, 2021, Mundo, did we have Orbit programs back then? We sure didn't. And the reason why is because we didn't have thousands of leaders at that time. And so as the original vision of SubTo has evolved, you'll see leaders continually want to show up and go, hey, I'll run a team the way Pace used to run a team. We never wanted this to be about Pace. In the very beginning in 2020, through probably 2022, SubTo was very much about me. The community was very much about me. I would do 10, 15 Zooms every single week. I would make all the seller calls. I would walk through all the paperwork. That's all in the vault. You'll never watch it, but it's all in the vault. And really my goal here was in 2020, I said, you know what? I want to be a community where we can do anything we want. I can jump from single family to multifamily. I can go from multifamily to RV parks. I can do 6 plexes today and RV parks tomorrow, and I don't have to go join another mentorship to do that. And so I wanted to build a community full of leaders that will help shoulder the burden, and I just wanted to be one of those 5,000 leaders. And so when you see these people on stage, you're like, oh my gosh, there's so many things going on here. Guys, we probably are not even touching on 10% of all the types of deals, not even 3% probably of the types of deals that are actively happening. So the benefit of this time frame is that I was able to find people that wanted to go, you know what, Pace, I really love what you're doing. You're bringing people on your team and you're doing calls for them and you're breaking things down. There's no way you can shoulder all of that yourself. And so you had these leaders step up in that time frame and said, hey, let me do exactly what you're doing and I will build teams. And so I launched something called Orbit Training, O-R-B-I-T, Orbit. You are the planet, Mundo. You are the planet, Ella Gorin, and people come and orbit you. I know Yana and a lot of other people do this as well. And so when you're new and you're afraid of your own shadow, some of you guys are, some of you guys are not. Do I seem like somebody who's afraid of their own shadow? No, I'm not. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's neutral. It don't matter. Because there's some people on my team that are afraid of their own shadow, and I need those people. I need those people doing my transaction coordination. I need those people cultivating the relationships with private money lenders. I need those people. So don't beat yourself up like, I'm not Ella Gorin. Yeah, nobody is. Nobody's Mundo Sanchez, right? Nobody's any of these people. Be you. Be uniquely you. So Pam Stewart, you're newer to this 6.5 year community. We have 37,000 combined community members, 37,000. We are in 40 countries. We're in Papua New Guinea, for heaven's sakes. I know. Santino, you and I both, bro, we could not point it out on a map, okay? I could because the person that was here 2 weeks ago for the in-person was like, this is where Papua New Guinea is. This is where I live. I flew here from Papua New Guinea to come do deals. So if you're somebody who says, I need to get started right now, and this is a lot of information, best thing you could do is go join an Orbit program. How do I join an Orbit program? Go to the Owners Club list. Obviously, that is only available to people in the community, but go to the Owners Club list and go find the people that are currently running an Orbit program. What are they going to do? What are the things they're going to get you to do? They're going to get you to submit LOIs. If you're submitting LOIs, that's commercial. We don't submit LOIs really in single family. It's pretty uncommon for us to call them LOIs. Sometimes we do. It's no big deal. But in single family, they're just called offers. In Commercial, they're called LOIs. You can also call them offers, but primarily you're calling them LOIs, letters of intent, okay? So if you are actively sending out LOIs and you're understanding why you're sending an LOI out, you will learn everything on the job. Do you guys see how these tables are laid out in this room? Okay. The way these tables are laid out in this room is that last week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, actually this week, we had a leader walking everybody through lead generation, submitting offers, LOIs, all of those types of things live, okay? How often do we do that? Every mother freaking month. And how often are you invited here if you are in our private community? As many times as you want to come back, okay? But if you're not taking action on it, I don't know what else to tell you. Get your butt on a team. We'll help you out, okay? The next time we have one, I don't know. Email support@subto.com and ask them when the next in-person event is. I always reserve 20 or 30 spots for people to join, and you will be able to be on a team. You will touch offers. You will touch contracts. You will touch leads live. So if you feel like I need to be in the room live, just email support@subto.com. We'll get you in the room, okay? Again, how many times can you do that? Every single month you can come back for a whole entire week if you want, okay? Santino's helped out with those. Just about every leader in this room has helped out with those. So if you want action, you can have the cheat code. You can drive down from Flagstaff. You can leave that nice 85-degree weather and come down to 120 degrees, okay? So that's a cheat code for everybody in the live community. Now, if you cannot travel here, okay, if you cannot travel here for some reason, obviously you guys are here physically, but there's people here that are like, wait, I can't travel, okay? We do virtual teams too, okay? You're in California. You could walk here, girl. Oh, you were? And was the live stream super helpful? Okay. I'm going to tell you guys something. I want you guys to understand. Information should just be free. I never wanted to sell information. What I wanted to do is build a really awesome community full of people that want to lead. You need access to people that are going to walk you through the fire, right? Information's great, but at some point you're like, okay, send an LOI, right? And Mundo says, just do it. Ella says, just do it. Ingrid said, just do it. Everybody says, just do it. Send offers, send offers, send offers. If you're like, but how? Come into the room or get on the live stream or join an Orbit program, okay? One of those things, okay? Go to the Owners Club list. Know everybody in Owners Club. On the list, it says who's running an Orbit program and apply to be part of their Orbit program. Do they charge you to be on their team? No. What do they get out of it? Can I tell you what they get out of it? Why would they get benefited from running an Orbit program and being crazy lunatics and doing that? Anybody have an idea of how they get benefited? They do get more deals. It is a lot more babysitting. So I'll tell you the truth about orbiting. If I put 10 hours into orbiting with my orbiters, I get 1 deal. If I put 10 hours into my own deals, I get 10 deals. It's not worth the headache. What I really get is I get deep relationships with people long term. So think about my relationship with Ingrid. I've known her for 5 years. The longer I've known her, the more deals we both do together. In fact, she pulled me aside. She goes, I have an emergency right now. And I go, shh, okay, I don't know. This is scary. I walk into the other room. She goes, I need a pre-approval on a commercial loan in the next 2 hours. I don't know what to do. And I go, no problem. Let me call Brandon. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that is why you need these relationships. My orbiters that I've orbited with, or they orbited with me, I'm sorry, they ultimately go off and they do a ton of deals. They come back to me 2 years later and they sell me a deal that I didn't have to babysit. Does that make sense? So the people that are running orbit programs understand the value of a long-term relationship. That's number one, okay? Number two, a lot of times, I'm going to teach you guys something really important. If you want to raise money, I want you to write down this one word and tattoo it on your left shoulder, because I know you got room on your left shoulder. Okay, so you tattoo this on your brain, on your ass, whatever you got to do. The word is nurture. Okay, you'll see really stupid people. Yes, I'm calling some people out in the side chat. They go, I'm looking for private money lenders in the side chat. Bro, that is not how you get private money lenders. The way you get private money lenders is cultivating a meaningful relationship and nurturing that relationship. I will take somebody who had zero intention. By the way, people that are like, oh yeah, I'm looking to deploy capital are not in the side chat, especially in my stuff. The people that are in my stuff are trying to learn how to do their own deals, not put money into yours. Make sense? However, Mundo, have you found a lot of members in the community jump into your deals? because he nurtures relationships. Ella Gorin, have you found a lot of my audience that I have pushed over to you because you deserve it as a leader in this community? Have you found that you could probably raise millions of dollars from people I have sent to you? Why? Because she has nurtured them. And a lot of times she's nurtured them through her Orbit program. Now, is she intentionally going, I'm gonna run an Orbit program so I can raise money? No, that's a secondary benefit. And so for you guys to understand, maybe you're not there to invest in her deal, but if she has 200 orbiters, you think she's got a couple $1 million of people that are like, dude, I just want to throw 50 grand into your RV park or 100 grand in your RV park. Probably 10% of those orbiters are going to jump into a deal with her. 90% of them won't. That 10% of people that are going to deploy capital makes it all worth all her time. Does that make sense? I need you to understand this because when you are new, do you want to know what one of the biggest mindset problems are? Jamil, for example, is probably the best mindset coach I've ever had. Jamil Damji's in the building, by the way. Love me some Jamil Damji. The question that a lot of newbies have is, why would this person want to help me? Okay, if you're an immigrant, tell me I'm wrong. You guys grew up in families that are like, keep everything to yourself, hide everything. You never know when somebody's trying to take advantage of you, right? Okay, so you have to kind of break through that. If you're in a poor family, same thing. Everybody's trying to take advantage of you. Everybody's trying to play a game with you. Everybody's got some finesse they're trying to take advantage of you. So if you don't understand why somebody would be willing to do an Orbit program with you, it's going to be really hard for you to commit to going, okay, I'm going to reach out to them because you feel like a fish out of water going, I'm asking for them to help me, but I might not ever get them a deal. Guys, get over the overthinking. They get a lot of benefit from doing a free Orbit program, deals. Also, Ella, have you found really awesome people like Igor Tanaka to join your team through 200 orbiters? You find one just badass person that does the one thing you needed that you wouldn't have been able to hire for. Okay, so recruiting, deal flow, private capital. Can I tell you another thing that these people need, right? I want the people in Owners Club, the faculty or the leaders of our community, I want them to be good on stage. Can you see why I'm doing this? I want to see Mundo on stage. I want to see Santino on stage. Ingrid's been on this stage so many times, you can tell, right? I want them to be great at leading, communicating, and getting their message across because at some point, do you think that will benefit them as they scale their businesses? Okay, at some point, communication and telling stories is going to be one of the most important things as you go scale your business, Ella. So when you're going and communicating to 200 people, what are we doing today? Why are we doing it? And answering questions and trying to do all of that, it will help you become such a master at communication. You love Tony Robbins. You've taken your son to Tony Robbins recently. You go to Tony Robbins every year. Do you think Tony Robbins just got up on stage one day and was the best communicator on the planet? No, he ran an Orbit program in SubTo. That's how he did it. Okay. So for those of you guys that are in the private chat, that are in community, please go to the Owners Club and find the people who have already said, I have an Orbit program. Not all of them do. Not all of them want to. And some of them also will have a smaller Orbit program, like 5 to 10 people. Some people are crazy like Ella that have 200, okay? So go find those people if you're like, I need to take action now, but I'm a little bit afraid of my own shadow. I would probably join, if I was going to start today and I joined SubTo today, this is what I would probably do. I would go probably jump in on an RV park team, and I would say, let me go on all the in-person appointments. I don't want to do anything but that. I want to go meet the sellers. That's what I would do. Should I do the paperwork? No. Can I do the paperwork? Sure. Things are misspelled. You'd think I speak Russian if you read my contracts. Okay. All right. Now, I've got 2 people that are coming up here. Are we cool to keep going? Okay. Should we do this like once a month? Should we have Santino on next month's stage about multifamily? Okay. All right, cool. So what we'll do is if you guys enjoy this today, we'll keep doing it. It's a lot of fun for me too. I love showing you guys these rock stars that we have in this community. And by the way, Inga out of Washington was the inspiration for this. Okay, so Inga, she's out of Washington. If you guys don't know her, she's awesome. She's Inga, I think you're Ukrainian. Do you guys know Inga? Do you know Inga, Yana? Yes. Is she Ukrainian or Russian, or what is she? Oh, you're actually meeting her tomorrow? Okay, cool. And that's what's so cool about this community too. You've got Yana, who's down in Miami, and you've got Inga, who lives in Washington, and you get to collaborate and go coast to coast. You're in Boston, and you go help people from all over the place as well. You've got orbiters. I bet you have orbiters in other countries. Would you say that's right? Yeah. How cool is that? Amazing. Germany and India. Hey, pop up the, who's in the back right now? Jonathan, will you pull up the YouTube video a little bit higher so I can see that just real quick? And then make the timer, take the timer back to where it was if you don't mind. Thank you, brother. Okay, awesome. Any questions before I bring this person up? Anybody wanting us to talk a little bit more about anything specific? Where do I start? What are my first steps? Pace, what about me? There's all, go ahead. There we go. Boom. I'm going to give you a mic so the people on the Zoom can hear you, okay?
So I have a deal that is kind of a unicorn, that it's listed as a unicorn. I visited the property 3 times. It's being sold as a single family residential, and it is been used as a partial Airbnb while the owner was in the property. So it kind of has 2 exterior units. So it's an underperforming Airbnb. And
so it's an Airbnb.
Well,
Burn on all you Airbnb people. That's just a normal Airbnb. Just kidding.
My interest in the property is the land. It's adjacent to other parcels that are recently being developed into condos.
Okay.
On both sides of it.
Love it.
And so I want to redevelop it.
Love it.
But I need it to pay for itself until I can get the permits to change the zoning.
Okay, so a couple of things. Who's going to do the development for you?
I don't know yet.
Okay, so I'd start there.
Maybe me.
Probably not you, but
probably not.
But you plus someone else. So
exactly.
For example, even though I'm really experienced, I'm not as experienced in development as probably Ella is. So let's say that let's say I fly to Boston. I've probably built 700 homes as a contractor, but I wasn't the developer as the contractor. So I could build the shit out of something. But I wasn't underwriting every single deal I was building, right? Some of the people I built stuff for lost money. I've probably done 150 development projects as the investor, and 100 of those were in like parcels of like full-on master plan communities. Now I'm doing like 10 at a time. I've got a project in Washington. If I find a deal in Boston, should I go, I'm gonna go find a crew, I'm gonna figure out square footage costs, or should I call Ella and go, hey Ella, will you partner with me on this deal? I'll give you 70, I want 30. That's probably your first step. What city is this in?
Phoenix.
Oh, it's in Phoenix. Okay, cool. That's something I would develop with you. No problem. What is it? You want to do what kind of properties?
Single family, like condos.
Okay, so you know who the person would be that I know right out of the tape? His name's Noe, Dr. Noe. He's a developer in Phoenix, in SubTo. Him and Ingrid partner on a lot of stuff. That's all he does is develop now. So a lot of SubTo members go directly to him. You name a city, I'll tell you the person doing the thing in that city.
Awesome.
Okay, so that's where I would start. The thing I wrote down here is I want everybody to kind of write this down when you're running into a unicorn deal or when you're running into anything in general. One of my favorite lessons I learned from Jamil is Jamil has taught me obviously a lot of stuff about mindset, but he also taught me about highest and best use. Okay, so piece of land, really interesting, right? Who is going to tell you what the highest and best use is? You're going to go, well, I think it would be this. But a real developer is going to tell you, no, it needs to be this. Jamil had a property, this is probably 8 or 9 years ago, and somebody sends him, it's a luxury home in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's in this like cul-de-sac thing. And the price point was somewhere around $600,000. And everybody kept saying, this is not a good enough price. This price is not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. And as it circled around for like 6 months and everybody had looked at this deal, Jamil comes along and goes, oh, I know exactly what to do with this deal. And what did he do? He scraped it. Mm-hmm. And Jamil, how much did you guys make on that deal? Sat on the market for 6 months. Nobody wanted it. I'm regurgitating for Zoom, just so you know.
It ended up coming to me. I asked the agent to take it off the market.
Okay, so Jamil told the agent, take it off the market.
And then it was a brand new build. The house
That's crazy.
brand new. The man built it for him and his wife. It was like
Brand new home, just been built. What? 5,000 square foot house with 2 bedrooms. Oh, okay. So he customized the house specifically for his lifestyle, which no other buyer would want. So this house sat on the market, couldn't sell. Highest level agent in the state. She's like top 1% of 1%, brings it to Jamil and says, solve this problem for me. Okay, so how many square feet are in an acre?
4,000.
Okay, so every house around it was on a 6,000 square foot lot. That house was an acre. Turn your microphone on.
Everything was on a 6,000 square foot lot. The house was on an acre. So I looked at the zoning, and the zoning was R16.
Oh.
And that meant that for every 1 acre, I can put 6 lots. And it dawned on me, oh, you got to bulldoze the mansion. And so I obviously didn't bulldoze the mansion, but I packaged it, sent that over to a builder, and I said, hey, you just bought an acre of land in this same area for $1.4 million. Would you buy this for 1.2? He said, send me the contract. And so I made a $300,000 fee. Monique made $100,000 in commissions. The seller was ecstatic because he finally got the house sold. And that was that. Highest and best use, bro.
So think about that. For 6 months, nobody could crack this code. And somebody that came along with this thought process of what's the highest and best use on this unicorn deal. Sometimes it is scraping it. Sometimes it's converting it away from Airbnb. Your thought also, here's what I would tell you. This is going to be something with Noe. I'll connect you with Noe in the SubTo community. This is why you guys joined a community, not a mentorship. I love mentorships. I pay for those too. But you guys joined a community. This is why we do these events, and this is why we do this stuff, so you can meet the people doing the actual things, and we can all help each other. What Noe's going to do is he's going to look at that and go, it's not a deal unless blank. And you're going to go, I don't care what we do. I'm not married to the outcome. I'm married to the process, right? And what I would do in that situation, same thing that we do with car washes. So we've got 3 car washes just about to close currently. And we go to the sellers and we say, we're not going to close escrow until we have permits and entitlements and we're ready to build. And so that is in our contract. So we have it under contract. It's an indefinite contract that we have, let's say, 2 years to close. And then we work with the city, we get the permitting, the zoning, et cetera. And then when we finally are ready to build, that's when you buy the property. So your seller, you don't need to buy the thing and make the payment. You need to contract the thing and start working on the permits and all of those types of things until you're ready to build. Does that make sense? Let the seller deal with the Airbnb for the next 12 months or whatever it is.
Seller wants to leave the country immediately.
Me too. I want to go to Canada. I feel like I need to live in British Columbia. So
Me
there.
too.
Well, I'll put you in touch with Noe on that deal. Okay. All right. This person is probably one of the best networkers in our community. Just delightfully shows up. I go to, what was this? Where was this city? I think it was not West Palm, but it was probably Fort Lauderdale area. I fly in a couple of years ago, and I'm texting with Yana, and she goes, yeah, we got a meetup going on, and I show up. Jamil and I have been to 500 community meetups in the last couple of years. And I show up, and I'm like, she's got a live band, food, like everything is done to the nines. How many people hung out with Yana this week at her Airbnb? Y'all were in her, was it just a party? You guys did face masks last night?
Yes.
Okay. Cold plunge. That's normal for you. Okay. This is how Russian people bond with each other. It's like in cold water. Freezing cold vodka. Let's jump in it. Okay, so Yana is just a delightful soul, unbelievable. So grateful to have people like this in the community that network with each other. They make sure everybody knows who each other are. Her partner, Adam, is one of the tallest men in the building for sure. And so they're going to be presenting. What are you guys going to be focusing on today? Mobile home parks. I love it. Poor man's multifamily. I love it. Okay, cool. We're going to continue working through lunch, guys. If you guys want to make your own food orders and have it delivered here, the food will be delivered to the little foyer. We are not bothered if you get up and walk over there and do the thing. We are currently on time because we skipped lunch, just FYI. So let's give it up for Yana and Adam. You guys are up. Let's go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, you got your mic? Cool. Oh, that's right. There we go. We just got mics all over the place. Give it up for them one more time, please.
Hello,
They
hello.
prepped a lot. They were stressed out a little bit. I should have let them prep while I was just yapping up there. I should have let them know I was going to give 45 seconds. I was going to bring you up there.
Okay.
Yana, where do you live?
I live in Hollywood.
Okay, California. Love it.
No, Hollywood,
I know.
Florida.
I know.
Sometimes in Jamaica, but mostly in Hollywood.
You live by the Hard Rock Casino, that big old guitar that's in the skyline?
Close by, yeah.
Okay, cool. And when did you guys partner up?
After immersion, after Agent Owners Club.
Oh, you guys met at Owners Club at
Yes.
the immersion?
At immersion.
In
Yep.
San Antonio?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Amazing. Freaking Mundo got an RV park out of it. You guys got a partnership out of it. I love it.
And we've since done training specifically on that, of how we connected and why we did, which is awesome.
Okay, it's your guys' show. Thank you.
Well, fantastic. So we're here to talk about getting a mobile home park or multifamily in 7 days. But to start with that, I want to talk about mindset, what it takes, and what you have to go through. Because we're all here to grow and get better. Are we not? Online, are we here to grow and get better? That's why you're in the community. That's why Pace brings all this together. And so when I was 11 years old, I'm one of 7 kids. I'm the 6th of 7. And I lost my father. He passed away. And here I am, 11 years old. We're dirt poor. We were left with nothing. We're 4 boys crammed into one room because we couldn't afford anything else. And I'll never forget myself. I was like, you know what? If I want anything in life, I've got to go do something different. Most 11-year-old kids are running around just playing. I was like, how can I make some money? I get together with a friend of mine. His parents owned a restaurant. I said, hey, can I clean dishes? Can I mop floors for your parents? And they agreed and let me make money on cash just so I could feel a little bit of significance and self-worth, thinking, I can do this. I was so scared and so fearful because fear is the ultimate changer in everything we do. If you let it control you, you will pull back away from that. But if you step into that, the number one way to eradicate fear and get rid of it is action, because it turns it into excitement. And then you start building some confidence and self-worth. And that's part of the process of the mindset you're shifting here is big dreams, going big. We're talking about mobile home parks. We're talking about apartments. And you guys can get it too in 7 days. But you first have to have a mind shift change. What about you, Yana?
Guys, I grew up in Russia. I grew up in post-Soviet Union. And trust me, it was no fun. We were poor. When I was 6 years old, I was dreaming to have a Barbie doll from America. And my mom couldn't afford it. And I'm like, what do I do to get the Barbie doll? I lived in a 5-story building, and I went to all the neighbors in my section, and I offered them to mop the floors in this 5-story for months, paying up front in exchange for me, in exchange for money. So they agreed. They paid me up front. Me and my mom went to the store. We got my first Barbie doll, and we got my first pineapple. I've never tried pineapple before. It was the best pineapple of my life. So the moral is, what I learned back then, if at 6 years old, I can buy my own Barbie doll, I can do anything. So if I did it at 6 years old, anything is possible for you guys.
Absolutely. Give her a round. That's worth clapping for, because that's what we're talking about. The mindset, if we can do it, so can you. And that's what we're here for. So let's talk about the steps of moving forward. If I only had a week, how do I make it happen? And here we go.
Okay, guys, before we start, we would like to honor Mattie Richards, who was a real hero. She was homeless. She reached out to Pace and asked him to take her from zero to hero. and she followed his footsteps. She followed his guidance. And from a homeless lady, she became a successful entrepreneur with her own house and many, many deals behind her back. So if Mary was able to do it, so can you.
So let's make her proud today by taking action and taking steps.
So if I only had a week, what exactly would I do to get my first deal?
And I'm so glad you asked that. And here are the action steps to take. And we're going to keep it simple because it's not hard. It's easy. We're talking about no pressure conversations. Talk to brokers. They already have assets on the market for sale, so that's pretty easy. And you're just learning to connect with them, make a friend. I tell people all the time, I said, this is about just connecting and making a friend. You don't have to know everything. Matter of fact, we don't want you to know everything. Just make some calls and connect with a friend. And mindset, because this isn't sales. How many people think this is sales? Online, come on, can I get a thumbs up? Say, yeah, I thought it was sales. I think it's a sales. That's what I struggle with. It's because it's not sales. Your job is not selling anything. Does that make you feel much better?
So how come?
Because I don't want you selling anything. As a buyer, I just want you getting the information, starting the process, get some info, take the time. You're not closing it, you're not negotiating it, you're not doing any of that. You're just getting me the information I need to close the deal, making it easy. Does that sound pretty low stressful?
Yeah, it does.
So you don't have to negotiate, you don't have to understand how to underwrite, just having friendly phone calls. Who doesn't have a few hours a day? Anybody? Does anybody have a couple hours a day they can move forward to make their goal happen? We're talking a few hours a day to get a mobile home park or an RV park. Who doesn't have that? And if you don't, it's not a priority for you. Let's just be real. So, someone else is doing all the difficult, hard work because you're not there yet, and that's okay. Here's the strategy.
So tell me in one sentence what a total beginner could repeat by tomorrow. How we can make it happen in one sentence.
Can everybody say, be a friend on the phone and collect some details? Can everybody do that? Can I get a one in the chat saying, yes, I can do that? Yes, all right, good. Jesse, Samantha, I love that. Kirk, Alex, fantastic.
Be a friend on the phone and collect details.
That's it. Just be a friend, collect some details. And we're going to go a little more in depth on what's that look like. Here we go. The exact steps at a glance. 1 week. We're talking 7 days. Monday, we're going to call, connect with some buyers, because guess what? You know what the biggest problem in getting all these asset classes and moving forward is? You don't have anybody to buy the thing you're looking to get. So many of us try to work it backwards, going, okay, let me go find a deal, and then turn around, okay, who do I sell this to? Where does it go? That's the problem. Turn it around. Find a buyer first. When you have a buyer lined up that says, hey, I tell you what, this is what I'm looking for, exactly, and I'll tell you exactly how to find it, go get that information for me.
How can we find a buyer, Adam?
Perfect. This is how you find a buyer. Okay? You're going to go through things like Crexy. You're going to go through things like Owners Club. Now, if you're part of SubTo, which is awesome, you can find people like us, which are Owners Club, and we actually post our buy box. We tell you exactly what we want, where we want it, even the states we want it in, Yana. We're going to make it super simple. It's like, will you go grocery shopping for me? And here's my list.
Oh, wow. So easy? So I don't have to think?
You don't. And I don't want you thinking. I just want you overcoming fear and talking and making friends.
Okay.
Because that's the problem. We get in our own way. The thinking process is what transforms and makes us all struggle. Can we say yes to that? Can I get a yes in the chat? You're overthinking things.
Let's go.
Stop overthinking. Just start taking step actions, one step after the next. All right? That's what we're going to do. So we're going to break it down. The first hour you get started, you're going to make some calls. You're going to introduce yourself. Do I introduce myself like a negotiator?
No.
Like a sales pitch?
No.
Oh, no? I just need to be a neighbor, a friend. Who doesn't like making friends? No, there's a few of us that don't like that. I get that. But if it paid you really well to make some friends, who wouldn't mind making some friends? Right? Absolutely. And that's what we're doing here. Well, I just want you to make some friends. Just connect and make some friends. They're not all that bad out there. They're not that scary. So start making some calls, all right? You're not pitching. Second hour, this is the first hour. Second hour, you're like, okay, let's get 3 people. Because you know when you make calls, let me just say so, when you make some calls, does everybody always answer?
No.
No. Do all your friends always answer?
No.
No. Do you always answer?
No.
No. Let's be real. So people are like, well, I made 5 calls and nobody answered. Okay. Make 5 more. It's called the law of numbers. You're going to find people that are going to answer to get the details you want. And then when you find them and you talk to them, you're going to some basic information. Basic information. Are we ready to go over some of this so they can understand what this is like?
Of course.
Okay.
So guys, I'm going to give you a little bit of math here. So when you're looking for a deal, you're looking to find out what is the gross revenue. For mobile home parks, multifamilies, the expense ratio runs about 50%. So to find out what's the NOI is, you simply have to divide the gross revenue by 2, and this would be your net operating income.
But Yana, this is a really technical term, NOI, net operating income. Please, what does that mean?
This magic number represents the income after all expenses before debt service coverage. Okay, so if you want to understand more in depth, if you want to know what is the true value of this property, you divide net operating income by the cap rate. If your buyer is looking for 10% cap rate, you divide it by 10%, and this is how you get your true value. If your buyer is looking for 8% cap rate, you divide it by 8% cap rate, and this is how you get the true value, okay?
So for all of those who think they got to know step 10 and 12 and underwrite it and all these
There is no more steps for you guys.
Okay.
That's how simple it is.
We're trying to keep it really simple because it doesn't need to overcomplicate this. So, because some of y'all won't even make a call unless you have some basic understanding of the underwriting, of the basic, what we call back of the napkin. So we're trying to keep it simple for you. And the simple pack is, listen, what's the total income, gross revenue? What is the total amount of money they're bringing in? Everybody knows that. Everybody will know that. And then you divide that by 2. Why? Because expenses typically run about 50%. And so just so you understand a little bit, 50% expenses in most asset classes. Some run a little bit lower, some are a little higher. But listen, keep it simple, right? I don't know about your mom, but my mom always said, KISS. What's that mean?
Keep
it simple, stupid. So let's all do that. Keep it simple. Keep it easy. And this is just for your numbers. Now, Yana, when I look at deals and I talk to brokers, I'm going to find these all day long, right?
For sure. That's the first number that you should look at.
Absolutely. Everybody's going to have gross revenue. Now, now you did mention that what does your buyer want? This whole 10% cap rate. That sounds really technical and really detailed. Just so y'all know, what that means is I am the buyer. I am setting the standard. I gave you my grocery list. Remember we talked about that? My grocery list? Here's the grocery list. Now, on that grocery list, I told you exactly what kind of yogurt I want. I want Greek yogurt that's French vanilla.
With pineapple.
With some pineapple, of course. But now, if you come back and say, okay, here's some Dannon yogurt that's cherry flavored, that's not what I asked for. And so this is just kind of some details of what the buyer is looking for. So you get to hunt for specific things the buyer wants. You're not guessing or wondering or, oh, maybe so, I don't know. We're keeping it simple and keeping it easy for you because that way you get success. Does everybody like success?
And you will send the buyer exactly what he or she needs.
Absolutely. Because there's only 3 numbers really I need as a buyer. Once again, baby steps, 7 days, 1 to go. What's the gross revenue? What's the asking price? If they want to sell, I'm sure they know what that is. And then the third one is this basic question. Are they open to terms? You're talking to brokers. Are they open to terms? Are they open to anything creative?
Are they open to seller finance?
That's it. Let's say that one more time. Are they open to terms? Or?
Creative or seller finance.
You mean that's all I have to say?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's how easy it is, guys.
Now, that's a yes or no question. If they say yes, great. Find out what that is. If they know. If they say no, okay. And next. Because most of them don't know. You're not trying to negotiate. You're just trying to get some basic information. Do we understand that? Does that relate? Does this seem pretty simple? Yes. But the action steps of taking the first step and moving forward is what challenges it. That's why we're making it simple like this. Okay.
So what do I do when I got a lead? Who do I give it to?
So now that I've found my buyer, which by the way, you start this whole process. Let me make sure we all understand this. We're not going to go hunt. You're not going to go grocery shopping for someone you haven't talked to yet, have you? Good luck finding what they want.
No.
No. Get together with your owners, your buyers, okay? The one who are buying what they're asking for and get a list of what they want, where they want it. And then you can go find it in those states. Right? For example, hey, we want multifamily and mobile home parks in all red states. Sorry, California. I mean, we love you and all, but, you know.
Well, we will take RVs nationwide.
But we like to work in states that like us. So that's our buy box, right? Those are things we're looking for. Now go get those. We'll get a little more details, but now you can go find those specifically. And guess what? When you call us up and say, hey, I found exactly what you were asking for. Perfect. Contact us as a buyer. Hey, we found what you're looking for. Wonderful. Send it over to me. And then, Yana, what do you do next?
And then we'll take it from there, and you guys go and hunt for next lead.
That's it. You mean I don't negotiate. I don't have to underwrite.
No.
How about bring the money and the funds?
No.
Man, do I need to go visit the property and like live on it for a time?
No.
No. We're talking action in 7 days to get results. What about all the tools and software we need? Because there's got to be lots of tools and lots of software to be able to do this, right?
Yeah, we want to make it very simple for you. Simple and free. You should create a Craigslist free account, LoopNet, and shop on Facebook, right? To find your deals. You can filter by the list, you can filter by your buyer's criteria, pull the list and start calling. You don't need to invest any money. You also need one little device to make it happen. What is it, Adam?
It's this thing that weighs like 3,000 pounds. It's really heavy to lift. It's called a phone. Sometimes you got to pull that thing up and you got to make a call because it all starts with that, right? You got to step out there and make it happen. That's the most difficult thing of this whole process.
What else do we need?
When you get the information, I don't care if you put it on a back of a napkin or if you're a little bit fancy, want to put it on a spreadsheet, but get those basic numbers we talked about that we're looking for and send it over to us. That's it. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy. We're about getting results for you in 7 days.
Sounds very easy.
Easy in how we say it, hard in application. Because I don't know about you online, how many of y'all have actually made cold calls before? Give me a 1 in the chat if you've ever made cold calls before. And then
there are some numbers.
Oh, a lot of them. Okay. Now, here's the second challenge. Give me a 2 in the chat if you've ever liked making cold calls. That number drops drastically. There's a couple who like it. There's a few.
There are some people.
Oh, we got some few who love it. I love that. What
These are probably our orbiters.
Okay, there we go. So, but not everybody enjoys that. That's okay. Once again, we're changing that mindset to just making friends. We're not pitching, you're not selling, you're not negotiating, you're just collecting information. And does everyone understand how we get that information? From free resources. There's thousands. There is so much out there. All you have to do is narrow it down for us. But Yana, as someone who's new and doesn't know anything, what could I possibly bring as value to make any money in this deal for y'all as buyers?
Bring me lead.
Exactly. And
that's all I need.
All we need is a little bit of your time. And everybody can do a couple hours a day. It's about relationships.
Why relationships?
Because who should you have in your corner? Because relationships are all about the number one relationship you need to start this. Can we all say it together and online? Can we put it in the chat? Say buyer. I need a buyer. We start with a buyer, and then everything works backwards from there. Once that's in place, now you know what you're going hunting for. That's super easy.
Who else do we need, Adam?
And then now you go find some sellers or brokers. You could do off market if you wanted to. We've got a whole strategy here. Pace has been amazing because he's creating this whole database of off-market properties that we can go hunt that no one even knows about. You'd have to drive by to even know they exist.
Only SubTo, right?
Join SubTo. So seller or brokers, right? So just talk to them. Once again, they're just people like you. Do you know what brokers love to do? Make sales. So we're helping them do that. You're helping the broker make money by helping the buyer buy the deal.
Win-win.
It's a win-win all around. Okay, how do you know if you're on the right track? Because okay, 7-day process, step by step, let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Here's how you know. By the end of day 2, if you have not had at least a few easy kind of real conversations with 5 potential sellers or brokers, something's wrong with your list. Go get a new list, change things up. Because it doesn't take much. That'll know your pivot point. Because some of you do the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result. What's that definition? Insanity. Can everybody say yes, insanity. So we're going to change that. You should have at least one owner as you're talking to this or broker that says, oh, we'd be open to either seller financing or something creative. Oh, perfect. You're already making progress. And here's the golden nugget. When you call myself, my team, Yana, other buyers that have lined up that you went and got what they wanted, and you send it to them, they say, yes, send me more like that one.
It means you're on the right track.
Keep going. You're rocking. We did a 0 to 0 challenge this week, and that happened so many times I can't even count the ways. It was unbelievable to see it from 0 to nothing to send out deals, LOIs.
So, Adam, how can we find out that we are off track? Next.
Well, that's when we pivot. The whole pivot switch. You're off track when you don't have the results you're getting. So if nobody you talk to in 2 days even wants to talk to you, right? It's something wrong with your list. Change list. Go get a new one. Refresh it. Pick a different state. You're like, hey, I was hunting Alabama, and those southern people I just can't relate with. Okay. Change it over and go to good old boy Texas or a different state. Change it up. Because change is good for all of us. I don't connect with everybody. Yana connects with everyone. It's the Russian in her. She kind of forces you to. It's like, you will connect. You have no choice. That's how she rolls. Okay, if everybody is saying no to any kind of terms. Also, if you're sending leads to your buyer and they're like, no, that's not what I want. You're not listening to my parameters. You're not doing what I'm asking for or looking for. So that's when you know you got to pivot and change. Make that pivot before the end of 7 days going, oh, 7 days didn't work. Well, if you didn't pivot, did you do what we asked? Did you check it? The data, the information? That's when you want to pivot. What's the target profit? What could I potentially make working part-time 3 hours a day after 1 week?
So I can really make 5 to 10 grand just by handing off a lead? Seriously?
Oh, absolutely. You know, not only that.
Wow.
Is that pretty good? I mean, I don't know y'all, but having a part-time gig where you're making calls and getting data information, that's pretty fantastic where I come from. And so you literally can do that.
What if I do more work? Can I make more money?
Yes, you can. I'm glad you asked. Because if you want to get more involved, like I want to go to the park or the project, I want to learn about it, understand management, learn to underwrite. Whatever your superpower is that you enjoy and like, you can be more involved. Because what most buyers will do is help teach you along the way and train you. Because that's fun for us. Do you think we got here by ourselves?
No.
In the chat, give me a big, all caps, no. Because there's no such thing. Okay, you know the Superman pose? Wonder Woman pose? You know what that is?
No.
It's the pose where you stand up like this and it's a Superman pose. You know, we are all not Superman or Wonder Woman. Okay? That's why teamwork makes the dream work.
For sure.
All right? It's not about individual. It's about the team. We didn't get here by ourselves, and neither will you. So that's why this community is so huge, and this is why we're here doing this together. Buyers us buyers want to help you level up. It's exciting for us.
We want you guys to become buyers.
Yes. And guess what? When you're at this level, you get to turn around and do the same exact thing we are. How awesome is that? That's what we want. Okay, so what keeps people from succeeding?
What are the honest obstacle, not polite version? Give me real truth.
Here's the truth. And we've all been this. Oh my gosh, I got this list, and man, what if they don't want to talk to me? What if
they're not going to pick up the phone?
What if I get rejected? Has anyone ever asked a girl or guy out and got rejected? That's some strength right there, brother. I need to learn that technique.
I bet no one would ever reject you.
I asked Jamil Damji out on a date on Instagram one time. It took me 3 weeks to get him to go have a salad
such a tough
with me.
cookie, Jamil.
He plays hard to get.
Hey, the ones that play hard to get are the best partners to have right there. That's how it works. No one enjoys that. They're so afraid of that rejection, and we think that's going to happen in every stage of our life. Listen, this is not about you. It's not about them. It's about has anyone been in a bad day when they got a phone call and were kind of rude on the phone? Who hasn't done that? Are all y'all just jerks? Zoomland, are y'all jerks because y'all are rude on the phone? Give me a big no.
No.
No, you're not. But it may be a bad day. That's the whole aspect to kick the dog, right? The dog didn't do anything to you. It's just a rough day. Don't take it personal. It's not about that. Just take the next step. If someone doesn't want to talk to you, give the information, boom, on to the next, on to the next. There's literally hundreds of thousands of people out there that want to sell us deals that we're literally the only solution for. That's how amazing that is. And people skip any kind of information and in the call. Like, okay, thanks, bye. Oh, by the way, did we get any information from the broker? We need that stuff to make the next steps. All right, skills. Oh, well, I've obviously got to have some skills. Let's make some skills.
What are those skills, Adam? Tell us more.
I just got to be comfortable making friends, right? It's not about pressure. It's not about phone calls. It's just about calling and making some friends. Everybody can do that, right? Yes. Okay, come on, we'll get better. Can everybody do that? Yes. Let's go.
What about some quick napkin math underwriting? Is it important?
No, actually it's not. But some of you won't do it unless you know that. That's all we gave it to you, Zoomland. Yes, we gave you more than you needed. Just like Pace always does, gives you so much more than you need to get things moving forward because it's an aspect of confidence. So you can learn that later. Don't waste your time on that. But if you want to know it, have to know it to move forward, that's why we gave it to you. You don't have to have any fancy softwares, right? It's just about asking questions. Who is this for?
Okay, this strategy is for people who are friendly, right? This strategy is for people who want to learn real estate hustle and make some money on the side, calling 3 hours a day. And this strategy is for people who would rather find the deals than close the deals.
Because not everybody's a negotiator. Not everybody understands that. We all start somewhere. I started making calls when I started this process. All the deals I've got before I joined the community, it was direct me getting the deal. And that's why it's so fun doing it together as a team, in a community.
So who is it not for, Adam?
Someone who doesn't want to listen, who thinks they have to control every aspect of every situation and know everything before they make a movement. That's the same person who says, wait, I got to wait till all the lights are green before I go. And how much can you get done doing that?
My
Nothing.
overthinkers say yes in the chat.
Oh, yes, got to have all green lights. No, you'll never get anything done. And you got to be able to understand and build connections. That's literally, and learn, be teachable, willing to learn. And that's all we really need. A week is enough time to find a buyer to get a deal for.
Is it really?
Yes, it is. So much so, Pace proved it this week with hundreds of people in the room. In 4 days, taking someone from not knowing anything, zero on RV parks, to getting, in our table alone, we sent 5 LOIs, which is letter of intent, which for the Zoom world, basically what that means is we're sending out negotiating aspects to get deals.
In 4 days, this room, just this room, with your guys' help and leadership on that table, this total room sent out $120 million in LOIs in 4 days.
Wow.
Did y'all hear that?
That's
$120 million in LOIs.
And 80% of the people in the room had never sent an LOI in their life.
And we're going to make those deals happen.
Yes. I'm texting your seller right now, Mr. Jace O'Hara.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much for your time. Here's a little bit about us.
Give it up for Adam and Yana.
Please connect with us, our Blink, as questions, as well as
we got 2 questions in the audience that we need 1 question on the Zoom. You could also take all 3 in the Zoom if you like all the questions. I'll let you decide. I don't want to make you upset.
Melissa wants to ask a question.
Okay, so I had the privilege of being on you guys' team for Zero to Hero, and I just want to thank you so much. It was such an experience, and you guys provided so much value. How could somebody join your orbit, and what does that look like?
So you can click the link. You can click the barcode for Adam or for myself. We have an Orbit program that we run. We have weekly meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We go over deal structure, underwriting, seller calls, and we can take you from zero to hero on our Orbit program. So guys, if you're interested, check our QR codes.
I really like that teed up question. That was freaking genius. That was a Yana thing. I can guarantee. She's
that wasn't structured at all.
She's so good. She's so good. Okay, so we had a call this last night, right? It was your lead that you teed up for me. How many people were on the Zoom last night, the private community Zoom?
It was awesome.
Okay, what did that seller? What did the seller say about seller finance in the very beginning?
He didn't want to seller finance.
In fact, he was adamant about it, right?
I've been screwed over by seller financing.
Right.
And you clarified that for him.
Cool, but why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing it up because just because you're a newbie, if somebody says, no, we're not open to seller finance, does not mean it's not a lead. It just means the more experienced people on stage need to handle that call and overcome that objection. A lot of times I'll get people in my DMs that go, oh, well, I've called 15 people and none of them are open to seller finance. And I'm like, I will call the same 15 people and have a very different result. So this is why having a team and being on an Orbit program is so critical. QR codes on the screen to get on these guys' teams.
Questions. Are we going to take one in person or?
You do whatever you want. You're the boss. You want to take Zoom questions?
Let's take a Zoom question.
Yeah, let's take a Zoom question. Oh my God.
Okay, Louise wants. Louise, please. It's always the Gators that are just blowing up the chat.
Guys, ask us a short question. Go ahead.
Wait, we got to have for the Zoom land.
I know you made it super simple. It was a great presentation. Thank you so much. Have you also had great success nurturing the relationships with the brokers to get other RV park listings or off-market listings so that they know you guys are consistent buyers?
I love that question because it's this. Do you know how many deals we got from leads we call for brokers? That was not the deal we called about because it was some other deal he had that he's like, hey, I know you called about this one, but I also have this one. I was like, what else you got? What else you got? So many times. Right? Brokers are a wealth of information on deals, not just the one you found, but so many others, even off market. So I got some off market things coming up. I was like, well, send it over to me. He's like, I will do that. So yes, absolutely.
Just to elaborate on, on this question, we have a deal that we are closing in September. You guys will know about it. It's a smoking deal, unbelievable deal. And Adam got on the seller 6 months ago, right? And then now we're buying another portfolio from the same property management company that manages the current seller's deal. And they have 2 more that we're planning to discuss. This is how we build relationships.
Absolutely.
Can I hit on that? Because I won't have a lot of time to chat about this. This is such a great point. One of the first things I learned from Jamil when I started doing deals with him years and years ago was the house is never the deal. The deal is always the real estate agent behind the house.
Relationships. This is what you taught us, Pace.
Well, it came from Jamil, the Godfather.
The Godfather taught us.
We both.
Also, Yana's husband, his name is?
Boris.
That is a Godfather name, just so
For
you guys
real.
know.
And I want to thank my husband for supporting me and for letting me go on this journey. Staying alone for the entire week. and taking care of the family in my absence. Thank you, Boris.
Shout out to Boris.
Shout out to Boris.
Here's a good question. How do we JV with you all? Okay, so Ricky Hines in the side chat in Zoom, there is a link and a text message. I think somebody on your team is in the side chat, Yana. I know how meticulous.
A lot of people on my team are in the side
Our
chat.
orbiters are watching.
Oh, there he is. Maria says, text me to join Yana and Adam's orbit. It's in the side chat right there. Damien says, I texted Yana. What's that cell phone? Is it your cell phone, Yana?
Yes.
You are crazy.
She is.
I mean, I can afford it now, but it's probably going to be someone else's very soon.
Yes. Okay, cool.
She's an amazing integrator. And just for those of you who feel like, oh, I'm kind of shy and reserved, I can't possibly do this, Yana is kind of naturally a little bit shy and reserved, and she has blossomed unbelievably this week. I mean, she is the mastermind, puppet master, pulling all the strings, making all the things happen around here socially. So don't underestimate yourself.
Yeah, I can make people do the work. By the way, we have 215 orbiters in our program as of today, and we're looking for more.
I love it. Give it up for Adam and Yana. By the way, we have about 1,200 people on Zoom today hanging out.
We'll take them all.
Yeah, they'll take you all. They'll build an army with you guys. Okay. Yes, go ahead. Of course, we want all the questions. What do you got?
I haven't had anybody mention, and I was just kind of curious at all, even with you. Do you ever decide to go down the rabbit trail when they tell you up front that the bank has taken their books? So they're obviously in some form of foreclosure, but yet it was for sale on the open market. Do you play that game and go down that rabbit trail?
Of course, yeah. I mean, there's people. So in the Daily Dial, for example, in SubTo, 5 days a week, Caroline Kane primarily focuses on foreclosures.
Okay.
For me, here, I'll tell you guys how I started and how this kind of tees up my next speaker, Mr. Jamil Damji. How I started in the business, I actually started out by spending money on leads, okay? And this is a new Zoom that we're launching inside of our community. We're launching a new Zoom called Today Money. Because there's a lot of people that are like, I need today money. And in 2020, 21, 22, and 23, we did a lot of Zooms about today money, which is wholesale, fix and flip, development, those types of things. Buying an RV park or a business is more forever money, right? It takes 90 days or 120 days to close those deals. When I first started, I would take any lead I could get, but I didn't know how to generate leads on my own. So what I did is I would spend, my first month was January 2013, my first month, I spent $5,000 in postcards and direct mail, okay? Some of those people are in foreclosure. They're getting my letter, they're getting my mail, and they're calling me. It's an inbound, highly intentional lead, okay? So these people would call me, and I would say, hi, my name is Pace. Yes, I buy houses cash. I had no idea what I was doing, so what did I do? I leveraged somebody else. This is actually one of the things I'm going to talk about a little bit tonight, and actually tease up a really fun thing Jamil and I are doing. You're going to Alberta with me, correct? Are you sure? Okay. I can't navigate Alberta without you, bro. October something. I don't know if Sarabi's in the side chat or somebody on my team is on the side chat. Look up the calendar. I will eat all the poutine, bro. For those of you guys that don't know what poutine is, that's not a dirty word, okay? It's Canadian word for gravy and fries, basically, and cheese curds. He also says the best company has the best cheese curds is A&W Root Beer in Canada. Okay, so this is actually important for you guys to pay attention to. Everybody in our private community, this is Gator, SubTo, Top Tier TC, and Zero Down. This will answer your question, but also give a little bit of context of a fun thing that Jamil and I are doing in October. So in October, Jamil and I are flying to Canada. How are we doing that? Why are we doing that? We are flying in on Tuesday, October 6th. We will be there October 7th, 8th, and 9th doing deals with a Canadian who has not been selected yet, showing them how to do a deal in less than 3 days. In fact, it'll probably be in about 5 hours, truly. And you guys will be able to watch that live. So we'll stream that live, and it will be no presenting. It will only be working. So what will happen is I will be doing this primary strategy is I will spend money on leads. There's a company that is going to be giving me leads right there, and Jamil and I are going to be working leads live. I will acquire them, or I'll get on the phone, and the new person will be the person that touches that first phone call. Then I will be the person that handles the second phone call. I will go and do the acquisition. I'll do the pitch. I'll do all of those types of things. And then whatever we get under contract, Jamil is going to comp, and Jamil is going to sell. Okay, so we'll have a little 3-man team in Canada for 3 days. Jamil, if I had 200 phone calls in 3 days, what are you doing for me? This is the same thing you did for me for years. Can we get Jamil a microphone if anybody has a floating microphone somewhere?
I got it.
So when I would go out on appointments, what did you used to do for me?
You would send me the address on your drive to the appointment, and I would respond with a number that you needed to buy that property at. So I would say, if you said, hey, I'm going to 123 Banana Street, I would say, lock this up no higher than 100 grand. And then Pace would know that he had a max of 100,000, but he would do everything he could to get it below that. At 100K, I knew that I was going to be able to sell that and make at least 10 grand a piece, but if he wanted to make more than that, his job as a negotiator would have been to go in and get it a little bit lower than 100 grand so that the spread could be a little bit better.
So my little business, it was just me and my wife for a number of years. I averaged about 2.5 deals a week, working 2 hours a day. And I averaged about $100,000 a month in revenue. And I had $20,000 a month in advertising costs before I knew how to generate leads way cheaper. So every phone call that I spent money on, this is back in 2013, was $1,000 per phone call. So if I spent 20 grand in a month, I would get 20 calls on average. 5 of them were total tire kickers. I had 15 people that I could actually communicate with, and I didn't have time, nor was I skilled at comping. And so what I did for all these years, even still, I'll text Jamil. I would just go, I have an appointment tomorrow. Here's the address. Tell me what price you can sell it for. Actually, I didn't tell him that. I didn't ask them that. I said, what price can I make money at? That's how simple I was for years. My first probably 700 deals, is going to sound crazy. I did not comp a property one time in almost 700 deals. I think it's the biggest, I think for my personality type, I think it's the biggest waste of time. I'd rather collaborate. This is why Jamil is my best friend. We're yin and yang. He does things I'm not good at. I do things he's not good at. Now, can I comp? Sure. Can Jamil also talk on the phone? Hell yeah. Jamil's incredible on the phone. But I love it. I want to be on the phone all day. Jamil's like, I want to comp and I want to sell the deal. And so we collaborated in that way. Now, how does this pertain to foreclosures? If the bank has not taken the house, I will talk to the seller about anything. There's nothing that keeps you from that. So this is another way to get a deal where you don't have to cold call. You actually have people call you. The average cost of a lead now, this is crazy how good this is. In 2013, the average cost of a lead was $1,000 a lead. I can get the same quality of a lead right now for about $55. Crazy, right? So one of the things we're doing inside of our private community, everybody in the private community is invited to this. In about 30 days, we will have a Zoom that happens every day called Today Money. That's the name of the Zoom. And I will be presenting 15 leads to that Zoom that our team will pay for, and we will have closers like Mundo and Ingrid and whoever calling and actually communicating with those people, submitting offers in that Zoom every single day. So for some of you guys who are like, I don't have time to call, I don't have time to worry about whether people are interested or not interested, I want people calling us. We're going to show you guys exactly how to do that. We'll do, by the way, we did that for 4 years. We just paused it for 2 years because it's like, how many more Zooms do we need? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so the answer is yes. We will work with foreclosures. We will work with divorce. We will work with probate. Any type of lead that somebody is highly motivated, we will do that all day long. Is that the question? Does that answer your question? Yeah. Like handling a foreclosure?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll tell you the biggest difference between a foreclosure and a probate. People that are in foreclosure are the greatest liars on the planet. They've lied to their bank. They've lied to their cell phone company. They've lied to their child support payment. They've lied to everybody around them 90% of the time. If you work in the foreclosure only world, you are a therapist and you are also a magician. You're trying to figure out what is going on here. These people are lying. They said, oh, my bank is taking advantage of me. Oh, really? By sending you a notice that you are 6 months behind, they're taking advantage of you? Foreclosures are challenging on you because you fall in love with these people and then you realize that they are their own worst nightmare and they make horrible decisions all the time. And so I worked heavily in foreclosures for a very, 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 very long time. I still will work a foreclosure, but I prefer not to go after foreclosures anymore. I prefer to go after a large group of leads. Jonathan? Actually, let me see if I can do this for you. Have you ever seen us pull leads off Deal Sauce? Okay. We have Zooms every week about Deal Sauce where we can show you where to find a lead. I'll show you how to do this right now for just a second, okay? Well, if you've been in the community for 2 weeks, you might not have seen that Zoom, but I'll pull it up for you real fast. Yeah, do it.
My other question was, wow, gone.
I have that happen to me sometimes too. Don't worry about it. So if I wanted to go get leads right now and I didn't want to, let's say I wanted to get $10,000 this week.
I can't think of it right now.
I'll give you probably the easiest thing for me to get paid like right away. Kind of crazy actually. Can I give you guys a whole other option that's going to make you just get overwhelmed again? You okay with that? Okay, so yesterday I paid somebody $900 on his first deal. Doesn't sound very exciting, but it is exciting. And the reason being is because all he did was share a link with a borrower. Okay, there's a lot of people out there that need money for their fix and flips, correct? Okay, so if I'm in Gator, specifically, we talked a lot about SubTo related things. People that are in zero down are following business acquisitions, RV park acquisitions. But Gators we haven't talked about a lot, and I'll talk about them a little bit later tonight when I'm in my studio. But I paid a gentleman named Juan yesterday $959, and all he did was share a link to a lender's website, and he got paid a referral fee. That's it. Do you guys know how many borrowers need that link every single part of the country? Nate, give me a state. Where are you guys? Give me a state. Where are you at? Okay, Arizona's too obvious. Mississippi. Okay, cool. There's 3 people that live in Mississippi. So pop my screen up on the big board if you don't mind. Okay, cool. So let's do this. If I want to find people that need money or people that are actively doing deals, who am I going to look for? I'm going to look for the same people I need to sell deals to, the people that are doing projects, pulling permits, borrowing money. Guess what? Welcome to America. It's better than Canada. Why? Why is America better than Canada as it pertains to finding what you need?
Because you have free access and full access to information. In Canada, the government keeps it all hidden. You can't get sold data. You can't get people's phone numbers. You can get nothing.
Okay, so look at this. We just pulled up Mississippi. Look at all these opportunities that pops up. What Deal Sauce is doing right here is it's pulling up any available opportunity that an investor would potentially maybe, quite possibly maybe want. Foreclosure, divorce, absentee owners, people that have vacated their property, all of those things all are on one big thing. Now, I want to filter what I'm looking for and what I'm going to go spend my time on. I don't want to go look at this $55 million casino. That's out of my range, right? That's kind of a waste of time. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of filter the things out that are not a good fit for me. But this is based on AI going through the entire state saying these are all potential opportunities for an investor, okay? Check it out. I just go to the filter, very simply. What if I go to a investor buyer? There's 612,340 investor buyers in that one state. Now, what is that data? That data means in the last 24 months, somebody who has borrowed money from a bank or a private money lender, or somebody who has pulled a permit to do a project, or somebody who has bought and sold a property within 90 days, meaning they're a flipper. 612,000 people. Guys, that's like 17 times the population of that exact state. Not exactly, but you get the point. So I can go down and go, okay, well, there's a lot of people. I'm going to go down to ownership info, and I'm going to make sure that they are an absentee owner. I don't want them to be living in the house. I want to make sure they're an investor buyer. I want to make sure that they're an individual and they're in state. Now, why would I want to do this? By the way, this is me. All I'm attempting to do is send them a link and go, hey, I can fund your next project. Here's my link. That's how Juan got paid $959 on one person. You don't need to know shit. Like, literally, sorry for cussing. Fireman has his daughter in here. Okay, so you don't need to know anything. You don't ever even have to talk to these people. Hey, I saw you did a project on 123 Main Street. I pulled it up on my deal sauce. How can I fund your next project? Here's my link. They go to that landing page. It gets tracked to you. You get paid a 1% fee for every loan that they do in perpetuity. Tell me this is not the easiest thing on the planet. This is what gators are supposed to be doing. Guess what gators do? Does that not sound like the easiest strategy a gator should be just doing all day long? You know what gators do? What's SubTo? What's this? Morby method. I'm trying to buy an apartment. It's like, guys, you are doing literally everything other than what you're supposed to be doing, okay? Why absentee owner? Because I know they don't live in the house. Absentee. They don't live in the house. I'm not looking for people that live in the house that they bought, right? I want them in state. Why? Because I want to build relationships with people by maybe going and seeing their project or seeing what they're up to or shaking their hands. That's a little bit better for my personality type. In state. Individual. I want to work with an individual, not a business. I want to meet with Sam Smith, who forgot to put his loan in his company name, okay? And then investor buyer, yes. All right, cool. So if I filter that, and then I go, you know what? I want to make sure that they've been a buyer or an investor for 18 plus years. Guys, there's 8,800 people still on that list. I could even go back to that filter and say, I want to find people, okay? Portfolio. I want to make sure that they own at least 44 properties. Now I'm down to 132 people. If I sent my link to a lender to 132 people via text, I don't even need a phone call. And I just go, here's my link. By the way, if you're in Gator, this is Gator 2.0. It's in the training. It's in the vault. You skipped it, and you wanted to go to Gator 3.0 because you just want to deploy your own capital. This is Gator 2.0. Go watch it. It's in the vault. This is so simple, it's ridiculous. So if I'm texting these people, hey, I see you did a project on 123 Main Street. My name is Pace. I'd love to take a look at funding your next deal. Out of 132 text messages, do you know what the hit rate is for people to say yes? 25%. These aren't sellers who are cold calling here. These are people that are pulling permits, doing projects. Jamil, when you find a buyer, are your buyers hard to, if you're going to get a hit rate, meaning you're going to call people out of the blue, who would you rather call, a seller or a buyer?
Oh, buyers all day long.
Okay. Yeah. Sellers, you're cold calling. Buyers, you know they're actively in the business. I'm not cold calling anybody.
Yes.
So buyers have a very high intentionality. People that are borrowing money, and I have proof of public record that they have recorded their loans online and they have recorded permits on projects, and I see that they own 44 properties. High intention. And so what is their biggest problem? Their biggest problem is I want to scale, but I'm missing access to cheaper money. So if I gave you a link that gave you 1% of the loan value, so if you go and issue a $500,000 loan and you're like, I don't know how to do loans, the link goes to a website where another human picks up the phone, walks them through an application, wires them the money, does the entire loan, and you get paid 1%. Tell me what you can't do. Of course you do. And you've skipped over Gator 2.0. Okay. All Gators should be focusing on only Gator 2.0. Yeah.
My problem has not been finding borrowers. You throw a rock, you find a borrower.
Yeah.
It's connecting them with the right lender that'll turn it fairly quickly.
Okay. There's a list of over 75 lenders in the vault.
Yeah, that sounds easy, but trying to find the right one to match with the right borrower is.
I only work with one lender.
I would love that.
One lender. It's ComLoan. ComLoan is an investor broker. So what they do, it's in the vault, by the way. It's the #1 lender at the very top. ComLoan is a broker. So instead of them being the lender, they have over 3,000 lenders, and ComLoan will pay you a fee. Okay, cool. ComLoan will broker the loan to whoever fits. So when somebody goes, I have a rural loan, I need a commercial loan, I need a new, like Ingrid just pulled me to the side, and And she goes, I need a pre-approval for this really weird equine center, blah, blah, blah. And I go, call ComLoan. ComLoan Brandon is the person that will give you a link inside of Gator.
Okay.
I don't get paid on it. Only you do.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
It is endless amounts of money. Okay? Did I just confuse it more people and they're like, now I want to do that? Okay. That's the only downfall to what we're doing today is that there's a lot of that going on, okay? Now, but let's go back to your original question, okay? If I wanted to go filter and find deals of people that are highly motivated to do deals, I'm going back to you. Did you remember your question? Do not confuse yourself with that. That is for the Gators in the room. That is not what you're focusing on. Okay, this will be the hardest part of your entire journey is that you'll be in a room full of badasses and you'll be like, I want to be like all of these people. I don't want to be like any of these people. I want to leverage them. I don't want to be Santino. I want Santino to be the best Santino he can be. So when I need Santino, he is there for me. If I try and become like Santino, I'll never have hair like that. Truly. Okay, so let's go to Mississippi again, okay, just to prove to you guys that places where they don't even have dentists also have deals. That's a joke. I gotta entertain myself while I'm up here too. Anything east of the Mississippi is just Ohio. It's basically all Ohio to us. Okay, so let's go to the filter. Look up at the screen. This is your question on leads. So let's go back to the filter. I started all the way over from scratch. What am I looking for? If I want to find somebody that will hand me a deal today, a SubTo deal that I can go and wholesale with Eddie Marin, who's our first speaker. Okay, if I want to find a distressed seller, watch what I'm going to do. There's so many opportunities here. The filter's like, oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind. There's 1.9 million opportunities. That's too many. What I'm going to do is I'm probably going to go active on market. Okay, this means that they have a high intention of wanting to sell. I'm going to let that kind of filter itself down. It's going to go from like 1.9 to probably like 8,000, maybe. Internet's a little bit slow because you guys are all in there scrolling on Instagram. Okay, well, I'm going to go active on market. The next one I'm going to do, man, I'm not going to go through this because this is in the vault like 85 times. We actually do a Zoom on this every single week. It's Deal Sauce. And the internet's, okay, there we go. The internet's a little bit funky right now. I'm going to start over. We'll go to Property Search, choose your state, and you're going to look, and you're going to see how many freaking opportunities there are. Let's go to Mississippi, do the filter, 1.9 million, active on market. Come on. Come on, slow internet. We got 1,000 people on Zoom that are like, please hurry up, Pace. This is taking forever.
Pace, while that's loading, do you have time for a question?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, Pace, Richard, right here in Phoenix.
Good to see you, brother.
You too. Did I hear you? I don't know if everybody heard you, but I heard like my favorite phrase. Did you say in perpetuity they get paid?
Yes.
Does that mean if
that
I
means
send
every so I'll show you during my presentation tonight. I got paid 19 grand this morning. Who did I get paid from? ComLoan. They pay me like 19 grand a week. Why? Because there was a point in my life, it's been 2 years, I've not shared my link with any borrower in over 2 years. And I still get paid close to $80,000 to $100,000 a month from links I would share to borrowers for years. And they continue to borrow from ComLoan over and over and over. And guess who gets paid every single time? Me. I got paid 19 grand today. So now here's the problem with newbies. I'll tell you the exact problem. They're going to go, yeah, it's Pace Morby. Pace Morby was born Pace Morby, and he was born with all these people and that. Are you kidding me? The man who got me started in the business is right here. Like, I've learned from people in this room, too. I just take action, right? And I stopped promoting ComLoan a long time ago, and I gave all of that value to the community and said, I don't need to grow my link. I'll give that to the rest of the community, and I do. So, yes, in perpetuity, if you are in Gator, you get access to those resources, okay? The problem is they skip over stuff. Okay, I'm not going to go into this. Is that somewhat helpful? Okay, now, if you're like me, I actually don't really, I don't want to bird dog for other people. It's not what I want to do. Bird dogging is really effective for people, and Spencer Caldwell will talk heavily about that. He does 100 deals a month. Jamil probably used to do 40 deals a month with him. Jamil would sell his deals and vice versa for a long, long time. Jamil was doing 400 deals a month all over the country. Spencer does 100 deals of basically bird dog deals every single month just in Maricopa County. Okay, he's coming up next or after Jamil. What I did, which is if you were going to drop me in the middle of a cornfield in Oklahoma, I assume you guys have corn there. I don't know. I have been there. I just can't remember. What I'm going to do is I'm going to immediately go to sellers that are in distress, and I'm going to text the buyer in that town, which is Jamil, and I'm going to text Eddie in that town or Jamil in that town and go, what should I pay for this? And I'm going to go to those houses, and I'm going to call those people and get a contract, have him sell it. That's what I'm going to do. I'll make 30, 40 grand in a week. Some of you guys are going to, but that I have to learn sales skills. I have to learn how to comp. I have to learn how to do paperwork. I get all of that. That's why a lot of what we're talking about today is a little bit dumbed down of like, let me join a team. It's not because it's actually easier to join a team. It's because you are so fearful to take action on your own that's why we've built teams. I actually personally believe that me doing it on my own, having one buyer for my deals is 1,000 times easier than working on a team because I move so fast people can't keep up with me. Okay? So when people go, is the only way to do a deal is to join a team? No. 100%. I didn't join a team. I didn't think about teams until years after doing hundreds of deals, thousands of deals. But I collaborated and JV'd with the person that was the missing link for me, if that made sense. So every time I would get a call from a seller, before I went on the appointment, I texted Jamil and I said, Jamil, what can you sell this for? Jamil says, I can sell it for 120. I go, great, cool. Jamil's going to take 10 grand. Awesome. So that means I am anything under 110, I'm in the money. So I'm trying to lock that up for 90 grand or 85 grand. I didn't have to comp it. I didn't have to think about it. I'd get the contract. I immediately hand it over to Jamil. Jamil and my wife would talk all day long about transactions because my wife was my transaction coordinator. And did I spend any of my time on paperwork or disposition? No. I spent my next time going and doing what? Going into the next appointment. Okay? So that's a different part of the business, obviously. Pace, I have a contractor who will need money coming up for his next project in Indiana. Cool. Send him your link. Don't send him my link. Go get paid on it. It's that simple. All right, awesome. Has this been a fun day, by the way? Okay, cool. Should we do this like once a month? Okay. What I'd like to do, maybe what I think we're going to do next month, like going through this, I think it's really fun to get 10 amazing speakers and kick this idea off. I think what we'll do next month is I'll have 2 speakers, one in the morning, and then we'll do 3 hours of action, and then one in the afternoon, 3 hours of action. Sound good? Okay, so we'll do that next month. Less speakers, more action taking, and we'll definitely do it like in the room. And what I'll do for the people that are live streaming is I'll have you guys, I don't know, I'll have to find some team leaders in the side chat so that you guys can be on teams if that makes sense. And I'll do that next month. We'll just do a one-day fun thing if that'll be cool. How do we get a link to give to borrowers? Laney, you got to be in Gator. It's a Gator thing. Don't worry. Even if you're in Gator, you skipped over the training anyway. So that's a Gator joke. If I have one Gator joke and one Android joke, I'm good. Okay. While I've now taken up 30 minutes of this, hopefully that was helpful. Please remember that we will send out the link to vote for everybody tonight. And we're going to give everybody the weekend to watch the replay because there's a lot of people. I think we had something like 18,000 people register for this event. And a lot of people knew they were not going to watch all day long because it's Friday. And also it's 10 hours or 12 hours long. And so we're going to give people the weekend to watch the live, do the replay, and vote on the presenter. Whoever the best presenter is, not their topic, but how well they presented, their charity is what gets $10,000. So please remember, take notes on who you like the most, etc. So far in the side chat, don't any of you guys tell me, but so far in the side chat, who has been your guys' best favorite presenter out of all the presenters? I've got me some Yanas. What's that? Yeah, oh, absolutely. But I don't want you choosing them based on the charity because some of you cat lovers are going to be like, yo, I'm going to Jamil. Jamil, do you have a charity you really love?
Yes.
Is it a cat charity?
It's a dog charity.
Okay, it's a dog charity. Okay. I would give to Jamil, but if anybody has a cat charity, you're definitely not getting any votes today. Dang, I'm finding all your buttons today. Mississippi, cats, androids. I noticed people's body language that she's like, oh, another Android joke. Okay, Adam, Yana, Mundo, Ella, Mundo, mixed bag, Yana, Ingrid. Freaking amazing. Okay, cool. A lot of people. Dude, El Mundo, somebody says in the side chat. To remind you guys, he said his own words. He's not a real Mexican. So El Mundo.
He's a Timu Mexican.
Somebody says Telemundo. Ryan Anding says Santino's hair has been my favorite speaker of the day. Okay, cool. All right, so we've got 3 more speakers that are going to be presenting before I wrap it up tonight. Here's what we're going to do. Jamil Damji is up next. I'm going to take 2 minutes to introduce him and tell you guys a couple of little tidbits about him. Then we've got Spencer Caldwell, who is awesome, lovely guy, owns barbecue companies and sells stuff in Costco now. He has a barbecue sauce in Costco now, which is crazy. That's what bird dogging will do for you. Then we've got Jerry Norton will be live streaming in all the way from Tennessee. Thank you. He had to move to a state that had as many letters as he has kids. So Tennessee, somebody's dying laughing about your Timu Mundo or Timu Mexican in the side chat. All right, so Jamil Damji and I met. He is somebody that shows up more than anybody else in my life in terms of consistency. He shows up in ways that I cannot not even tell you. He's more than a brother to me. He's my best friend, my brother, my collaborator. We've made millions of dollars together. And if I send a text message to this guy who lives in California now, he goes, just booked a flight. I'll be there. I'll jump in. I'll jump out. No problem. He shows up at Owners Club retreats. He shows up on Zooms. How many people have gotten value from Jamil from all of the things he's done? None of us would be here without Jamil. I wouldn't have as many children as I have today. And I say that jokingly, but it is true. You were the man that changed my life the most in real estate. And because of you, you gave me the freedom to go and have more children based on the ability for me to make more money. You have magically changed my life. I love you like so much. The amount of time, him and I have more windshield time together than any other human. We've traveled this country together. We've been to 50 states together. We've been to Canada and all sorts of places together. And I feel like in a lot of ways our journey is just beginning. Jamil decided today that he was going to let Spencer Caldwell and other people talk about the topics that he has been kind of the godfather of for all of these years. And he said, I want to talk about something completely different than what people are expecting, to tee up Spencer, tee up Jerry, and tee up you to wrap up the day. So Jamil Damji, please come up to the stage today. Let's give it up for Jamil Damji.
I love you, bro.
Somebody says, I thought he was your other wife. Yes, he is my other wife.
Give it up for Pace. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay. Your first deal. It's an interesting conversation. It's an interesting topic for me because it's such an important thing, right? It's an important thing. Who here hasn't done a deal yet? Show of hands. Okay, a lot of you in here have. I'd say about 30% of the room. All right, who here in the side chat has not done a deal yet? All right, so a lot of people in the chat have not done a deal yet. Here's an interesting thing I want to share with you. I've coached thousands of people in wholesaling and real estate and how to get their first deal and many, many, many more. And there's this ache that I get when I see somebody stop. It's one of the most painful things for me as an educator, as somebody who understands the power of what happens when you can become financially free, when you can just untether yourself to all of the things that we have to do in society here, that we wake up, we go spend 8 hours working for someone else, we build their dream, we come home and we're exhausted. And when I look at every one of your faces, you speak to me because I see me in you. I see where I started, I see my journey, and I know, and here's what really breaks my heart, that unless you do what I want you to do today, 80% of you are not going to make it. That's the heartbreaking piece. And it's not because the strategies aren't great. It has nothing to do with that. Strategies are fantastic. They're life-changing. It's magical. Truly, wholesaling, creative finance, these things, these tools are so incredibly powerful. You can become billionaires with it. But what is it? What is it? I'm going to share with you what it is. How many of you guys have ever gotten into your car and drove to work, got to the office, and had no idea how you got there? Anyone in here ever done that? Yeah. You know why? It's because 85% of your day is on autopilot. 85% of it. So let me put that into perspective for you. If you live 100 years, 100 years, which you'd be lucky to do, you're only really here for 15 of them? Isn't that crazy? Did that just not wake you up a little bit? So, given the fact that we know, scientifically, it's proven that we're spending 85% of our time on autopilot, what can we do about the autopilot? How do we make autopilot work better? Because right now, autopilot is making 80% of us leave. 80% of the room is going to stop because of autopilot. There's this psychologist, John Haidt, and he wrote The Happiness Hypothesis. And he speaks of this concept called the elephant and the rider. And what he says is, we're all the rider. Our conscious thought, our choice, our logic, our reason, our capacity to make decisions and drive, we're that. We're the rider. The elephant are our patterns, our stories, our internal beliefs. And what happens is most of us think when we're on the elephant that we can make it go where we want it to go. And while things are easy, fresh, fun, exciting, new, novel, all the things that you're feeling right now, it's really easy to stay on the elephant and control where it's going to go. But what happens when the elephant just decides it's going? Do you think the rider has a chance? No chance. No chance. No chance. So it matters not what strategy you use. It doesn't matter how good you are at picking up the phone. It doesn't matter if it's single family, multifamily, RV parks. It doesn't matter what the vehicle is. If the driver in the car doesn't understand how to keep on the road, how to stay on the course, you're going to crash out. And I don't care what the vehicle is. Again, I'm telling you, I've seen so many people jump from car to car to car to car to car. They go from creative finance, they'll go to wholesaling, they'll go from wholesaling, they'll go to day trading, they'll go to Amazon drop shipping, they're going to go to this, they're going to go to that. All of the things work. They do, because there's proof of it. We can see these success stories. We see them winning. And then we get this big dopamine hit when we pull out our credit card and we buy the thing and we're like, I'm going to do it this time. And then what happens? I was scrolling Instagram the other day, and I saw this logo on somebody's feed that I recognized, and it was a Coca-Cola logo. And then I read the caption, and it said, when you saw that logo, did you see the color red? I did. Go back and look at the logo again. And I did. There was no red. It was black and white. Truly, black and white. The picture didn't change. My brain filled in the gap. It lied to me. It literally showed me something that didn't exist. Can you believe that? That's how powerful your subconscious mind is. It's going to fill in the gaps. And those gaps, you want to know what they're filled in with? Again, your stories, your beliefs, your traumas that make up your identity. So unless we can go into that spot and into that place and we can help understand what makes the elephant tick, and we put the elephant on the right path and we make sure that we've got the right bumpers up so that when it's going to do what it's going to do, it's going to go in the direction we want it to go. Just like the day that you drove and you didn't remember how you got to the office, you didn't kill anybody. I bet you stopped at every red light. I bet you probably drove better than when you're actually driving. Right? You probably did. You probably used your turning signals, all the things. Because it wants to keep you alive. It wants to keep you safe, which is also the reason why it wants you to not do this. It doesn't want you to do this. It doesn't want you to take the risk. It doesn't want you to give up on the steady paycheck, on the consistency of the pennies that come into the account every 2 weeks. It doesn't want you to give that up because that ensures your survival. But does it ensure your happiness? Does it ensure your freedom? Does it ensure your capacity to have a nice retirement and send your kids to college? No, it doesn't. It doesn't do any of that. Survival is the only thing it cares about. It's the only thing it cares about. So you want to know what deal you really need to make? What your first deal really needs to be? It's the deal you make with yourself not to quit. For real. That's your real deal. Because the only way this doesn't work, friends, is if you quit. It's the only way it doesn't work. If you give up, if you walk off and you jump off and you say, no, enough is enough. I did enough calls. I keep getting the same result. People don't want to talk to me. This Owners Club person didn't answer my phone. Whatever it is, whatever the little thing is, whatever the small little thing that's going to tip you off to say, I'm done. Then you're done. Now here's the beautiful thing. I've spent decades trying to figure out how can I make the elephant do what I need it to do? What do I got to do? And I'm gonna actually help you do that today. I'm not gonna leave this stage until you do that with me. Okay? There is a way. Here's the thing. The stories that you have, these beliefs that you've got, the things that have created your identity, do you want to know how old you were when all that got formed? Between 0 and 7. That's when it got formed. Because you were observing, you were understanding, you were making sense of the world, you were watching how your parents moved, how the people around you moved, how your siblings moved, what made mom sad, what made dad angry, what it meant when there wasn't enough money, what the conflicts were, what got you attention, what got you ignored. It paid attention, and it created the elephant. And most of our elephants are scared of everything. We're scared of the phone. We're scared of a no. We're scared of rejection. We're scared of it not working. We're scared of losing money. We're scared of wasting our times. We're scared of what our partners are going to think of us if this doesn't work because we spent money here. Right? We're scared of what our kids are going to think of us. How many of you understand and feel what I'm saying right now? All right. So, there's a path. There is a path to that part of your brain. There's a path to that part of your brain, and we can access it. And the way that we access it is by switching nervous systems. Funny enough. Here in the West, here in the United States, we have become controlled by our sympathetic nervous system. What I'm here to tell you guys, this isn't mumbo jumbo. This is actual science. This is true reality. This is how it works. And the chemistry of your sympathetic nervous system is cortisol, adrenaline, and epinephrine. Epinephrine is that drug that they stab in your heart when you're having a heart attack or an allergic reaction. An EpiPen, you ever heard of that? All right, cortisol, we all know what cortisol is the thing that gives you that big gut, right? Why? Because it's a stress hormone. It makes you collect fat. It wants to protect the organs. It's also the hormone that wakes you up in the morning. It says, wake up, it's time to go. Adrenaline, we all know what that feels like. You get scared. You get the heart rate, pupils dilate. Some of y'all who used to party when you were younger know that there's a little drug like that too. I'm just saying. It's your body's version of it. Now, here's the funny thing about it. When you are in that nervous system, when that's controlling you, when it's activated, the chemistry that's creating in your body, in your bloodstream, becomes addictive, like any other chemical. And so what also happens is you start manufacturing the reasons why to keep it coming. Weird, but it's also true. So, we need to turn that part off. Because when that part goes, blood flow and ATP, the molecules of energy, don't actually go to the brain. They go to the extremities so that you can run away, so that you can fight. So the higher faculties of your creativity, of your inspiration, of your ability to communicate, of your ability to connect with people is offline. And so then you wonder why you pick up the phone, you're super stressed out, you start talking to somebody and they hang up the phone on you and you're like, is this what life's gonna look like for the next 15 years? Right? That doesn't seem fun, does it? And the reason why that's the reaction you're getting is because of how you're showing up. It's because that energetically, they feel that fear. It spoke to them before you said a word. It's in your tone. It's in everything. Now, the parasympathetic nervous system, oddly enough, it's a completely different thing. When it's activated, it releases beta-carboline, which is the body's version of Valium. It's like, calm down, bro, chill. It also gives you oxytocin. That is the chemical of connection. It's what gets released when mom and baby are bonding. Interesting as well, isn't it? Right? The other chemical that it releases is serotonin and dopamine, which, if you understand these chemicals, are what make you happy, what make you feel good. We need more of that in our life, and we need less of the other. Can we all agree to that? Okay, all right. Funny enough as well, there's this phenomenon that just got, a couple of years ago, a Nobel Prize for being proved. It's called quantum entanglement. And what that means is that when particles become intertwined with each other, they become quantumly entangled and they get connected. They become connected. And if, let's just say the molecule is salt. Salt's chemical compound is sodium, which is Na, and chlorine, which is Cl, okay? Now what happens is when they become quantumly entangled, if you take the sodium and you blast it off to one end of the universe, and you take the chlorine molecule and you blast it off to the other end of the universe, if you destroy one of them, the other destroys at the exact same time. It explodes. And nobody can understand what it is. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. That's all he had to say about it. Spooky action at a distance. Because it actually, you would think if they were communicating with each other, it should take some time. Like the communication at the speed of light would have taken time, right? Does that sound fair? But it happened simultaneously. No time. No space. Connected. So today, I'm going to walk you through an exercise that's going to switch off the sympathetic nervous system, It's going to switch on the parasympathetic nervous system, and I'm going to take you into a vision, a place where you are going to entangle with the version of you who didn't quit. Okay? The version of you who's not only done their first deal, who's done their 100th deal. The version of you who has all the financial freedom you want, that's living the life you want, that has all of the connection you want, that has done all of the things. And the beautiful thing about that is if you don't quit, you and that version have to meet. That's law. And that's what they gave them the Nobel Prize for. So your first deal and your 1,000th is about to happen right now. Are we ready? Yeah. All right. Here's what I want us to do. Everybody in Zoom, please do this with me as well. I want you to sit in your chair. I'm going to take you through a little meditation here. Okay, everybody comfortable with that? Yeah, I'm sure you weren't thinking this was going to happen today, but I'm going to do it. I want you to sit in your chair like you mean it. Like this is an important appointment for you. Don't be lazy in your seat. Sit in your seat like you're about to have an appointment with God, because you possibly are. If you're wearing a hat, take it off. I want that crown of yours, I want your brain, I want it to be exposed to whatever wants to come in. I'm going to lead you through a breathing technique that after 5 breaths is going to take you from your sympathetic nervous system to your parasympathetic nervous system, and you will immediately feel after these 5 breaths, your body completely relax. I'm not going to hypnotize you, although some of you might feel really like tranced out. That's totally okay. I promise I will do nothing harmful. This is an opportunity for you to have an appointment with destiny, where you get to write it. You ready? Yes. Okay. The breath is going to be this. We're going to breathe into the count of 4. We're going to hold to the count of 4. And then we're going to exhale to the count of 8 slowly through our pursed lips, like you're breathing through a straw, like this. Okay? I'm going to count it. So we're going to in to the 4, hold for 4, out to 8. We're going to do that 5 times. Okay? Then I'm going to have you just relax all the muscles in your body. And then we're going to take a little journey. Cool? All right. All right. Guys, if you could, throw some nice spa music on if you can, because let's just give it a vibe. Cool? All right. Get comfortable. Just get in the room. Feel yourself in the room. Feel yourself in your body right now. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Don't worry about it. No one's going to take anything. We're good. And AV guys, if you can, start the music. Let's just take a deep breath in through our nose to the count of 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold it. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In. 2, 3, 4. Hold it. 2, 3, 4. And exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In. 2, 3, 4. Hold it. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And relax. Whatever thoughts might be circling in your head, just let them go. Any stress you might have, let it go. Just feel yourself in your body. And for a moment, I want you to think about all the people in your life who you adore, the ones who have helped you get here, all the sacrifices and love they've given you. And I want you to just let that feeling of gratitude just fill your entire chest. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything. It's the support, the belief, the guidance, the love, all of it. Thank you. And now I want you to put your attention on your lower part of your legs, like your calves. Just put your awareness there and just relax your calves. Relax them. And put your attention on the front part of your lower legs, your shins. Just put your awareness there and relax them. Feel them relax. Now bring that awareness up into your thighs and your hamstrings and just relax your legs. Now put your awareness on your pelvis area. Just relax it. Put your awareness in your lower abdomen. Swing it around to your lower back and just relax. Now bring your awareness up to your solar plexus area, your mid-back. Just relax that. There you go. Up into your chest. Put your awareness on your chest. Relax that. Put your awareness on your traps, your shoulders. Oh, you carry all that tension there. Just relax that. Feel that knot just dissolve. Put your awareness on your neck. Holds up your entire head. Thank you. And put that awareness now on your throat. All the things you don't say. All the things you don't say. It's time to let that go. Just relax it. Let it go. Put your awareness on the back of your head. And now swing your awareness to your face. All the emotion you carry in your face, just let it go. Let it drop. Let your jaw open. Drop it. There you go. Now put your awareness on the top of your head, your crown. And now raise that attention 6 inches above your head. And if you can feel a little tug right there, that right there, that shows you that this energy is real. And just relax the top of your head. There you go. Let it go. And now I want you to see yourself after your 1,000th deal. Wow. Look at your house. What's there? Who's there? I want you to see an item, and I want you to touch it, feel it. The texture, the weight. It's real. What's that sound you hear coming from an open window? Is it the ocean? Is it the wind blowing through trees? Hear it. Something's cooking. There's a team of chefs creating a meal for you and your family. These aren't just any chefs, they're Michelin star chefs, feeding your family the most delicious, nutritious, fancy meal you've ever had, and you deserve it. One of them offers you a small bite. Taste it. And just look around. Take a deep breath in with me. And release with a sigh. Good. Finally here. You did it. You did it. What does it feel like? What does it feel like for every one of your dreams to have come true? You finally see that every obstacle along the way was a learning opportunity. It was a redirection. It was never a sign to stop. It was never a sign that this isn't for you. Quite the opposite. It was a sign that this is meant for you to keep going. Now, as the person that's in that beautiful home, I want you to think back to that time, however many years ago it was in Tempe, Arizona, when you made a deal with yourself not to quit. And I want you to be grateful for that person who did it. Feel that gratitude right now. You overcame all of it. Most importantly, you overcame yourself. I want you to put your hand on your heart. And I just want you to make that deal with yourself right now. I will not quit. Ever. Feel it. And take one more deep breath in with me. And out. Good. And just find yourself back in the room, in your body. And so it is. And so it is. You can open your eyes. There you have it, guys. That's how it's done. Now, every morning when you wake up, instead of picking up your phone and letting the distractions melt that feeling away before life starts getting in the way and showing you all the reasons why you need to stop, I just want you to wake up in the morning and remember the deal you made with yourself and make it again every single day. Deal? Deal, Zoom? I love you guys. Thank you.
Anybody feeling a little bit high right now? A little euphoric? You know how close to being on time we are today? Anybody have a guess? We are on time. We're 7 minutes behind. It's pretty awesome, huh? You want to know how we did it? Skipped lunch. That's how you do it, yeah. Patricia says, I don't want it to end. It won't end. What we'll do is we'll do this next month, but we'll do working sessions instead. I think I've never done this before. We have 10 different speakers kind of answer the same question. I've never done that before. Kelly Bailey says, Pace, he is so good. Thank you for having him come. So good. Was it worth Jamil jumping on a flight to get out here? I think my favorite thing about Jamil is I've been best friends with him for over 10 years, and I've watched him have these ups and these downs. And he went from one of the worst years of his life 2 or 3 years ago to the best year of his life. He's just a resilient dude that just gets through everything. And Amelia says, I'm in the zone. People on Zoom, we have about 1,200 people on Zoom today. Did you guys feel the vibration even if you guys were in Zoom? Give me a yes if you guys did. I'm looking at the side chat. Amazing. Awesome. Jamil, you can't see the side chat, but it's buzzing. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Okay, our next speaker, I don't know if he's here or not. Is Spencer here? Where? Oh, he's backstage. Spencer Caldwell's backstage? Okay, cool. All right, so when I jumped into this business, I had done, I got to tell you guys a story about Spencer. One of the most interesting deals I ever did. I wonder if Spencer even remembers this deal. So I'm going to take 5 minutes to introduce him because this is one of the most interesting stories. Thank you, Canyon. All right, so I was direct to seller for a very long time. I would go out and I would do marketing, right? Postcards, letters, PPC, PPL. PPC is like pay-per-click. PPL would be, I'd go to companies like leadgeeks.com and just buy leads and they'd give me leads. You can do that too if you have a budget. And so I would get leads that came to me, and I got this lead out of Mesa, Arizona. This is one of the worst things I've ever done in my life. And I'm going to just tell you guys the truth. It's really bad. I got a lead, and it was for a mobile home in East Mesa, so about 40 minutes east of here. And when I got to the house, the person who met me was actually not the seller. So I'm talking to the seller. Her name is Stephanie. Okay, so I'm talking to Stephanie. She calls me. She says, hey, we're thinking about selling. I saw your postcard. I want to sell my mobile home. I go, amazing. I love mobile homes. They're amazing. And at the time, I was crushing it on mobile homes. And Steph says, I'll meet you at the property. I go, okay, interesting. She made it sound like she didn't live there. So I get there, and Steph is not there, but 2 other women are there carrying 2 bags of groceries. And I'm like, oh, cool. They're coming back from the grocery store. I get closer to them. Hey, am I meeting you? I'm supposed to meet Steph. They go, we're Steph's sisters. We're actually taking the appointment, and we're here to do our dishes. What the heck are you talking about? You're here to do your freaking dishes. They had bags of their dishes from their house that they came over to Steph's house to do their dishes. Why would they do that? They had no water, okay? And I walk in, and it is bright. This house is bright. Like, I feel like, man, they must have like 50 sunroofs in this thing. I walk in, and half the roof is missing inside the back of the house. And I go, wow, this is interesting. So you go, yeah, it had a leak. There's black mold. Steph had to go move in with our mom. We still come over here and use the dishwasher because our house is out of water. This is like 90% of the sellers you're going to meet if you guys ever go to direct to seller. People that are in foreclosure, people going through probate, divorce, all that kind of stuff. You're going to run into a lot of that stuff. So I was like, man, how do I get Steph on the phone? I want to talk to Steph. This is her house. Steph wouldn't talk to me. After I left the appointment, I couldn't get a hold of Steph. So what I did is I called the 2 sisters, and I said, hey, if you could get me and Steph on the phone, I'll fix your plumbing. So I sent over Shane, my plumber. By the way, Shane is actually at my house today. This is probably about 8 years ago, something like that. And Shane is at my house today doing plumbing. But I called Shane. I go, Shane, will you go fix these ladies' plumbing and just bill me? Now, this is tough for new people because what do new people immediately think when I talk about this? I don't have the money to pay for Shane. Yeah, I know. That's why bird dogging exists. That's why co-wholesaling exists. That's why a lot of other strategies exist. I paid for the lead and I paid for the plumbing. Welcome to business, for heaven's sakes. So Shane fixes their plumbing, and very quickly, they became the best deal I've ever done in my entire life. I ended up buying their house. That's a whole nother story for another day. But they got me in touch with Steph again. I went down, I met with Steph at her mom's house, and I sat down in the living room, and I go, how do we get this deal done? The roof is basically missing. Let's get the deal done. I don't know. I don't know. We might fix it. We might fix it. My girl, what are you talking about? Most of these sellers are like ostriches, head in the sand, denial. She wouldn't budge on anything. This is where the worst thing ever done in my life is, okay? So I leave. She says, send me an offer. So I go, you know what? I don't have time to dilly-dally. This does tie Spencer Caldwell in just a minute. I don't think he knows any of this story. So I call the city of Mesa, code violation department. I go, I need to report a house. There's a house with an empty roof and this, that, and the other. And they go, thank you so much. So they go and pop it on the website of like pending review. I take a screenshot of that and I send it to Steph. I go, Steph, code violations on your butt. You need to get rid of this house as fast as possible. So she goes, come on down. I'll sign the contract. I signed the contract. I got the deal. Okay. This is when people talk about being resourceful. Have you done stuff like this? Not the code violation thing, but you've figured out how to get a hold of people, right? You go get the deal done. Okay. So I was newer friends with Spencer Caldwell at the time, and I had Spencer sell this deal for me. Okay. So Spencer takes this contract. I don't remember what I got the contract for. I think I got it for probably like 80 grand. I send it to Spencer. What's cool about Spencer is Spencer has a model. He might have time to talk to you guys about this model. He charges me, the wholesaler, $1,500 at the time, and then he charges the buyer who buys the deal from him $1,500. So he's basically making $3,000 a pop, and he's doing like 7 of them every single day, right? So he charges me $1,500. And I know Spencer's going to sell this to the next buyer. I know Spencer's not the end buyer on this deal. I know that. That's not his business model. So he charges me basically $1,500 on my side. Cool, no problem. He goes and sells it to his buyer. 3 weeks later, I get a call from the buyer, the guy who actually bought the property. He calls me up and goes, bro, do you know how many people after Spencer Caldwell made money on this deal? I go, I don't know. All I care is that Spencer made his money and I made my money. I think I made like 40 grand. I made a good rip on it. Spencer only made $1,500 on my side and $1,500 on his side. So he made $3,000 total. But this buyer sends me the total settlement statement. How many buyers do you think were between Spencer and the actual end buyer? 16 buyers were on this deal. Bro, I'm telling you guys are surprised by this. I'm surprised when I don't see stuff like this going on a wholesale deal. And then you guys might not know this, but Maddie Richards, the first deal that Maddie Richards did actually came from Spencer to Matt. What's that? No, that was the second deal she did. That was the house she bought and moved into. But the first deal she actually did was a bird dog deal. She made $5 grand on. It went from Spencer Caldwell to Jamil's wife, to then Matt, what's Matt's name? Maddie Justice. Went to Matt Justice, and then it went to Maddie Richards, and then it came to me. I said yes to the deal. I bought the deal. I closed it. We flipped the house. It's great. I look at the settlement statement. I'm like, Spencer Caldwell, Jamil's wife, Maddie Justice, Maddie Richards, and then me. And Matt Justice made $3 grand. Maddie Richards made $5 grand. And that came from Spencer Caldwell, who's coming up here. But the thing is, you guys are going to hear about his business a little bit, I hope. And you're going to be blown away by the fact that sometimes 5 people, 7 people are co-wholesaling the same deal. And it's very, very, very common. Santino?
Yeah. So it sounds like with a lot of you, you only have my
Go ahead if it's short.
Yeah. It sounds like a lot of your wholesale business, you didn't really want to deal with
I never dealt with disposition. It was I sold my deals primarily through Jamil, Spencer Caldwell, and a couple of other people. When Jamil didn't want to sell my deal because it was too stupid or he didn't like it, I would then go to Spencer Caldwell or somebody else. because I was so good at acquisitions. I mean, I'm doing 20 deals a month in acquisitions. You guys have watched me on the phone, right? Anybody better on the phone than me? Besides Santino. But why am I so good on the phone? It's because Spencer Caldwell and Jamil Damji and these other people allowed me to get really good in the living room, so I never had to do anything else. And so Spencer Caldwell's business model is literally helping people out like me. I tried, and I had a gentleman, I'll tell you his name, Riley Feinenstein, stole my entire buyer's list and just went and built his own dispo model. And I bet you Spencer's dealt with that as well with people in his office. And I go, never again. I'm just going to keep selling through Spencer and Jamil. I just realized that my attention on acquisition made me way more money, and I love doing it. I love being in the living room. I love being on site. I think your personality is the same way. Okay, so Spencer Caldwell does about $3-point-something million a year in profit only in one market, only selling other people's deals. Is that somebody you guys want to hear from? Well, then let's give it up for Spencer Caldwell. Spencer Caldwell, my man. Did you know that deal, do you remember that deal at all?
A little bit.
How many times have you seen like 5 to 10 buyers on one deal after you sold it?
Hundreds.
Hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Okay, one more time. Spencer Caldwell, everybody.
Cool. All right, guys. I'm testing this mic. Testing. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. All right, cool.
By the way, we have 1,200 people on Zoom, so don't forget to look down at the Zoom comments down there.
All right.
Okay, and if you want to address them or answer any of their questions, feel free to do that.
All right, cool. I'm still a little bit hypnotized from Jamil, so I'm trying to wake up. And I also haven't been drinking milk because of Jamil lately, too. So I don't know if you guys saw the milk stuff. No? Okay. It was a bit he did on some stories on Instagram. So super excited to be with you guys here. Thank you. It sounds like this thing isn't, sounds like I have to kind of turn down. Let me adjust this really quick so I'm not worried about it so much, guys. 1 second here. Thank you for your patience. All right, let's see if that works. Okay, I'm still having to look down. I'm going to go with the mic. Let's just go with the mic. I think there's a mic here that he used. All right, let's just go with the mic. Okay, great. Here we go. Okay, so excited to be with you guys. I got 30 minutes. My timer's on. I got 29 minutes now. Listen, first off, just, we're here because of one cause, and that is Maddie. Pace wouldn't have been inspired to get the 10 people that you've been listening to all day. What time did you guys get here in the morning? 8, 9 in the morning? That's amazing. Pace wouldn't have got the inspiration just if it weren't for Maddie. And Maddie is amazing. I got a treat for you guys that is actually pretty amazing. I'm thankful for Maddie in my life first. She was an inspiration to me. How could you not be inspired by Maddie, who just was a total miracle that picked herself up and just took action? And that's what we're going to talk a lot about today, is just like taking action. So I'm thankful for Maddie. If we in the production room, if you guys can cue, I got a special treat for you guys. I want you guys to listen to this. In the production room, if you guys can play those three things.
Good morning, Spencer. God bless you. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday morning, a winning Wednesday.
All right, that's Maddie, guys. I got 2 more.
Can you help me with this one as well? I need some co-living houses for Pace. And of course, Pace wants everything, all the numbers already done, everything in place, so he can just go ahead and pull the trigger on the deal if he really likes it. So how do we get all the numbers and all the information? Can we do something creative? Can we do any of these subject to or seller finance? Let me know.
All right, one more.
Hey, Spencer, I want to see the one on Alta Vista. Do I need an agent to see that house? Let me know.
There's one thing that's happening. She's just taking action. She's making the calls. She's doing the voice memos. She's just making it happen. So And that's just, to me, that's the miracle of what's going on here. So in the first text I ever got from Maddie, said, hey, Spencer, this is Maddie Richards here, reaching out for a major big favor, please. I need 5 or 6 smoking hot deals that Pace can buy right now and turn into co-living. Houses, please help, with a bunch of cool emojis. Anyways, here's her text messages. Taking action. So I can stand up here for 30 minutes and show you a bunch of things, and I'm going to, but at the end of the day, it comes down to one thing, and that's you, yourself, your own brain, your own heart taking action. It has nothing to do with the things I'm going to show you. It has everything to do with you. I've actually had a lot of pondering about coming up here and speaking in the last week since they told me, hey, can you speak? I'm like, sure, I love giving back, and hopefully I can give some information to help out a little bit. And I actually was awoken at 4 in the morning with a thought. And the thought was this, and I think it was coming from Maddie. And I was wide awake at 4 a.m., and here's my thought. Have any of you ever had family or friends that were on drugs? Have you ever had family or friends that were on drugs for 10 plus years? No matter what you ever said to that family or friend, or did, or how much money you gave them to get better, were they going to change? They're not going to change. How are they going to change? Make a choice. They're going to only change because of out of their own heart and their own mind, they're going to change. Likewise, I'm speaking to everyone that's never done a real estate deal right now, and a little bit to people that have done a deal. So I call the people, I call this category no deal druggies. If we've never done a real estate deal, we're a no deal druggie. No matter what Pace is saying, no matter what Jamil is saying, or everyone else that was up here, Spencer is saying, has nothing to do with what we're saying or what we're doing. It has everything to do with you and the action that you're going to take after today. All right? So we're all no-deal druggies. If we've never done a deal, we're no-deal druggies. I've done a lot of deals. And how I was awakened also that I'm a no-deal druggie in one category. I've done a lot of, what Pace was explaining, these assignments and make a little fee. I've done thousands and thousands of those. I've done hundreds and hundreds of flipping properties in the 200, 300, 400 price range. But I had someone come to me recently and they said, hey, I've got this amazing $1 million house that will sell for 1.6. It needs $200,000 of rehab. And I was just like, I was a no-deal druggie. I've never done a $1 million house. Like, how can I be brave to do this? I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm scared. So I get the feeling, if you've never done a deal and you're a no-deal druggie, I'm a no-deal druggie on other deals. Pace talks about his car washes and his RV parks and this and that. I haven't done a lot of those things, so I'm a no-deal druggie there too. So in one way or another, we are no-deal druggies, and we've got to figure it out with our own heart and mind to figure it out. So hopefully the hypnotizing helped. I haven't been hypnotized since the state fair. So I think that'll help you guys. So let's jump in. We're going to wake my computer up. Oh, there we go. Here's my slides. Here's my presentation. So we're gonna go into it. And if you guys think that this is impossible, it's impossible to do a deal, you guys are 100% right. So you guys first got to be thinking, hey, this is possible for me. You know, there's actually 500 to 1,000 discount deals that are happening in Arizona closing per month. 500 to 1,000 discount deals in Arizona closing per month. That's a lot of deals. So that means there's 10,000 plus nationwide closing. So we got to think, hey, how can I just do one of those a month? How can I do 2 of those 10,000 deals per month, right? So this is a talk about you never done a deal. You want to do your first deal in 7 days. And so we're going to get there. So what I do is nothing special. It really isn't. I am just an ordinary person that has an ordinary day job of real estate. And because I have showed up for 20 years, every single day, I've been able to make extraordinary things happen. And I just don't quit. My schedule is the same. I'm extremely robotic from about 5:30 a.m. in the morning to 6 p.m. Then I go home to my wife and 4 kids who are married now, so they're gone. And so I'm extremely robotic, and I try to find fun, but I take this business very, very serious. So my daily schedule, and success actually starts with you guys, and it starts in the morning. And it starts in two ways. I'm going to jump into this. It's proactive and reactive. I am only proactive in my own personal life for 2 hours in the morning, and then I'm reactive for the rest of the day. If you guys are not getting your proactive time away from your phone and spending time and being selfish for you proactively in the morning, you are not going to be set up for success, period, throughout the rest of the day. And if you want to get a deal in 1 week, you have to start focusing on that proactive time, which is 2 hours of time in the morning, whether it's 5 to 7 or it's 6 to 8. You have to have that time with yourself, with your phone, whether it's pondering. I personally suggest exercise. My schedule for 20 years has been the same, guys. I run Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I bike Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. That's just what I do. That's my exercise. That's some of my proactive time. And I'm only do it for about an hour. Saturdays, sometimes I can go a little bit longer. And this helps get my mindset and my health and my body ready to go do a real estate deal. And it's all for that. It's selfish. My proactive time is for reactive. Then I say reactive because guess what? We're calling seller leads. We're calling buyer leads. We're hitting the phones. One of my mottos is no downtime, period. I just don't have downtime. And what I mean by that is if I don't have something to do, I'm picking up the phone, I'm texting someone, no downtime. So that's, I don't know if you guys are gonna ever hear Maddie's voice again, so I was actually really excited to share that with you guys. One of my mottos too, speaking of Maddie, is things done first thought on need no further attention. So I live my life by that. Things done when first thought on need no further attention. Let's see, it went quiet again, my slide. If the production team can help me get this on. You guys are awesome. I think I'm the last guy, then you guys can go somewhere else and do something else, right? Something else about me is, who's from Arizona? A few of you guys? Who likes barbecue? So who's heard of Caldwell County Barbecue? Hey, so I actually own that with my dad and a partner. So Spencer Caldwell, Caldwell County Barbecue. So that's my love language is food, not real estate. My love language is food, not doing one deal in 1 week. So let's hit some barbecue sometime soon, guys. Here's the sequence that we're going to go over. I talked a little bit about my daily schedule already, no downtime. Something I really, really love is the signal versus noise. If you guys ever studied or have not studied signal versus noise, you need to. People like Elon Musk, they have 80% signal in their life and 20% noise. And you have to get your mindset right, you have to focus on that. You got to get rid of the noise in your life. Proactive over reactive, we went over that. This is the strategy, guys. Source, underwrite, contract, validate, adjust. There's 5 steps. These are the 5 steps to the due diligence window. Don't worry about taking pictures or anything. I'll put a QR code up here that you could just, it'll send you the full slide deck, okay, guys? So don't worry about, here's the 12 steps. Who else has been to any meetings with 12 steps in them? All right. We're deal druggies, right? That's what I should have changed this. This is a 12-step class for getting your first deal done in 1 week. The important thing is your lead source. So you have to have a lead source. And a lot of these lead sources that I do just come from my own marketing company. I was also inspired by pondering this just to talk about one deal that happened in our community. And it actually was from a deal that happened from my camera guy who is behind the camera filming me. And whatever you see on social media of me, he's behind the camera. And his name is Trevor. And I have not talked about him doing a deal, or he has asked me no questions. And he just walked into my office and said, hey, I did my first deal. I'm like, oh, really? Great. And he learned 100% from just being behind the camera for the last few years for me. And he made $7,500. And he did it in a week. And so I'm like, I'm inspired by you, and I'm going to share your story. So we're going to jump into his story, how he made $7,500. He did it on land. And so I mostly do single family. He got some land leads, and he jumped in. This is the actual land, 5 acres in Tonopah. Who's ever been to Tonopah? It's out in the middle of nowhere. And there's money there. There's $7,500 right here that no one knew about, and Trevor found it. And he found it because he's just been listening to me just talk randomly like you guys are listening to me. But had nothing to do with me and what I was saying. It has to do with Trevor saying, hey, Spencer's paying me paying me nothing to be behind the camera. I'm going to figure out how to do, a deal a month, a deal a week. $7,500 per week or per month extra is a lot of money, right? Here's the land. Here's the sold comparable. So he pulled it up. He got the owner lead. He calls Mr. Owner and started to talk to him. He pulled up the comparable. So you'll see 3.5 acres, 5 acres, 69,000, 8 acres, 90,000, 4 acres. And so what was really important about this is when you get someone that wants to sell something, you got to pull the market comparables to see what it's worth. And then we've got to buy that property under, obviously, what it's worth so we can make money on it. In the single-family world, we like to buy at 70% or under so that we can go put in our 10% rehab, other 10% costs, and make 10%, right? So he knew that the property is roughly, because the market comparables, around $60,000. And another key source when you're doing deals, don't do it by yourself. This is a community thing. Ask me, ask someone that's done a deal. So Quinn was someone in our community that came and did actually a land talk. He did a seminar all day on land. And so Trevor's wheels were already turning, land. And Quinn's the one that taught it. So he called Quinn immediately, and Quinn said, hey, I would offer him, if it's worth $60,000, offer him $30,000 to $40,000. You're going to make money. And Trevor said, okay, cool. And, that's a decent offer. So he goes in, makes the offer. Here's the seller call. The call was made after the comps were pulled and after Quinn set the range, not before. And he talked to the seller and said, Mr. Seller, will you take $35,000? He took $35,000. He didn't have to negotiate very much. And the seller, thinking, it's probably only worth $35,000, is out in the middle of Tonopah, which I would think personally it's worth less. So put it under contract for $35,000. In land, he got a 60-day due diligence. That's wild, because all these single-family houses you see selling every single day, there's 0 inspections, there's no due diligence. He got 60 days to basically, the due diligence is, hey, I'm buying this for $35,000. Can I go sell it for $60,000 like I think it's worth to someone and make a bunch of money? I've got 60 days to do this, and that's why he got the 60 days. So he went in. Guess what he did? After he put it under contract with the seller, he opens up escrow. Guess how much earnest money he put down? 0, which is amazing. And I was like, whoa, I don't even teach that. We do 5,000 around here, or 10,000. Like, where'd you learn that? He's like, he didn't mention earnest money, and I didn't either, so I put 0 on the contract, and he signed it. I'm like, all right. What if you back out after 60 days? He's like, well, he doesn't care if he sells it or not. He's, all right. So he went to Google to find a buyer. He Googled Tonopah land buyers. And I'm like, no, you didn't. And he's like, yeah, I did. So I Googled it myself a couple days ago when I'm talking to him. I Googled all these Tonopah land buyers come up. He's like, I just started calling. I just started texting. It was absolutely amazing. So he found his buyer off of Googling Tonopah land buyers. You know what's so random about this? What's so random is the gentleman that he just randomly Googled from Tonopah ended up owning the other parcel right next door. He's like, oh, yeah, I own the parcel next door. I'll buy it. And Trevor's like, sweet. He's like, but it's in a floodplain. And the reason why he said that is because the price wasn't even mentioned at this point. He wants a discount because it's in the floodplain. He doesn't even want to know the price. He's in a floodplain. So he starts downplaying it. Guess what? Trevor had no clue it was in a floodplain. When he contracted it with the seller for $35,000, he had no clue. Which, you guys, you don't have to know everything before you go into contract with someone. You're going to find out things along the way, and it's okay. Don't let that put fear into you that you're not going to be doing deals. So this was surfaced. It went from a $50,000 to $60,000 lot, 35 contract. He's getting offers at $32,500. So if he sells it for $32,500 and he's contracted for $35,000, how much money is he losing? $2,500. He loses $2,500. I see people actually do this 2 or 3 times a month that actually lose money and lose $2,500 because guess what? They put $5,000 earnest money, and a $2,500 loss is better than a $5,000 loss. So it actually happens. But Trevor's first deal, he's like, I'm not going to pay out my first deal. I gotta make some money. So he went back to renegotiate. He called Mr. Seller. Hey, your house is in a floodplain, or your lot's in a floodplain. He's like, okay. Trevor says, simple, I've got to get it for less. The contract's 35, I have to get it for less. And the guy said, okay, where are you at? He said, $20,000. And the guy about hung up the phone. There was a hurdle. He kept him on the phone, had some good phone skills, didn't end the call. And the seller said, hey, look, I'll sell it to you for 25. And Trevor's thinking, sweet, I already have a buyer for 32.5, and I'm selling it. Now I'm getting the contract for 25,000, right? And I'm making 7,500 bucks. So that's pretty cool, right? So pretty simple. Contract price was amended to 25,000. He assigned the property for 32.5, and assignment fee was 7,500. So this is a newbie meeting. This is a no deal drug meeting. So we're gonna make it as simple as possible. There's A to B. There's B to C. A is Mr. Homeowner, contracted the property for now 25,000 to Trevor, and that's B, contract B, okay, for 25,000. B to C was from 25,000 to 32.5, and then those contracts are submitted to escrow, and escrow goes through and closes works on closing the property, and Trevor gets $7,500 as soon as it closes. It's pretty cool. It's pretty simple, right? Like, don't overthink it. This is not a hard business. This is not hard. So, you know what's interesting? Another hurdle that almost killed this deal is they went to open up escrow, title and escrow in Arizona, and they pulled it, and there was a cloud on the title, which wasn't clear title, and they had to get a hold of someone that owned the piece of land from 20 years ago to get a signature. And Trevor's like, oh, shoot, this is going to kill the deal. Guess what? The title company tracked the guy down. He's like, yeah, I don't own it anymore. I don't own it. Here's my signature. Just boom. But it took 3 weeks. But it's fine because the due diligence was how many days? 60 days. He found a buyer within a week, and it was closed even after the 2 or 3 weeks of issues within 30 days, and the seller's super happy. He didn't think he was going to close for 60 days. All right. So what made it possible is obviously is the due diligence window of being 60 days. If you guys can get a due diligence, do it. If you can't because it's just a smoking hot deal and you know that you're going to be able to sell it and make money immediately, don't get a due diligence. Just buy the property. You'll figure it out. That's what I tell people all the time, like, hey, I had this deal last week and it was $200,000 and it was worth $500,000. I could have put it under contract, but I was just scared. I'm like, no, put it under contract. If it's worth $200, you're getting it for $200 and you're putting it under escrow, or it's worth $600. Sorry, buying it for $200 and it's worth $600,000. Just do it. We'll figure it out, right? Okay, here we go. What was not checked before the contract? So I dove into this a little bit. So he didn't know that it was in the floodplain, and it came back to bid him because he wanted to pay $35,000, and they had to go to renegotiate. Those are hurdles. There's going to be hurdles in your life and doing real estate deals all the time. It just happens. So you have to jump over them. You have to be like Maddie. You got to call. You got to stay consistent. She texts me all the time wanting to buy deals. Like, no downtime. Like, send the text, pick up the phone, do the phone call. Actually, the gentleman on the seller, he hated to text. Most people, I get 20 text messages a day of people trying to buy a house that I own or try to sell me something, and I just don't respond, and they eventually go away. Like, Trevor picked up the phone and said, hey, yo, I want to buy your lot. Like, you're not texting me back. So you got to take that initiative and take that action and just make that happen. All right, so here's the 7-day working schedule. So you guys want to do a deal in 7 days? The first day, you have your leads. They're coming in. You're calling your leads. Don't do anything in your life day one until you've at least dialed 100 people that day. Like 100 sellers, like pick up your phone, dial 100. And I know a lot of people that don't leave their office for years and years and years until they've dialed their phone for 100 times. And those type of people are doing 10, 15, 20 deals a day. Okay, so we're going to get the deal day one. Number two is we're going to underwrite the deal. We're going to take the sold comps, and we're going to send it to a land specialist. Those are the details. We talked about the underwriting. You got to make sure, like when you have Mr. Seller on the line, that You've got to underwrite it, make sure that, in this case, we thought it was worth 60. The offer is going to be around 30. You got to underwrite it. That's day 2. Day 3, make sure that you have it under contract by day 3. Okay? Day 4, you're calling buyers. And so now, instead of calling 100 sellers per day to get the property and get it under contract, which you've already done, you're now calling what? You're calling buyers. So you got the deal. You called the sellers. You got the deal. You wrapped it up. You put it under contract. Now you're just calling buyers. Don't leave the office. Don't do anything in your life until you have got buyers that are interested in it. And then, number 5, we're going to give you a little bit more time. Call more buyers. And day 6, make sure that you have buyers that are close. And if you don't, adjust, figure it out. Day 7, put it under contract, get it sold, put it under escrow, and you're good to go. I know I say it just like super simple, but this is simple, but it really is. Like, there's not a lot to it. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? On these 7 days, I lined these 7 days up. It's okay if you go and find a buyer before you find a seller and get the deal. It's okay. Like, don't freak out, because a lot of times I have buyers text me and say, hey, I'm looking for this. That's day 1. And then by day 7, I went and looked for that deal all day because that buyer wants it, and I found the seller. So you don't always have to find the seller first. That just, that's mostly what happens is you find the seller, then you go find the buyer. But if you got the buyer, go find the deal. That's fine. All right. Tools and software needed. I was supposed to cover this. So seller leads mostly came from my marketing company in this type of scenario. I can give you that information. You got to get seller leads. You can get seller leads. You guys have heard so much today about getting seller leads. I'm sure you've got plenty of notes. As far as the phone, there's nothing special, no dialer. Trevor just picked up his phone and called him. Wasn't using AI, wasn't using like any type of rocket ship technology to go make a bunch of money. Like, that's not what this is about. This is about just taking action, guys. I've seen so many people like prepare to sell a property, to prepare to sell a property. I was in Florida actually at Pace's event when he went to every state and all these meetings. I met a gentleman there in Florida, and he had been to like 15 different states with Pace. I'm like, that is awesome. You're like a groupie following around Pace. I'm like, what's it done in your life? What do you mean? I'm like, dude, have you done your first deal yet? No. I'm like, don't go to another meeting. Go home, take what you learned in the last 15 states, and go move a deal. Like, this is fun seeing Pace. He's good looking, but not that great looking, right? Jeez, like, go do a deal. That's why Pace is on stage. He wants you to do a deal. Stop following him around. Like, seriously. So stop preparing to prepare to do a deal, to prepare. And you don't need all this special stuff to do it. Like my tracking, I have no CRM. I don't have any tracking device for things in escrow. It's all Google. It's all like, it's an Excel sheet, yeah. It's nothing special. It's taking action. So Trevor Googled Tonopah buyers, wild. Found a buyer that way. Like, who would think? Once again, no awesome, cool buyers software or this or that. Just pick up the phone, make it happen, take action. Tax records are like great. Like if I was Trevor, I wouldn't have Googled Tonopah. I actually would have taken that parcel and I would have looked at who owned in tax records, the parcels around it, and then I would have put that into IDACORP or and found, because on tax records you get their LLC, but it doesn't give you their name and number and email. You got to look that up through searching it, and I would just call them and say, hey, I have this property, like, do you want it? Yeah, GIS, great suggestion. So, there's a lot of great tools and a lot of great things, but that's not the magic sauce, guys. You're the magic sauce. You got to have relationships in your back pocket. I mean, this community is amazing for Pace to bring on 10 friends. Just wow, that's amazing. So, sellers, buyers, got to have those. Sometimes the deals are definitely get off track and on track. Every day, in fact, today, here's a scenario. Had a buyer under escrow for $360,000, didn't want the property. anymore because he drove over there and there's a bunch of washes around in a floodplain. And he basically came to me today and said, I'm not closing unless I get it for $350. And I said, well, shoot. So I went to the seller, and the seller said, I have the contract under $350, not happening. And I went back to the buyer, said he's got the contract under $350, and he said, do $355. So he got $5,000 off. So there's all these hurdles, all these things that are going to happen. It's just part of life, part of doing deals, and that's fine. So kudos for Trevor making the $7,500. And that's why I wanted to share it for the first deal people, right? Is like he put it under contract for $25,000, not $200,000, not $2 million, $25,000. It doesn't just seems like something you can do, and he made $7,500 off it. That's just so cool. Never stop, never take no for an answer. Just let's talk skills. We've got 1 minute, and we're gonna talk skills. Guys, you don't need skills. You need your brain, and you need your heart, and you need action. Listen, I'm not smart. I was a horrible student. I got horrible grades, but I move a lot of deals, and that's what's important to me. Who this fits, people who want to take action, high call volume, seller and buyer side, people who want to work fast, willing to go all in and make it happen, and it fits people who have excuses and just don't want to make money. So here's the deal. Contracted 35, readjusted 25, assigned 32.5, made 7,500. Here's my QR code if you want to scan it, and I'll give you this full deck. So I've got a few minutes to take a few questions. I'm supposed to take one question off the monitor and 2 in the room. When I take it off the monitor, we got a question in the room, so let's just start there.
So you primarily focus on disposition?
I do. I'm a dispo guy.
Okay. And what did you do to build out your disposition?
I started doing real estate 20 years ago.
Yep.
And I don't let anyone text me or call me without putting their first and last name in my phone. I can show you guys on my phone. I've got 10,000 contacts in my phone. That's dispo. That's real estate. Let me show you guys.
Okay. Where did you get these numbers?
Just like starting from day one, like don't leave this room until you have gotten someone's phone number and gotten someone's email.
Okay. So you're not actually like going to dispo lists. You know how you could buy dispo lists and
No.
stuff like that. You're just like working rooms.
Right. Working rooms.
On the streets, wherever.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not talking with someone until and I'm not leaving a room until I've got an email and a number, and I'm putting that in my list. Like, if I get your email, you're going to my dispo list. And I've just built it up over 20 years.
That makes sense. Okay.
Cool. Great question. Any other questions?
One last thing. On that list, I guess you eventually organize who is going to be interested in which type of property. Is that right?
No.
No, you just blast.
I just blast.
I love it, dude.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just blast. Yep. And if I have downtime, I'm randomly texting one of them. I'm randomly calling them. I'm no downtime. I'm just constantly working them. Let me tell you, for example, every good thing goes off my personal cell phone. My first real estate mentor, he's like a real estate guru. He had 2 phones, and I never got that. But my wife definitely does. My wife's I've been married for 25 years. Elisa is amazing, puts up with me. But since I was zeroed out at text messages when I started talking, I'm at 155 text messages. No, for the last 30 minutes. So I'm constantly just talking to people, talk to people. So it's going to be fun. Because of my 30 minutes, I'm going to have like 2 or 3 hours to catch up and not see my wife after hours. Babe, I'll be home at 7 o'clock if you're watching. And then I'm going straight to the Friday night lights of the football game. If you want to see me, meet me there. Shoot. You guys are awesome. Any other questions for me? All right. We'll take that one last one, then I'm going to go. You guys have been awesome. Thank you.
You didn't really give us your kudos. I mean, in regards to how you've been in business for 20 years, but what are some of the accomplishments that we can tag to your name?
barbecue. Like, come eat at Caldwell County Barbecue and eat some ribs. Like, tell me if you like that sauce, and then let's talk. Let's see. Oh shoot, man. What's that?
What do you close a month?
How many do you close a month?
I close a lot of deals per month, but I'm doing volume. Like, I'm making this $1,500 fee. It's dozens per month, dozens and dozens per month. It's not me, you guys. It's Jamil hypnotized me a long time ago. It's waking up and having the same schedule every single day and doing ordinary things. And I've just got a great team. I got a couple right-hand people. I've got a patient wife that puts up with my craziness. I live my life by the 80-20 of nonsense that we went over. And but I'm moving quite a few deals. So I love real estate and I love business. I actually own 3 different real estate brokerages. One's a property management, one's a retail business, wholesale, and then a flat fee business. So I own 3 different real estate brokerages. So it's kind of fun. And then barbecue, love barbecue, and a few other things. So Caldwell County Barbecue. Caldwell, we have 4 locations. Gilbert 2, Peoria 1, Building Scottsdale.
It's delicious. There's no question about it.
Yeah, and when you eat there, what's that, brother? Oh, burn ends. Shoot, you got me there. Okay, listen. When you eat there, just Google my name, Spencer Caldwell, and send me a text and say it was delicious. If you liked it. And if it was bad, please tell me, because guess what? Go to the Yelp reviews. If there's anything 4-star and under, thousands and thousands of reviews, I respond personally with my cell phone. Say, I'm the owner. I'm sorry for the experience. How can I make this better? Because I want to be the best. So there's a lot of good barbecue out there. So I have Caldwell County, Mexico, downtown Gilbert. Mexico's fire. So we got birria tacos and brisket tacos that are smoked full. That's downtown Gilbert. So we have Peoria, Gilbert, and Queen Creek, and building out Scottsdale. So Scottsdale opens November 8th up by the Mayo Clinic. Yeah, let's go. You guys are all invited to the party in Scottsdale. We'll talk more about the accomplishments. Come see me after. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a beautiful weekend. Go take action. Make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Spencer. Give it up for Spencer one more time. Yeah, it's me, you guys. Actually, no, I'm Pace Morby. We just switched spots. Pace, are you on? Are you on here?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great, sister.
Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you. We're gonna put you on the screen so you guys, Pace is going to be
Spencer Caldwell. Hold on.
Okay.
I got Jerry Norton backstage, and we were just gushing over you and just how grateful we are to know you and how amazing of a human being you are. Thank you for being a good friend to so many people. You're one of the most humble, rich dudes I know on the planet, and all you want to do is sell barbecue stuff. It's freaking hilarious. I love it.
I love you. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Last time I saw Pace was randomly. I surprised him in Florida, and saw Jerry, and that's the last time I saw him when they're in Florida. So it was really cool. I was in Florida anyways for my daughter's dance thing, and I'm like, hey, honey, where's the dance thing? And it was the same city like the Florida meetup was. So I just showed up, and it was really, really cool. So good to see you guys again.
That's epic.
Grateful for your friendship, brother. Thank you for showing up today. I know how busy you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, Pace, I'm gonna give it off to you.
Thank you, Saravi. I appreciate you guys. For those of you guys that might not have noticed, I actually had to change where I'm at because I wanted to get home and do my own presentation tonight. I have team members and employees that obviously need to go home tonight. And so what we're going to do is after Jerry, we're going to break the people that are live there in person. We're going to break, and the people that are at the office are going to have to go away. And everybody that's on Zoom, you're going to be able to hang out with us. So Jerry Norton says, I can't hear. Jerry, hold on a second, guys. Hold on. I'll be there in just a second. All right, guys. So sorry. I needed to teach Jerry how to run the mute, unmute type of thing on the backstage. So Jerry Norton, man, I'm so grateful to have all these friends and these mentors. Jerry Norton was actually somebody I sought out for a very, very long time. And I have one of my favorite quotes was a quote given to me by Kanye West. And if you guys know this quote, the quote is, "Don't take advice from people less successful than you." And I actually took that quote and I changed it to, "Don't take advice from people less successful than you want to become." And I looked at Jerry Norton, 10 children, balancing life, chopping wood in his backyard, and just living this awesome, joyous life. And I said, I need to become friends with that guy because that's the lifestyle I want. I want to be around my wife. I want to be around my kids. I just want to have friends in the industry. And Jamil was my best friend and is my best friend at that point. And I said, I need more Jamils. I need another brother in arms. And so I sought Jerry out back in probably 2017, 2018. I hunted this man down and I forced my way into getting an invite to his house for dinner. And my wife and his wife became fast friends and we learned from them every single day. In fact, when I was in Atlanta, Eddie Charger, I see it in the side chat. When I was in Atlanta, on my way to Atlanta to go see Eddie Charger, I sent a quick text message to Jerry Norton. And I said, hey, man, I need a place to do a training. Do you mind? And he goes, yeah, no problem. He kicks one of his kids out of their bedrooms, sets up whole webinar studio for me 2 weeks ago, and just takes care of me. This man is so unbelievable. I learned so much from him. Real estate, brotherhood, fatherhood, how to be a great husband every single day. And we've got Jerry Norton up here. So I'm going to send him up. Everybody in the live studio right now, I want to see your hands going back and forth right now, really, really loudly for Jerry Norton. I'm going to bring him up here in 30 seconds. And everybody in the side chat, tell Jerry Norton he's a flipping genius, please. I'm going to bring him up here in just 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Where's that? Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Jerry, you are now on the webinar. I'm going to go off the stage. You are now in charge, and everybody in the webinar will be able to hear you. Jerry, can you say something so we can all hear you? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, Jerry, you are on the stage. Everybody should be able to hear you. Everybody give me a thumbs up. If you can hear Jerry Norton, give me a big thumbs up, everybody.
Hi, everybody. So excited to be here with you. All right. I'm in the webinar. Okay, well, thank you, Pace. And I've been listening all day in my background while I've been working and stuff. So it's been a fantastic day. Super excited to be here with you guys. And I hope to continue to bring value and really continue this theme here we've got of getting your first deal in the next 7 days. And so I'm going to share some slides. I think it's going to be really helpful. I've got a lot to cover and I'm going to get very granular, but I'm also going to really focus on the big picture. So let me see if I can share my screen. Sharing's not turned on. Request has been sent. Let's see if that's, maybe I did that wrong. Oh, what, desktop? Here we go. Share. All right. Hopefully everybody can leave me a comment there if you guys can see my slides. Like, do you see the screen there with my slides? Yes. Okay. Great. Awesome. Okay. So I've been asked to talk about the agent model and really how to use agents to generate leads and do your first deal. And I'm going to really actually get very specific about how to dominate, not just get your first deal, but how to create an army of agents that bring you deals every single day. Now, I'm known as the agent whisperer. Actually, I'm not. I just made that up because it sounded cool. So don't say that. But I think what I'm going to share with you here is going to be super valuable, and I hope you guys are excited for this. So first of all, I want to ask you guys a question. Which one of these is you? Is it one day? Or is it day one? One day I'll do my first deal, or is it day one to doing my first deal? There's a big difference. One day or day one? Leave a comment right now and tell me what it is for you. Are you ready to take action? Hopefully you're fired up today. You've got lots of ways to go about getting your first deal. And what's really cool about what I'm going to share with you today is this applies to all strategies. Okay, I'm going to touch on that a little bit more. But I imagine some of you might be wondering, can I really do this? This real estate thing. How do I get my first deal if I don't have experience, right? If I don't have the knowledge? Or you might be thinking, I still have a full-time job. How can I juggle work, family, real estate? It's a time thing. How do I have the time? Or you might be thinking, I don't have a huge pile of cash to invest. How do I get started without capital? A money thing, right? It's usually experience, time, or money. Those are usually our limits. And there's some truth to that, but a lot of that is a limiting belief. And so what I want to do, my big promise to you over the next 30 minutes, is to show you a clear path to get your first deal in the next 7 days, only spending about 2 to 3 hours a day with zero marketing cost. Okay, this really is the holy grail to this. And I actually taught what I'm sharing with you today. I taught this to my oldest son, Jared. He was running my hotel in Puerto Rico. He just moved here to Knoxville a few weeks ago. And he said, Dad, I'm ready. I want to do a flip. Can you help me get my first deal? So I taught him exactly what I'm showing you. And within a week, he landed this deal. And he did it. He found the lead. He talked to the agent. He negotiated, made the offer. Now I was helping him and coaching him. So I can't promise that you're going to get your first deal in a week, but because Jared has a great teacher, but he got this deal. And check this out. These are the numbers. The contract price is $115,000. We close in like a week or so. Our rehab budget is $60,000. ARV is $275,000, which will give us about a $60,000 net profit. Now, being a good partner, I'm making him do all the work and I'm getting half the profit. So leave a comment if you think that's good parenting. So that's the deal with Jared, but he literally did this within his first week of applying what I'm going to share with him. This is my student, Hugh Boy. He's been at this model for a while. And he did in 2025, he did 2.8 million in wholesale revenue. He's a wholesaler. So just with the agent model that I'm going to be showing you today, 2.8 million, and he did it at an 80% profit margin because there's no marketing cost. He runs a really lean team. Now he scaled it obviously, but imagine that 2.8 million in revenue at an 80% profit margin. Do the math on that. So does this work? It absolutely does. And what I'm talking about here is how to use real estate agents to find and bring you deals. And I want to show you how to dominate this. Like I said, I want to show you how to create an army of agents that are bringing you their best deals and will work for you. And this works with any exit strategy. So I don't care if you're doing single family, multifamily. I don't care if you're wholesaling, flipping, keeping them as rentals, short-term, long-term, co-living. This could be commercial. This could be RV parks, anything and everything. This is your acquisition engine. Whatever you're doing for your exit, do that. But this is how you're going to get those agents to bring you your deals. Now, some of the stuff that I'm going to share here, you might have to modify it a little bit depending on your exit strategy, but this works for all strategies. That's what's so cool about this. And I want to show you how to legally, morally, and ethically brainwash agents to work for you, okay? Now, there's 3 reasons why I love agents. One, they're really stupid, so they're easy to manipulate, and I hope Ingrid's not listening, or maybe there's any other. Leave a comment if you're a real estate agent. Leave a comment if you're a real estate agent. And I mean that, I'm being funny there. I actually am a licensed agent. I actually have my broker's license, and I have for 20 years. But I'm going to show you that getting agents to work for you for free is actually a lot less complicated than you may think. The second reason why I love agents is it's referral marketing. It's repeat business. It's Christmas every day. It's the gift that keeps giving, because those agent relationships, it's not one and done like direct to seller. These are relationships that will continue to bring you deals. I have agents now where I've done dozens of deals because they keep bringing me great deals. And most importantly, I love the agent model because it's free. It does not cost you anything. And we do a lot of direct to seller marketing. I do pay-per-click, I do pay-per-lead, I do all these other things. And we spend thousands of dollars in my direct to seller marketing. But with the agent model, zero in marketing costs. And I love that, especially in the beginning if you're new. So you might be wondering, well, what does an agent do anyways? I ask myself this question every day. What the heck does the agent do? So here's the process. A seller hires an agent to sell his property. Oftentimes it's a default. They don't know what else to do. They don't know that they can find an investor or how to find an investor. So they call a real estate agent to sell their property. When they do that, they agree to pay 5 to 6% in total commissions typically. So they know they're going to be paying commissions. Then they list that property and it becomes public. Once it's listed, it's on Zillow, Redfin, Realtor.com, and all the sites. And at that point, typically a seller is looking for the highest price. Now, there's this myth out there that only retail sellers list their properties on market with agents, meaning distressed sellers don't list on market. And that's not true at all. The reality is every day motivated sellers list with agents on market. Jared's deal is a perfect example. That property was listed for $145. Jared got it for $115. And the seller was extremely motivated. It was an inherited property. It was vacant. They wanted to get rid of it. Okay, so what is the end game? Here's the end game. This is where you know you've arrived. The agent goes on a listing appointment. If the seller is distressed, either personally in distress or the property's in distress, the agent refers that lead to you instead of listing it. Okay, this is the goal. This is what we're trying to accomplish. You offer and contract a great deal off market. It never goes on market. You got the deal off market. Okay, that's the goal. And then you pay that agent a commission, you build it into the deal, and that's how that agent gets compensated. So it's a win-win for everybody. You continually get good deals for free, zero marketing cost. Agents get paid without having to do any work. They don't have to list it and sell it. All they have to do is bring you the referral. So how do we do this? What's the model here? Well, I want to start out by telling you guys that I like to shoot guns. I'm holding a 50 cal in this picture. And this was in Montana. I was shooting guns with Pace. Put in the comments if you like guns. Put in the comments if you have a problem with guns. It doesn't matter. We're going to talk about it anyway. I like to shoot guns almost as much as Pace likes to shoot guns. And it's actually something fun that we do. In fact, here on our farm, we created a shooting range out back so we can like take it to a whole new level. And so I'm going to use an analogy here with guns, and I'm going to talk about how to gun down agents. Okay. And I call this the 555 method. There's a lot of comments in here about shooting guns. Second Amendment, serve in the Army, 50 cal. Nice. Yeah. So I'm going to use guns as an analogy here to teach this strategy here that I call the 555 method. First is what we call the sniper approach. So think of a long range rifle, you got a scope and you're going to zero in and you're going to sniper a shot, right? You're going to shoot that agent. And that sniper approach is where we go after actively listed properties for sale. So these would be listings where it's a distressed property and it's actively for sale. And what we're going to do is we're going to call that listing agent and make an offer on that listing. Okay. So that's the sniper approach. We're going to do actively listed properties. And the goal here is to do 5 offers a day. And I'm going to show you how we find these and everything in a minute. So just stay with me. So that's the sniper approach. We're going to sniper deals, listed properties. Our second 5 is the machine gun approach. And this is just cold outreach. We're going to call any agent in your market and we're going to have a conversation with them about bird dogging for you. Okay. And we'll talk about how we do this. I'm going to give you the exact scripts and everything. By the way, guys, if you want this entire training with all the scripts, all the resources, all the guides, everything I'm going to be covering here today, stay to the end and I'll show you how to get it for free. Okay, so this is the machine gun approach, and we're also going to do 5 of these a day. So these are just cold outreach to any agent in your market. And again, I'll show you what we're going to say to them. And the third thing we're going to do is we're going to do what I call the reload approach. And this is basically where we're just going to follow up with agents who we spoke to previously. Now, one of the reasons why I say agents are stupid is because if agents actually operated their agent business the way we do our wholesale business, they would probably make 10 times as much money. They are terrible about keeping a CRM. They're terrible about remembering who they're talking to. They don't save names in their phones. They just don't work the model like as well as we do in real estate. So you need to stay in front of them. It's your job to stay front and center. If you don't stay front and center, they're going to forget about you. So that's why that weekly touch point is so important. That's the weekly follow-up. It's the reload. So you're reloading your gun, right? Okay. And the goal there too is 5 of those a day. So if you think about this, you're going to do 5 snipers. That's 5 offers a day. That's going to take you about 20 minutes a call. Typically, that's going to be about an hour and a half or so. You're going to do 5 machine guns, which is just a cold call. Those take 5 minutes. And so you're going to have about 30 minutes doing those. And the reloads where you're following up, maybe another 30 minutes doing 5 of those. Guys, we're talking about 2 or 3 hours a day max doing this. That's it. Now you could double that and do, I guess, the 10-10-10 method. You know, if you have the time, double it. But if you're just doing the 5-5-5, that's 15 touch points a day. That's 75 a week. That's 300 in a month. Guys, you are going to get a deal. You just are. If you're consistent with this, you're going to get a deal. The stars are going to align. You're going to be at the right place at the right time. An agent's going to say, you know what? I just went on a listing appointment the other day and I don't know what to do with this property. They're a hoarder. I don't want to list it. I told the seller I can't help them. Maybe you can help them. Like that conversation is going to happen if you're doing the 5-5-5 method. Okay. Now let me give you some resources. How do we do this for free? Well, my team developed a tool. We call it the Data Cruncher. If you go to mydatacruncher.com, this is a really cool tool that we developed. What you do is you put in a zip code, any zip code, and then what it does is it's going to scrape all of the actively listed properties, and it's going to get the average sold price per square foot. I'm going to get technical for a second for you guys that are nerds. It takes the average sold price per square foot over the last 6 months in that zip code, and it figures out the average sold price per square foot. Then it gives you a list of all of the properties that are actively for sale below the average sold price per square foot. And the idea here is that these are underpriced properties, which means they might have a condition issue. It just gives you a great list of properties that you can call agents on. Okay, and it's super fast, it's super easy tool, and it's free. Okay, so the second tool I want to show you is Redfin. Now, I love Redfin because they have this feature called Fixer Upper. And if you go to redfin.com, look at these arrows, guys. You put in your area, could be a city, zip code, county, whatever. Then you go to the filter button and then look down here and you're going to see this little checkbox called Fixer Upper. Fixer Upper. Check that box. Now, what Redfin does is they go through the descriptions on listings and they look for keywords that indicate distress or fixer upper. So it'll be things like as is, needs work, cash only, things like that. And then they flag those. And then what you do is you save this as a search and you tell Redfin, notify me immediately when new listings come up that are fixer uppers. Okay, it's an awesome feature Redfin has. Leave a comment and let me know if you knew about this feature in Redfin. Because if you're not using this, it's super cool. And then, you got to be instantly on these when they come up. Okay, so that's Redfin. That's a super cool tool that I love. And like I did this search right before the training here, and it found all these properties in Oakland County, Michigan, where I'm from, right? And if you look over here at the list here, when I screenshot this, there was this property in, that came out an hour ago. Brand new listing, flagged as a fixer-upper, great property to call on, I'm guessing, okay? All right, and the third tool is PropWire. And again, absolutely free. Check out how cool this is. If you go to PropWire and you put in an area, let's say a county, I put in Oakland County, Michigan, and I click the MLS active as my lead type, it's gonna pull up this massive list here of properties. Let me move this out of the way. It found 1,659, actively listed properties. And what you could do is you could go pull up each record individually if you wanted. So let's see if there we go. Sorry. If you click on each one of these records, it will pull it up. And if you go to MLS listing, it gives you the listing agent information. We gather that information and provide it to you for free. No searching for it, no wondering, no calling the office, asking who's the agent. We have all their information. So you could do it that way individually, or check this out. You could download the entire list of agents. How cool is this? For free. We don't even charge you for this. You can download it for free. You can have 1,600 agents right now that you could call on. So isn't this cool? And this is all free. So access to this information is not your problem. Doing the thing, doing the call, that's what you've got to focus on. It's super easy here. So what I want to do now is I want to take a minute and walk you through the sniper approach. And again, guys, this is after doing this for 20-some years, 21 years. I've done thousands of deals now with agents. And so I've honed in this process of how this works. Okay. So first thing we're going to do, step one, is when you do these calls, now remember, we're calling on listed properties, is you're going to gather information about the seller or the property. And here's your script. I'm an investor, and this looks like it might be a good opportunity to fix it up and flip it, or maybe keep it as a rental. Can you give me some insight into what's going on with the property? Why is the owner selling? Okay, so this is how you're kind of starting the conversation. Now, if it's a brand new listing, I might say, are you getting a lot of activity? If it's been sitting around a while, I might say, it looks like it's been listed for 120 days. Why do you think it hasn't sold? Okay, the objective here is to find out what's going on, get that agent talking. Now, there's a response here. A positive response would be an agent starts blabbing on and tells you all kinds of information about the property or the seller. They're going through a divorce, they just want to get rid of it, whatever. They just start talking. The more they talk, the more you learn, the more you listen. That's a positive response when you ask that question. A negative response would be, well, what do you want to know? So I get that all the time, right? Well, what do you want to know? And when an agent does it, that's sort of a positioning thing. They're trying to kind of elevate above you. It's kind of rude. So then you got to regain control. So the regain control question is, help me understand what's going on. Is the seller hoping for a fast and convenient cash offer from an investor like me, or are they holding out for a retail buyer? Okay, so you want to follow up the question if the agent has attitude like that. And that's my follow-up question. Okay, step two, get the agent to agree with you on price. Now remember, this is fundamentally important. If the agent isn't on board with you, they're not going to go to bat and sell the seller. They're the in-between. You never talk to the seller directly. You have to get the agent on your side. Okay, so step two, get the agent to agree with you on price. If I buy this property and I fix it up to market standards, what do you think the back end value would be? Or what do you think the resale value would be? Don't say ARV, that's investor lingo. Say back end value, resale value. If I fix this up, what do you think it'll be? Now, why are we asking this to the agent? Okay, there's a very specific reason why we're asking this. Let's take response A. Let's say that the agent gives you the opinion about value, and this happens about 20% of the time. By the way, these are your good agents because they've actually done some homework, even if they're wrong. So let's say they give you an opinion on value. Well, I think it would sell for $450 or whatever. Then your response is this, man, that would be awesome if I could get that price on the back end. I'm looking right now at sold properties in that neighborhood, and I can see what you mean. I'm seeing a flip on the next street over on 123 Main Street that just sold for $450. So either their value they give you is accurate, which is very rarely the case, but sometimes it is. Then you can say, okay, I see what you're talking about. I see the same thing. Now, if they're way off, then you would say, hey, I'm not seeing any comps at that price. Are you seeing something I'm not seeing? Have you seen the flip on the next street over on 123 Main Street that just sold for $450,000 or whatever, right? So now you're having a conversation about value. I'm not comping these properties until this moment in time. So don't pre-comp, that's a waste of time. Do this while you're talking to them on the phone. Hey, let's take a look right now. Help me see what you're seeing is kind of the idea here. Now, let's say that you have response B, which is agent has no clue about value. And this is 80% of agents. I mean, imagine this, guys. They have a listing. Their job is to sell it. It's distressed. And they don't do their homework about what the resale value is. That's a terrible agent. And that's 80% of agents. So they're going to say, I have no idea what the value is. So then your response is going to be, well, let's take a look together. I'm looking right now at similar homes that recently sold in the same neighborhood. Do you see the flip next door on 123 Main Street that sold for $450? And you start to have this conversation. The goal here is to get the agent to agree with you on value. So it seems fair to say that if I fixed up this property, I could resell it for around $450,000. Would you agree? Okay, again, we're getting that agent to be on board with us on value. Okay, step 3, get the agent to agree with you on rehab. So it's the same thing. Let me ask you, in order to get $450,000 on the back end, how much do you think the rehab will cost? And you could even ask questions about the rehab. Would you recommend that I do the wood floors, or could I get away with carpet in the bedrooms, right? You ask them questions. Remember, you want to treat them like they're the market expert, even though they're not, and they're stupid. Treat them like they are. Sometimes they are. I'm being funny, guys. Very rarely, but sometimes they are, and sometimes they will give you valuable information. Most of the time, they don't have a clue because they're terrible agents. So let's take response A. Agent gives opinion about the rehab cost. Again, about 20% of agents are going to say, I think it's going to be 50 grand. I think it's going to be 60 grand. And if they're accurate, then you could say, yeah, that sounds about right. If they're way off, which usually they are, you could start listing all the big ticket items. I'll say something like, I don't know how I could possibly do a full rehab for $20,000. If I do a roof, windows, siding, kitchens, bath, flooring, paint, blah, 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 it's going to be at least $80,000, maybe more, right? So now I'm talking numbers on condition. Now, what if the agent, this is what mostly happens, if the agent has no clue about the cost of rehab, 80% of the time that's what's going to happen, then you're going to say, well, let's run through it real quick. Roof, windows, siding, kitchen, bath, flooring, paint, etc. That's going to cost at least $80,000, maybe more, on a 1,500 square foot house. Okay, so now we're getting that agent to agree on rehab cost. I can't believe how much it costs these days to rehab houses. Does that make sense to you? Do you agree with me? Are you with me on this? Are you with me on the cost to rehab this? Okay, step 4 is what I call the pre-offer disruptor. And this is where I typically introduce what I call the double dip technique. So this is what I'll say. I'll say something like this. Before we talk about the offer, let's talk about the buyer's agents, the buyer side commission, the buyer's agent side. I'm unrepresented, so help me decide what makes the most sense. We could do one of two things. Option 1 is we could waive the buyer side, so we wouldn't need to ask the seller to pay it. Option 2 is you represent me on the buyer side. Now, to avoid any conflict with the seller, I can pay the buyer side commission directly. That's what I would prefer, because my goal is you win big working with me and we create a long-standing working relationship and do ongoing deals together for years to come. So help them see the big picture. Which option do you recommend, and what commission would you like by representing me as the buyer? And you'll see some agents are like, you know what, I don't need more money. I'm just happy to help my seller. Some are going to be all over this. Most agents are fired up about this. That agent on the deal I just helped Jared do, I was like, hey, can you represent us on the buyer side? They were like, absolutely. And they went to bat for us. They got us a price reduction. Like, they were amazing, the agent. The agent, even though they're the listing agent, in reality, they were working for Jared, my son, because they wanted that double commission. Okay. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, that's a conflict of interest. It's called dual agency. It's allowed in every state except 12 states have no dual agency. So guess what they do in Florida and Texas and all the other states that have no dual agency? They do what's called a transaction broker. So they don't represent either party and they still get both sides of the commission. It's not your job to figure out how the agent structures the commission. You just offer it to them, and trust me, they'll figure out how to get both sides. They always do. I do a ton of deals in Texas and a ton of deals in Florida, and every single time the agents are double dipping. Okay. All right. Step 5, get the agent to agree with that your offer is a fair offer. If they don't, they are not going to go to bat with you with the seller. So now that we have our heads around the numbers, let's talk about my cash offer. If I buy this house and I spend $80,000 to fix it up so that I can turn around and flip it for $450,000 after paying closing fees when I buy it and closing fees when I sell it, and after factoring in commissions when I sell it, as well as financing costs to my investors who fund my deals, and after factoring in a modest profit, I would need to be around $225,000 for this deal to work. then shut up, be quiet, see what they say. So response A, agent agrees to make the offer. I'm not sure the seller will accept that offer, but I can find out, right? So they're willing to make the offer. So if they say that, then say, let's do this. Call the seller and let him know that you have a cash offer for $225. See how he responds, and then we can go from there. If he agrees, we can put it in writing. How does that sound? Now, I typically push my agents to do a verbal first, written second. If the agent's willing to do a written offer first, great, better, because a written offer is always better than a verbal offer. But what I found is most agents are super lazy. They don't want to write the offer, but they will do the verbal. It takes them 5 minutes to do it, so they'll do that. If the agent is reluctant to make the offer, which happens often, they'll say something like, I know for a fact that the seller won't accept that price. They already turned down a higher offer. They'll say something like that. So my response is this. Yeah, you're totally right. Remember, you got to agree with agents. Yeah, you're totally right. But here's the thing. Even though you're certain they'll reject it, it's still in your best interest to make the verbal offer, because worst case, another low offer will spur a price reduction from the seller, which will help you sell this property faster. It will only take you 5 freaking minutes to call the seller and make my verbal cash offer. Can you do that for me? Okay, so I don't let the agent off. If they're like, nah, I'm not making that offer, I don't let them off. Their job is to present my offer, and it's easy to call and do a verbal. Now, some agents won't do it because they're going to have egg on their face, because they probably promised the seller a pie in the sky number, and now they're going to look like an idiot when they have to tell the seller where the real numbers are coming in at. Okay. So, you know, but this is the way around that. And this is how we have to get that agent to make the offer. Okay. So this is the big picture though. This is the thing that I hope you take away from everything that has to do with agents. It's never about the deal. It's always about the relationship. In fact, I heard that earlier today, I think. The next time you go on a listing appointment, and this is what you're going to say to an agent. The next time you go on a listing appointment and it's a distressed situation, tell the seller the following. So I'm coaching the agent now on how to make 5 times as much money. I have an investor who can buy the property as is for cash and close quickly. He can give us a no obligation offer. If that offer is acceptable to you, we would avoid showings, inspections, repairs, appraisals, financing, and save a lot of time and hassle. So before we decide to list it, I suggest we get his offer and we see what you think. Best of all, he covers my commission, so it won't cost you a dime. Now think about the value add that this agent now has in front of a distressed seller. Is this not like such a value add that the agent can bring a distressed seller? Like when agents finally grasp this, when they get this, it's game over. You're going to have so many leads coming from agents. Yeah, freaking genius. That's right, Pace. This is genius, guys. This is how you get agents to work for you for free, an army of them. Okay, remember, agents will tell you that they just care about their client and they're just here to serve their client. It's all BS. Agents care about getting paid. That's what they care about. So you have to keep that front and center. You have to talk about how they get paid. If they don't see the vision of how they get paid and how they make a lot of money with you, they're not going to be motivated. So again, I always say this back to agents. I say, as far as your commission, if you bring me an off-market opportunity, I can pay you whatever you'd like as long as we build it into my total price. For example, I give this example. For example, let's say that we agree on a 10% commission. If my total cash price for the property is $100,000, we would need to make my offer at $90,000 to the seller so that I can add in your commission of $10,000. So I end up at the $100,000 all in. Does that make sense? And so I have agents, guys, that I pay 3, 6, 10% to bring me the referral. They don't have to do anything at that point. Just bring me the lead. If I convert it into a deal, I'll pay you the whatever commission you want. Now, don't price us out of the deal, but like, you know what I mean? So like, let's get the deal done, but I will pay you. And I'll pay it out of my side so that you don't even have to have that conversation. You can just say to the seller, you don't even got to worry about commission. My buyer pays it. So they don't even have to have that conversation. They avoid that awkward conversation about how they get paid from the seller. It's the most brilliant thing ever, guys, when you get this working. Now, when you make offers with agents, remember, they write the offers because they're going to use their state-approved forms. So you don't write the offer, they write the offer. But you still need to tell them what to include in the offer. So that's why I have what I call an agent offer sheet. And it covers these 10 things. I'm not going to go through these, but what I do is I text this. I have this saved on my iPhone in my notes, and I text it to the agent. I say, as soon as we hang up, I say, listen, I'm going to text you all the terms of my offer. You're going to get that in the next 30 seconds. And I fill this in: name, price, funding, proof of funds, whatever, all the things that you need to have in your offer so that they know how to fill out the offer. Okay. All right. So let me give you some tips here, how to win over agents. First thing, make the agent feel like the expert. Okay. Agents have big egos and small balls. Okay. That's why they're agents and not investors. They're too afraid to risk anything. That's why they're agents. If they were willing to take risk, they would be investors. Okay. Am I right? Tell me I'm right. But they still have these big egos. It's sort of like the border patrol. Have you ever crossed the border? The border patrol, like, they're the rudest people ever, but they're not real cops. They're like sort of cops, but they're not like real cops. I mean, they have authority. They just have big egos. It's like a school teacher. You know, some school teachers, they have this massive ego and they want to boss around people all day. That's most real estate agents. They need to feel important. They need to be seen. They need to be heard, and they need to be right. So I play into that. Okay, but you have to stay in control. You have to ask the right questions at the right time. The one asking the questions controls the conversation. If you ever see Pace talk to agents, or if you ever see me talk to agents, or Jamil's really good at this, you'll see real quickly who's in control here. It ain't the agent. Okay, so that's really important. And you have to establish authority. They work for you. I have people tell me all the time, well, the agent said this and the agent said that. Who cares what the agent said? The agent's an idiot. You have to help them see the vision, and you have to lead out and be the authority when working with agents. And like I said, show the money. This is what I tell agents: you stick with me, you run with me, you will make a whole lot more money and you will work a whole lot less. That's how this works. You make a lot of money and you're going to work a lot less. 3 tips to create a competitive advantage. Remember the double dip technique. If you're coming with a buyer's agent, right? If you have buyer's agent making your offers, you have 0 competitive advantage. You're just like every other offer coming through. You have to double dip with the listing agent. That's going to get you the leg up and create a competitive advantage. Tip number 2 is speed gets the deal. That deal that Jared got last week here in Tennessee, 15 minutes from our house, that was a coming soon. It popped up. He was on the phone with that agent within 30 seconds. We had our offer in and accepted within a half an hour. Why? We double dipped. So the agent was extremely motivated to get our offer in, and we beat out everybody else. While people were setting showings, we already had our offer in front of the seller. Okay, speed gets the deal. Tip number 3, make a lot of offers. Guys, this is a numbers game. You got to own that. It's okay. Make a lot of offers. You know, like, I just make offers every single day over and over and over again, and I get deals. That's just how it works. You got to own that. Okay, now let's talk about the machine gun approach. This is super easy. This is your cold outreach. This is where you're going to call agents every single day, and it's a real simple process. You're going to say this: do you have any distressed listings or know of any distressed sellers looking for a fast and convenient as-is cash offer? And you're going to say to that agent, I'm not looking for listed properties. I'm looking for off-market. I already know about all the listed stuff. On any lead you bring me, I'll let you represent me so you get both sides of the commission. Okay, again, we're talking about commission. And then I'll say this: will you save my number and call me if and when you get a distressed seller looking for a fast and convenient cash offer before listing it? And they're going to say yes. Then they're not going to save your number. They're going to forget about you, and you're going to follow up with them again and again and again until you're ingrained in their memory as the buyer in town that they have to talk to. So when they sit down and they go, man, I know there's this investor that's called me 18 times. Who was it again? Oh yeah, Jerry Norton. That's how you're going to get deals from agents. You would think they would save your number and remember you, but they don't. It's just how it is, guys. I don't know why, but it's just the way it works. So you ask them to do it. This is what I tell agents. I say, save my name as Jerry Cash Buyer in your phone. And then just remember to do a search, cash buyer. Can you do that? Can you at least do that? Can that be a simple way for you to remember to call me next time you get a deal? Okay, now we got the reload approach. I'm going pretty fast here, guys. I hope you guys are keeping up. The reload is just, you're going to say something like, hey, just checking in to see if you have any distressed properties or sellers that might entertain an as-is cash offer. And again, next time you do, let me know about it before you list it, and I'll get you my cash offer right away. Remember, I'll cover your commission just for the referral, so you get paid without having to list it. See how we're reiterating this again and again and again. We're training these agents to bring you off-market leads. So guys, let me remind you again, what are your action steps? This is how what I love about this is the metrics are super easy. You got to do 5 snipers a day. I gave you 3 different free things to find unlimited agents that you can call. 5 offers a day, 5 machine guns, 5 cold outreaches, 5 a day, and 5 reloads, 5 a day. That's 15 touch points a day. That's 75 Monday through Friday. That's 300 in a month. Okay, that is going to get you to deals very fast. And I want to say this again, the way you dominate the agent model is it's never about the deal. We always want to make it about the deal. It's not the deal. It's the relationship. Every time I call an agent, maybe I'll get a deal, maybe I won't get a deal. I have no control over that. But what I do have control over is explaining to that agent, hey, let's create a long-term relationship. I need you to bird dog for me from now on, where you bring me all these opportunities that you're going on. And I want you to imagine this, guys. Imagine you've got, 100 agents, 1,000 agents. Hugh Boy has several thousand agents in one single market that bring him leads every single day. These are agents that are going on appointment. You don't have to go on appointment. They go on appointment. They're going on appointment. They're sitting down at the kitchen table with distressed sellers, and they are doing all the heavy lifting for you. You just got to train them on how to bring you those leads. Okay, so guys, who would like this entire presentation, all the scripts, all the resources? If you guys want this, here's what you have to do. You have to vote that Jerry's presentation is the best presentation of the day. You got to do that. Right? Am I allowed to buy votes, Pace? Is this, I don't know if I didn't see this in like the rules of the competition today. So vote Jerry's presentation was the best, screenshot it, post it on your stories or whatever, tag me, Flipping Mastery. I'll DM you a free download link that's got all this in here so you can go over it again. You can have the scripts in front of you. I've got all these resources on like how to overcome objections and so on. So, you can get all that. I'll give all that to you. If you vote, Jerry had the best presentation.
Bro, you killed this. So good. I think we do some Q&A if you're cool with it.
Let's do it.
I know it's late for you, 7:40, and I know you got a bunch of kiddos and animals to take care of. What's the latest kill at the farm?
We butchered a couple days ago 25 chickens in one afternoon.
Did Chick-fil-A call and make a big order? Like, why 25 at the same time? Holy crap.
And the kids did it. The kids did the whole thing.
Guys, how many of you want to live a farm life like that where your kids are learning how to chop up some chickens?
Yeah.
That's what wholesaling will do for you. You guys can see why Jerry's been one of my mentors for many, many years. Can we give a big thank you in the side chat for Jerry, everybody, please? By the way,
thank you guys.
We emptied the office while you were going because obviously I have employees that want to go home and do the thing, but we got some people with their hands raised. So let's go to some Q&A real quick.
Perfect.
We got Rose King. Rose King, what do you got for us? Rose, you have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rose, okay, no problem. You're out. Some people don't know how to mute themselves, sadly, guys. So we just got to move to the next person. Vicky Towns. What's up, Vicky Towns? How you doing?
Hi.
Hi, Vicky. What do you got for us? What do you
Hi,
have for
Vicky.
Jerry Norton?
Hi, how are you? I really enjoyed your that was great. Great information.
Thank you.
Did I have my hand raised?
You sure did. This is what I learned about letting people raise their hands. Gosh dang it. Okay, so guys, I'm going to lower everybody's getting their hands lowered because of that. So do me a favor. If you have a question, raise your hand. One rule is I will not answer the questions for people that have more than one device being listened to at the same time. So Freddie Rivas, who has 4 devices being listened to right now, Freddie, You cannot get your question answered. Hold on. Let's go to Christy Kumi. Christy Kumi, how you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hi, Jerry. So nice to meet
Hi.
you. Love the presentation.
Thank you.
So my question is, I'm an agent myself. And
I hope you weren't offended by what I said.
absolutely not. Totally agree with
Okay.
you. So you're going to agents, and are you buying these all cash, or are you doing creative financing? And when are you negotiating that with them?
Yeah. So the way my scripts were flowing there was obviously like cash offer language. So if you're doing creative finance, maybe you would modify that a little bit, right? So you could talk about it. So, and I definitely will. So like if I'm talking to an agent and the agent says, you know what, Jerry, they owe way more than that. There's no way they could possibly go down that low because they have a mortgage in place. I shift gears. Now I'm talking creative finance. I'm talking SubTo. So you just modify to whatever your exit strategy is. Like Pace loves calling expired listings and long days on market. So the principle of getting agents to bird dog for you is the same. You may tweak the way that conversation goes based on your exit strategy.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Great question, Christy. Great question. By the
Yeah,
way,
great
Jerry and I have probably the best playlist on YouTube, the Creative Finance playlist. I've never seen a better playlist. How many people have
Me
seen
neither.
the Jerry and Pace playlist on Creative Finance? Give me a me or a yes in the side chat. Colin Seaton,
And
who's
it's like aging like fine wine, Pace. You know what I mean? Like
just gets more views.
like it's better with time.
So good. You and I look younger while we continue to age. It's awesome. Sterling Munts. I don't know if it's Munts or Moons or Muncie, but Sterling, how you doing?
I'm doing outstanding like a farmer in this field.
Awesome, Sterling. What do you got for us? I hope, Sterling, that your question is gold.
Gold. Yeah, are we digging for gold?
Yes, we are.
No,
What do we
no.
got?
You know, I would just realized that as I was going to ask the question. By the way, Pace, I saw you 2 weeks ago in Tempe, Arizona, and I was all around in Tennessee, where Jerry is. Jerry, I was looking for you. But anyway, the quick question is, your buy box, do you do anything in development outside of just single family residence? Because I'm going to be moving to Tennessee, and there's a lot of good opportunities there in the way of multifamily and RV parks. I'll just keep it that simple for right now.
I mean, yeah, there's limitations to that, obviously, in certain things that I like to do, but you know, reach out to me later when you get here and we'll see what we can do.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Jerry's currently building a big, massive house, probably one of the most impressive houses I've ever seen in my entire life. I swear that, and by the way, he also owns a hotel in Puerto Rico. He is planning on selling that hotel in Puerto Rico. If anybody's open to buying that hotel in Puerto Rico, it cash flows really well. I've stayed there. It's freaking beautiful. Amir, what do you got for us?
Thanks, guys. So I've converted my real estate portfolio into wraps, and been having a hard time trying to figure out how to get more wrap leads for end buyers that are, you know, like if I want to do like a SubTo to wrap exit. Is there a marketing campaign, some ninja tricks you can tell us?
Yeah, Amir, are you in the SubTo community or no?
Gator.
Oh, well, sadly, I don't have that training in Gator, but wrap buyers, primarily you're going to find wrap buyers also, ironically, through real estate agents. So your Hispanic real estate agents, here's what I would do. Step number one, Jerry might have a different strategy for this, but step number one is go to your local title company and ask them who are the most active real estate agents in your market on the sell side. Okay. The ones that are selling the most. Okay. And buyers agents, you want to get both lists. Title companies have all access to all that data. Okay. And you can pull up which agents are the most active. What you want to do is send a message to those real estate agents and say, hey, if you have buyers that are not qualified for traditional lending, I have houses ready to sell that they can avoid the bank. And those real estate agents, this was what was interesting about me being a loan officer for a number of years. I found that over 60% of people get declined for their mortgage approval, not because they don't have good credit, not because their job is not good, but because they might not have been at that job long enough, or maybe they have the big down payment, but they just moved to a new job or what have you. Those real estate agents are like, gosh, dang it, I can't even show you a house because it's a waste of my time. So Real estate agents that are the most active in that market, typically also, this is going to sound racist. It's just not, it's genius. Hispanic names. When they have Hispanic names and they're the most active real estate agents, you will freaking have a cavalcade of end buyers. Jerry, do you have any advice on the end
I mean,
buyer
what
for
I do
wraps?
with my like SubTo flips or my wrap, I list them on the MLS with an agent, but I advertise it as seller financing, favorable terms, and then I let the buyer's agents bring those owner finance buyers. So
yeah, I mean, go where the buyers are, right? The buyers are all going to agents. That's what they assume that they got to do to go buy a house. And so these agents get all these buyers that are lined up saying, I want to buy a house. Can you get me pre-approved? And they can't get a loan for whatever reason. Most of the time they can't get a loan because banks are just stingy. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you do to fix it? Most of the time we do not fix our wraps. We sell them as is, and we give them good enough terms to get into the deal. Jerry, let's take one more question. I think we got Sharon Houston just told me she's on a device, not on a computer. So I'm hesitant to go to her, but we'll go to Sharon Houston. Sharon, please, for the love of mercy, please tell me that your audio's good. Please. You have 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Okay, can you hear me?
There we are. Yep, we can hear you.
I was really worried about that too. I've been listening to you for a long time, and I'm always like, I don't know if I can unmute myself, so I'm not going to ask a question. All right, I just have a simple question. I don't want to take up much time. I have 2 properties that one of them I've been holding for a little over 2 years. One of them has been sitting on the market in Greenville, Texas for endless months with little to no activity. I've tried all the things that I've been recommended by tons of different people. And I'm wondering if there's a particular person that can help me ninja the situation or just see with a fresh set of eyes, because I'm drowning in these 2 properties. One's at 1.2 million and the other one's like 425.
Well, the market doesn't lie. You're obviously overpriced. So here's how I look at it. When I go to sell, I look at showing activity and I look at offers. If you're not getting consistent showings every single week, then what the market is telling you is you're overpriced. It's not even worth going to look at it. If you're getting showings but no offers, it means the market liked your property until they got there. Then they got there and they were disappointed and didn't make an offer. The only way for you to know is to get constant feedback. Every showing you have to call that agent and say, what did you like? What did you not like? What did you think about the price? Why isn't your buyer making an offer? You have to get market feedback or you'll never know what the issues are. But the simple answer you don't want to hear is lower the price. Everything sells in today's market if it's priced right.
Yeah, I love the quote of agents don't sell houses, price and terms do. And so if your house isn't selling, it's one of those things. It's either your price is too high or you have not offered terms. Guys, in the side chat, I've given everybody's Instagram names. If you guys got a lot of value today, by the way, I have a broker call coming up in 25 minutes on a $12 million RV park. So you guys are going to see me absolutely fail on a call like I always do. And Jerry, I don't know about you, but I swear we just keep getting better and better on the phone. Do you just get to a point where you're just like, this is so gosh dang simple. I wish I knew how good I could be on the phone earlier in your career.
You do it. If you do it enough, it becomes second nature. Yeah.
I have never seen you have a bad call ever. And I've been watching your YouTube channel for like 8 years. When was the last time you had a bad call with an agent? Like, it was a train wreck. They hung up on you. They go, I hate you. You're not a flipping genius. You're a flipping idiot.
I mean, I have rude sellers and stuff, but I don't let it get to me. I don't, doesn't throw me off. I don't get derailed by it.
Yeah, but you just keep going on the phone call. The phone call ends up going great or goes well, even if you end up not buying the deal. It's not like you just are giving up for the day because it went so bad.
I had a really sad one the other day, Pace. I actually made a video of it. It's probably one of the hardest seller calls. The seller's 7-year-old autistic son got a chair and unlocked the back door and drowned in the pond.
No.
And the dad found him like just too late. And then the wife leaves him because she blamed him for it. And he's like breaking down and crying on the phone. Like, and he can't be at the house. She left him and he can't live at the house. Obviously, I mean, that'd be hard to do.
Was this in Arizona?
No, South Carolina.
There was in my church here local. Actually, it used to be your church since I bought this house from you. But somebody in this church here, same exact thing happened. The husband told his wife,
right?
Yep, told his wife, hey, you go have a girls' night. I'll take care of the kids. I know it's been a couple of years since you've had your own night. And he didn't watch the kid, opened up the door, jumped in the pool, died. Just barely happened. And then somebody else, and this is, guys, this is a really good reminder that nobody here had a bad day today. It's a really good reminder. You have not had a bad day. I had somebody, same kind of neighborhood, a couple of months ago, ran over his own child backing up in his own driveway, killed his own child. And so you guys don't know what you're going to run into when you're on some of these phone calls. It's horrible. It's
I kept thinking, Pace. I kept thinking, no matter how bad you have it, someone's got it worse.
1,000 times worse. I every time I'm going through something, I think about that, about how I have not had anything bad happen to me. So, guys, did Jerry Norton give you guys a lot of value today? I honestly don't know that there's a better presenter on the planet. The way you present, the way you pause, the way you're so succinct, the information, the chronological order you deliver it in. It's obvious that you have the best YouTube channel on the planet. You are the greatest communicator I know.
Oh, thanks, Pace. That means a lot.
Can you guys give him some love in the side chat,
guys.
please?
Appreciate
we had
everybody.
a lot of people tune in for you, brother. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm so grateful for you. I will see you actually in Huntington Beach. And I also, I hope to see you at Corbin's baptism. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to make that or not.
Yep. We're going to try to make that.
And then yesterday, Phil says to me, he goes, I'm mad. I want to go to the Norton's house right now. And I go, bro, that's not going to happen. And Corbin says, but are we going to do Thanksgiving there? I said, we're going to try and do Thanksgiving there for sure this year. She goes, I don't want to hear try, Dad. You're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. So love you, brother.
It's getting you to commit.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Grateful for you too. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so guys.
All right, give it up for Jerry Norton. I think there's like 10 people still here. Wasn't that amazing? I'm so glad you guys were able to come out here and hear these incredible speakers and talk about their first deal. So what's next is Pace is continuing the Zoom, and he's actually has a broker call scheduled for, I believe, 5:15. Shout out Ryan Hall if he's here for that particular lead, and for Adam for helping facilitate that. So we are going to be closing down the office. I need to send the team home. We ran like 2 events back to back. So, oh yes, Rich, do you have a question?
Can I make a quick announcement?
Yes, Rich, please make an announcement.
I have a very awesome lady here that
Hi,
is
Pam.
looking for a roommate for tonight, if at all possible. Just throwing that out there if anybody has. She came from all the way from Washington this morning to hang out today. So anyways, just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Okay, shout out Pam's store. Yeah, if anyone has a room, let her know. Awesome. So we are going to put a QR code up. Boys, if you could put a QR code up for the presentation that you thought was best. So this means what is actionable, what made the most sense. So feel free to scan this QR code and vote. We're going to choose on Monday. So please scan this QR code. Love it, love it. Yeah, I'll vote.